People who are/have been homeless, what was the first night without a home like, and how did you adapt to your new situation? I was 13 when my parents kicked me out and told me they no longer wanted anything to do with me. I was terrified to visit a shelter because I'd known some foster kids and the whole system scared me, plus I wanted to continue going to the same school and didn't want to lose my friends too. The scariest part at that age was really finding out what I was hoping to eat. There had been a dilapidated trailer just minutes down the road from my dad's place, so I stayed in that. I don't think it all really hit me until I had to choose one night between food and blankets because the temperature was expected to drop down to the mid-30s and I had only had one somewhat thin blanket at that point. The next day, I put on my best attire, which was nothing impressive, and asked for a job at Long John Silver's. I lied and told them I was 15 and I worked 5 days a week rushing over after school. I ate more unhealthy than I have since to save money for some form of shelter, which came in the form of a 91 Toyota Camry that I purchased out of the thrifty nickel for $300. I loved that clunker, plus heating myself was much easier from there. It was mostly uphill. Found an older lady willing to rent me her garage without any sort of credit check. Took a couch off the side of the road to sleep on. I even had internet in there where I mostly read scary stories all night. I wish video streaming services were really a thing back then, and I just kinda learned to roll with the punches. My childhood wasn't normal. It was downright terrifying a good chunk of the time, but it is what made me who I'm today. I was only homeless for about 6 weeks, at 36 years of age. After several years of depression and anxiety slowly eroding my resources, relationships and general will to try anymore, I ended up having a final blowout with my girlfriend, who reasonably couldn't handle me anymore. I started sleeping at work, which wasn't even a full-time job. The delicacy involved in not getting caught, and the freedom from the extremely unhealthy state my relationship had been in, kept my mind away from the absolute, abject terror that was hiding beneath the surface. The scary part of homelessness for me was the growing sense that if I fell any further I'd probably never get back up. It takes resources to be clean, fed and rested, and if you aren't those things it's very hard to get resources, let alone find the will to try. But that first night was all tridge, all focused on being sure the second night wasn't going to be on the street. I pulled it off for 6 weeks, and that time, actually, saved my life. I was away from conflict, intimately connected to how dire my circumstances had become, forced into a very regular schedule. Routine is really good for me, but nigh impossible in a depressive state, and, without bills, was able to save enough for damaged deposit and rent. I still struggle with depression in a pretty serious way, but the animal terror of having nowhere and no one really seared itself into me. A better motivation would be the future I want than the future I fear, but as it stands I at least have a motivator strong enough to escape the incredible gravity of mental illness. My parents didn't tell us that they lost their house to the bank. One day we left everything but a few clothes and essentials. I remember sitting in the car watching the world outside, and I felt extremely alone. The drive just endlessly went, unless we had to go to the bathroom. We ate some cracker things and had water at rest stops from bathrooms. Sleeping in a car seat that you couldn't lay back really was hard to adapt to, so I didn't sleep for the first couple nights. It really sucked, but as the days turned into weeks things just became the new normal. We would drive around for hours and sometimes camp out at campgrounds or roadsides instead of sleeping in our woefully tiny car. This completely ruined our education because we couldn't stay at any school long. I loved school for their food and I would steal paper, pens, and books sometimes, so I had something to do. My mother eventually said she would just homeschool us, but that was soon dropped for us kids to do for ourselves. I was able to almost get my JED before a sickness stopped me, but some of my younger siblings only have an education from 3rd or 4th grade. When it was winter I remember having to take showers from those hand pumps at the campground. The water was so cold it would instantly burn and numb up anything it touched. We also didn't have winter clothes, so most of us would wrap up in our old blankets and layers of clothes. We rarely had any food and I resorted to eating some of my clothes, paper, grass, or tiny pieces of my own skin to try to not feel hungry. Once we had to eat pancakes as our main food for months. I cannot eat pancakes anymore because the very smell of them makes me sick now. Other food we got was ramen and rarely a hot dog. I'm not sure how my parents managed to get the food or have money, even if it was very little. Maybe from a food pantry. Cooking food on the fire wasn't that hard to do, and I learned how to make a fire and gather what a fire needs. If we got sick we never went to a doctor. Just had to hope it got better. We were on and off homeless until I was in my late teens, when my grandmother bought my parents a house for us all to live in. It still feels so strange to actually have a home and even food. I still have a hard time knowing a lot of social norms because of the isolation from homelessness. You just do what you can to survive. I still resent my parents for avoiding any help from the government or going to any homeless shelters. They lost our house because of stupid spending and going into bankruptcy. Their habits never changed. We would get a place to live for maybe a year or two, then lose it because my parents were terrible at managing money. Edit: I'm on mobile, so I don't know how to edit my post to look pleasing. Sorry for the wall of text. Edit 2. I think I fixed my text wall. Edit: thank you guys for the updates. Makes me feel a little better to hear that I'm not alone in this struggle. I sincerely hope that everyone is doing well wherever you are. I wasn't homeless to the extreme that some other guys I got to know who camped in the woods outside of town were, but I did a spell at a mission in town for a summer. The first night was pretty rough. I had been living with some friends after losing my place, but life caused them all to go separate ways, so one drove me to the mission and pretty much was like, "Okay, bye." The mission was your typical ultra-conservative Christian ranch shelter. The owners were hyper-aggressively masculine, to the point where they demanded your respect, even while driving around in their brand new sports cars, and treating you like dirt. The guys living there were a mix of ex-cons and drug addicts, but there were also some older gentlemen who were there simply because they were old and the government assistance wasn't enough. You have to adopt new ways of thinking amidst the less reputable side of that crowd. Learn how to keep people from stealing your stuff. Learn how to talk to people who are drugged senseless, so they don't start beef with you. I pretty much spent that summer walking around town from dawn to dusk looking for a job. Pretty sure I applied at literally every business I could, updated with them regularly, did my best to avoid picking up any addictions. A year later I'm sitting in a rented house with a lovely girlfriend and a cozy desk job, and I'd rather die than go back to that hell. I packed 3 bags, one with clothes, blankets, and a pillow, one with food, and one with books. I couch surfed for a little bit, a week or 2 with each of my friends, slept in my car while I had it. I used other people's kitchens to cook stolen food, and ate food that 7 to 11 threw away. Every morning at about 6 AM, night shift would throw out all the food that sat too long. I would wait for the clerk to go back inside and then fish the bag out of the dumpster. Slept outdoors in some parks after the car got towed, and I used up my friend's goodwill. Got really good at 5 to 10 minutes wash-ups in public bathrooms with hand soap. Teeth, armpits, underboobs, and butt. Let me tell you how nasty hand soap tasted. Would occasionally wash my underwear with hand soap real quick too, and dry it with the hand dryers I would generally use too. 24-hour McDonald's at about 4 AM so no one would walk in on me. What I would do is I would panhandle outside of a subway station for enough money for a crack rock, an egg of heroin, a needle, and a sandwich and tea. If you wear semi-professional clothes and say, "Oh my god, my purse got stolen, does anyone have any spare change?" you get more money than just asking AMD wearing, like, jeans. I would then go to the first McDonald's, order the sandwich, and say I had to use the bathroom. Then I would do a wash up, grab the sandwich, and eat it on the way to the next McDonald's. At the second McDonald's, I would order a tea, and ask for lemon juice, pocket the juice, and ask to use the restroom. In the restroom I would use the juice to break down the crack, mix it with the heroin, and shoot up. Then, sadly, I would usually actually use the bathroom in a park or something. Did this for years, until I accidentally got pregnant. I would be goddamned if I screwed my kid up by being a junkie, so I cold turkeyed everything. I own a house now, and will be 14 years clean on November 18th. Edited for clarity and spelling. I once was fooled by an ex into moving back in with her after a breakup. After a couple of weeks she decided to have a yard sale. This yard sale ended up featuring most of my stuff. Then with money in hand she decided it was time I went back to my place. My place which had nothing in it. My place which I had given notice on. My place which was already awaiting a new renter. I spent my last 2 weeks sleeping on a hardwood floor using sweaters as blankets, and then when the day came to vacate I threw all my clothes in a plastic bag and just started walking. I was destitute. I had absolutely nothing, and no idea where to start. It was right in the Canadian winter, so staying outside would be a death sentence in many cases, so I did the only thing I could think of. I sat in a 24-hour Tim Hortons. I used what little money I had to purchase small coffees once in a while, so I at least had an excuse to sit there. Eventually my cash ran out, and I thought for sure I'd get the boot. Then one of the ladies working the counter came over and just handed me my usual order. I guess she probably figured out what was going on and felt bad. The second time she did it, I struggled not to cry. I'm pretty thankful, because my next idea, if I was asked to leave, was to politely refuse, then sit and wait for the cops. Better than freezing to death. Morning came, and I had saved only enough to catch a single bus. Headed downtown to try to find some friends. I did, and I couch surfed between a lot of them. I never spent a night out in the cold, but I spent many in a coffee shop, or bouncing between friends. It was the worst my depression ever got, and the closest I ever came to actually ending my life. Things are a million times better for me now, but I'll never forget how worthless I felt. Well, for me it wasn't due to economic reasons. I was in a new town for work, and had my wallet, car keys, and phone in my jacket. Went to a library to loan some books as I had nothing else to do. Left the jacket unguarded for 10 minutes and someone stole it. Had no access to any money. Couldn't call almost anyone except my family, and it was 7 PM already, and getting dark outside. Borrowed a phone, and called my girlfriend, then my parents, and asked them to contact the company I work for, and let them know what had happened and how they could contact me the next day. So I spent 2 nights without a roof, because it took that much time to sort things out, mostly because I couldn't really prove who I was, so I couldn't assess the things they helped set me up with. It sucks beyond belief. You can't sleep because it's too fucking cold, and there aren't any places to go either because everything is closed. I remember when McDonald's closed at 10 PM the first night. Jesus Christ, that was not fun, but I wasn't very hungry as I had had dinner before I went to the library. The second day I was tired as I hadn't slept. I was so cold as well. I thought we will sort this through today easily, but boy was I wrong. It took until 2 PM to get in contact with the company, and they really tried to help me. They set up an emergency account at a well-trusted bank, called them in the town I was in, and said explicitly exactly what I looked like, what I was wearing, and that it was an emergency situation. Of course the bank didn't trust them, so when I went there they just said no. Being really hungry, I borrowed a phone again in the library, called the company, and said what had happened. So they mailed me a credit card to the library. Talked with some staff at the library to lend me some cash so I could eat until the credit card arrived. So had one more night to spend outside and haven't slept the first night at all. I managed to slumber for 10 to 30 minutes, woke up from the cold, had to start moving to build up some heat in my body, slumber a little bit more. When McDonald's opened at 7 AM. I went there, bought breakfast and coffee, and asked if I could sleep there for a while. After explaining my situation they agreed. Slept until 10 AM, went back to the library, and waited for the mail to arrive. Got the credit card, and paid the person back with interest. I returned the double she had lent me. Because the gratitude you feel when they really fucking saved you from starving just today is a very immense feeling. Use the credit card to rent a car in the company's name. By having the place who rent out cars call the CEO of the company I work for, so he would vouch for it. I drove home and started to get my life back on track. Driver's license, my own bank account, keys, phone, etc. We take these things for granted. Losing them all at the same time was hell. If you ever travel and get to a town you don't know, people, be very careful about your things so it doesn't happen to you. The only thing I had was my clothes and shoes minus the jacket. but it did harden me immorally, and so now I have lived out of a car for 2 weeks for work because I couldn't find a cheap place to stay at, and I get 60% of the difference between what they have to pay for my residence in a new town and the actual cost of the residence I choose to stay at. Living out of a car is hard. There are so many things you take for granted that you lack. Running water, toilet, shower and clean clothes. Just a place to eat that is your own place is something you will miss. If you plan on doing it, get a voltmeter, because I plugged my laptop into the car battery to charge it, then I spent an evening watching YouTube videos and shit. The next day the car was dead, because I had drained the battery. Went to a gym for shower, but had to pay to use it. Well, obviously. Here in Sweden we have no laundromats, so I had to use a dry cleaner to clean my clothes once. The worst part is that the chill really does creep into your car, so try to find a warm garage or a sleeping bag. You have access to none of the things you take for granted. Electricity becomes something you begin to think very carefully about. Always have 2 bottles of water, one for drinking, the other for sanitation. Fill them up before you go back to the car for the night. Keep some toilet paper in the car at all times. It has more uses than merely wiping your ass. I was in my early 20s, dealing with undiagnosed mental illness or illnesses and a family with whom I had worn out my welcome. At the time, I was barely treading water as a human being. I could get up, bathe, and feed myself, but the prospect of getting out of the house and trying to support myself seemed daunting, if not outright impossible. Anyway, to keep a very long story as short as possible, one day it all came to a head, and, with as many worldly possessions as I could cram into a hiking backpack, clothing, mainly, my mom and brother drove me to the nearest train station and bought me a one-way ticket to the nearby major city. My goal at the time was to visit one of the many world-renowned hospitals in the city and see what they could do for me. Only I wasn't that capable at the time, and things weren't that simple. The first day, I just wandered around the city, which I was only semi-familiar with. As the sun set and day turned to night, I relied on instinct, sleep somewhere well lit, and keep my few meager possessions safe. In a large and well-attended public square, I curled up near a pillar with my backpack for a pillow and tried to get some sleep. It wasn't easy, of course. Local security guards didn't like me sleeping there, nor did more veteran homeless people whose spot I was inadvertently challenging them for. I barely got 2 hours of sleep before the sun was rising again, and I was starting to get hungry. Priorities were hard to balance. I was hungry, I was confused, I was fuzzy from lack of sleep, and things only compounded from there. I did stop in at the major hospitals, trying to plead my case, but there were people worse off than me. I was still capable, still mentally well arranged enough to eloquently present my case, which ironically meant, to many doctors, that I wasn't sick enough to warrant helping. I spent 6 months homeless, the first month or so sleeping outside, before finally securing a bed in a gymnasium-like shelter that slept 30 of us, all in the same large room, and with a footlocker for storage. I stayed there for another couple months, before through titanic effort I secured a job at a fast food joint, which also earned me a spot in a more exclusive shelter, one for the working homeless, which meant I only had to share a room with 7 other guys now. I was there for another 5 months, before my world collapsed. I couldn't keep up with the paltry demands on my shoulders. I wasn't healthy, and I ignored addressing my problems in lieu of working as much as I could, because nothing was more precious to me, by now, than food security and the right to stay in my exclusive home. I wandered the streets in a daze. Doctors would later refer to it as a fugue state, which isn't something you see very often. But I was finally sick enough to warrant treatment. My battle with mental illness and journey through that system is a story for another time, but suffice it to say there were a lot more bumps in the road ahead of me. I'm in my early 30s now, and I'm doing a lot better, I'm happy to report. I'm receiving proper treatment for my illnesses, and I've largely conquered them. I'm in my own place, typing this on a PC that I purchased myself. It's a chilly Monday morning, and I'm drinking coffee and looking out the window at the beautiful world outside. I'm very fortunate, and I'm content. I was homeless about a year or 2 ago. It was bad. Although, the reason I left was because I was being abused by my father, so I guess you could say it was sort of better. As everyone says, the first night is bad, bad bad. You come to the conclusion that this is really happening. There was actually a shelter that took me about 5 hours to walk to. I had no idea what huge difference a car would make, but I'm going to give advice. Do not bother going to a shelter. Maybe it was because I went from one lifestyle to another in a day, but the people there are rowdy, they smell, they steal your stuff, and fights have broken out more than one time. I only lasted 3 days before I left and decided to leave. That point I found a secluded place in a parking lot that wasn't too bad to sleep in, and probably for the whole time, except for when I went long distances away from the area, I would sleep there. It was shaded from the sun, it didn't get too stuffy, it was spring to summer, and again, pretty hard to find. At least, I've never seen anyone sleep there. Point I brought my phone with me when I left, and when I went to a Starbucks or a library or whatever else, I would get on Wi-Fi and watch YouTube, or whatever else I was feeling at the time. That's actually how I found Reddit, and I lurked for a while, before I ever started posting. I would visit libraries and search for jobs online. Thank God they let anyone use the computers. After I got a job, it took a few more months, but I rented a small apartment and then applied for school. I'm on scholarship right now, technically full ride, if you count the 3 others. I've been living in the dorms, but I'm getting ready to move in with a friend. So what's being homeless like? It's so fucking hard. It makes you want to cry. I've had moments where I thought I would be better off dead, since both lives, with family and homeless, were failing. I never want to go back to that time. I'm going to treat my kids right so they never have to go through that, or feel like they have to make that decision for themselves. I kinda went off on a tangent, so sorry if I ended up saying more than what the question asked. Nobody else in my life knows about me being homeless, so I'm extremely grateful for Reddit letting me express myself. I was young, 11 years old, but I was aware my mom was on drugs and that my situation was going where it ended up. It started out with moving a lot, state to state, wherever the cheapest place to live was. The living conditions got worse with each move. In our last house as a family, before we got taken away by CPS, we had to clean it out before moving in. Some deal my mom made with the landlord. It was disgusting. Full of mouse sheet, dirty needles, Borno magazines, and the floor was completely covered in garbage. Oh well, I thought, at least it's a house. I was excited for a new place to live. Then, the gas got shut off, and the electricity, in the middle of winter. My mom's car got the windshield busted out of it, and we used plastic wrap to fix it. We were always cold. The cops would knock on our door, and we'd do as we were trained: hide under the beds, don't answer, don't make a sound. Once the utilities were out, I knew we'd be moving again. We stayed in a homeless shelter for a short while, until school started back up. I was in middle school for less than 2 months, before in the middle of the night, as usual, my mom said to pack our things and we'd be moving that night. But I didn't realize how bad on meth she was, not fully, not until we arrived in Death Valley and slept outside of a church. Desert nights are very cold and the days are very miserable when you live outside. I just accepted it. I felt my 11-year-old heart grow cold, like a candle was blown out in me. My mom didn't enroll us in school. We got MRSA, a flesh-eating disease, and got no medical treatment. We weren't fed, so we'd steal food from stores and ask restaurants for free samples. I met 2 strangers who cared and bought us food. It was embarrassing. I felt unworthy. Being homeless made me feel a little less human than everyone around me. I could go on about the experience, but this comment is long enough, lol. I grew up in foster care, and then when you become an adult you age out, meaning you are no longer in the system. Some kids who age out are allowed to stay with their foster parents if they have a good relationship. I didn't have a good relationship with my foster parents. They had a mix of foster children and their own bio children living in the house, and they basically just did it for the check. Anyway, I knew my birthday was approaching and that I'd have to leave, and I was really nervous to talk to my foster mom about it. I did, and she was pretty dismissive of me, saying that there would be room, but that maybe I could stay a few weeks after my birthday. A few days after my birthday, however, the caseworker shows up, and I had to leave. I signed a bunch of paperwork and other stuff. They watched me as I packed my stuff. The shitty part was that I didn't have much stuff because I shared a room. Plus I had lived in multiple homes and never had more than one duffel bag. I asked to take a small blanket that I had since I had been there, but my foster mom said no because it had been in their family for years. I got a little money from my caseworker, not a lot. Then she escorted me out Mayo like this beach walked me out and down the block. My first night was actually okay. I slept in the park, but it was pretty cold at the time because it was in November. But I got used to it. Honestly, at the time I felt free. Like I had always lived with crappy people in crappy homes where I had no privacy or a billion chores to do, or just getting yelled at. Out of the street no one bothered me much, unless I was begging money off people. Of course, in my homeless years I didn't make the best decisions. Lots of guys used me, or took advantage of me, and there were times when it was super rough, and I didn't know I'd make it. But at least I was in charge of myself, if that makes sense. Also, and this is random, homeless people often get asked why we stay on the street and don't go stay at a shelter. FYI, they fill up fast and run out of room, and they can be dangerous. I've known a few people who have been wrapped there. I'm not saying all are bad, but in my experience they are not a safe place. I have a home now, but sometimes I set newspapers on top of my sheets and sleep on them. I know how bizarre that sounds, but there were nights when I was out of the streets and had nothing, but I would find a whole stack and be so happy and did wrap up in them and feel warm and safe. October 2004, I did a moonlight flight to get away from my husband, who had threatened to kill me yet again. Although this was a semi-regular occurrence, this time was different, and I was truly afraid for my life. The first few nights we stayed in a friend's caravan. It was half term and poured down, but my 3 children saw it as an adventure holiday and were happy. But then I contacted the local council and found out that they did not have provisions in their budget for victims of domestic violence. I searched further afield and was lucky to be offered a place. We stayed in the first place a couple of weeks, but it was set up so that we felt too exposed. We had to park away from the property and walk along the main road into town, ring the bell, and wait for a member of staff to open the door to let us in. A stranger was taking photos of the children on the beach and he disappeared when I approached him. Later, I found out that he was a police photographer sent because my violent husband had alerted the police saying that the children were at risk. The police disagreed. They told the children's father that the children were safe and happy, but not where they were. After that, we found another place that was purpose-built and was less exposed, but none of us were happy there. When the children told me how much they hated it, we moved on again and were offered a third refuge that the children liked so much that they wanted to stay there forever. The following week a new resident arrived and life changed. More new resident arrived until we had been there longer than the others. One resident wanted to be #1 and started a hate campaign against me. No matter what I did made life worse, but it was not exposed till the house meeting. After the meeting the staff apologized to me as I had raised concerns that they had ignored. I was offered a refuge house for just me and my children, and we were there nearly 3 months before the council offered us a property of our own. I'm about 3 to 4 weeks away from losing everything I own and love, including the roof over my head. It's really the first time ever that it's become a possibility. I'm not prepared. I don't have a car or know how to drive. I'm 5ft 24-year-old or 25 in Jan rather, and I don't have a big dog or big boyfriend to protect me. I do have a yappy and very anxious little Maltese cross Shih Tzu. I don't wanna lose my dog. I also don't wanna lose the belongings of not only my life, but the belongings of 2 loved ones I've recently lost. I don't want to have to stop studying nursing. I don't want it affecting me attending university. I wanna be able to shower daily and brush my privately. I wanna keep sleeping in a warm safe bed. I wanna eat food from my fridge. I don't want to be forced to trust people I otherwise wouldn't normally. I don't want to be rapped, bashed, threatened or harassed. I'm not street smart. I wouldn't say I've been privileged either, but I'm definitely not prepared. I have autism and I feel very vulnerable, very open to everyone. I'm not someone addicted to drugs. I just don't have a support system. Not since I reporting my own mother for abusing a child. That sort of isolates you from the family and any family related financial help. I guess I've reached out to charities etc, but I'm one of many I suppose. We were extremely lucky that we were homeless in New York City. They put us in a temporary shelter our first night, but we got there so late that we only had about 5 hours to sleep. It was me, my husband and our 1-year-old daughter. The next day they had us our placement. What happens is you get to stay there for 10 days while the city decides if you actually need this assistance. You have to prove that you can't stay with relatives and don't have enough money to move out of state. The city will actually buy you plane tickets to another state if you have relatives willing to take you in. So after our 10 days we were told we could stay in the shelter. Our place was a converted hotel near JFK. They had a playground outside for the kids, and we had our own bathroom and a small kitchenette to cook meals. We wound up being there for 6 months. During that time we took advantage of not having to worry about bills, to go to all the doctor's appointments we needed to do for our disability cases. My husband had been in a work accident and had a severe spinal cord injury. In the shelter he needed a walker. I was born with an autoimmune disease and had a flare-up shortly after my daughter was born, but it didn't go away, so the doctors documented how I got worse and worse and figured that was it for me. I wasn't going to be able to work ever again and was probably going to wind up in a wheelchair. I was bedridden on and off again. Honestly, we were happy to have a roof over our head. We were optimistic that the city would be able to get us permanent housing and that we could finally get as healthy as we could be and find our new normal. However, after our 6 months they realized my husband's lawsuit was going to take ages. They were hoping that we could get money from it right away to buy a co-op or condo, so they told us that they couldn't help us find housing. We had to make a very difficult decision to split our family up temporarily. My husband went back to his mom in San Fran, and I went back to my parents, who now live in Florida. In August 2018 he took a settlement, and we had been back together for a year until August 2019, when he passed away. It sucks that part of my memory of him is being homeless, but we were together as a family then and that's all that matters. It was hot. I was living in the backseat and trunk of my 4-door sedan in Omaha, Nebraska. I needed a less shitty sleeping arrangement. So, I drove to Denver, Colorado, where the humidity wasn't bad and the nights were not as hot. I adapted by going into Dunkin' Donuts or some other place with a bathroom where I could lock the door so I could shave and wet my hair at least. I slept on side streets or in Walmart parking lots in my car. It was difficult, but not terrible. It was just the situation I was in. I'm 6 feet 4 inches, so sleeping in a 4-door sedan was not easy. I knew I needed out of that situation, so I went to the library to study web development every day. I got rid of all of my belongings except for decent dress clothes. I wore button-up shirts and dark jeans or dress pants every day. I carried my resume on me everywhere I went, just in case I met someone in the software industry. I didn't want to get a job that would keep me poor. So, I didn't work, so I could spend all day every day studying web development. When the library wasn't open, such as at night, I would go to a 24-hour McDonald's where I could at least buy a very cheap meal if I had to in order to stay in the building and use the Wi-Fi. It sucked. I remember almost getting a job in the DTC in Denver. It was a contract to hire position that paid $50/HR. I totally bombed the interview questions. I had never been in an interview like that before. The hiring manager took me aside afterwards and said that he loved my personality and thought I was a culture fit. There was one question that I couldn't answer about closures in JavaScript. He said that if I could have answered that one question, he would have taken the chance on me. That was a 12-month contract at $50/HR, $2,000 per week, $100,000 per year, and I was homeless. Missing that one question kept me in the car. I remember crying while I walked back to my car, which was also my home. I looked around while I sat in the front seat while realizing that if I could have answered that one question, I would have been starting a new job in a couple weeks. After a few minutes I collected myself and went back to the library. I wanted to give up, but I couldn't. So, I decided to let myself be sad the rest of the day. Woke up the next morning and got back to work and studied closures. It's been a year and things are still tough. I got my first software job before the winter of 2018. It was in Boulder for $60,000 per year. Then another company reached out to me back in Nebraska. They were offering me $74,000. So, within 4 months I left for that job. They fired me after just 2 months on the job because I was talking to an intern about salary. I'm still fighting for back pay because they fired me for an illegal reason. Companies can't fire someone for discussing salary. It's a struggle, but I'm hoping my transition out of homelessness and into this field is successful. I work my ass off, but I also make mistakes. I wish I wouldn't have taken that job, even though it was a $14,000 raise in just 4 months in the industry, not including the cost of living difference between Lincoln, Nebraska and Boulder, Colorado. LL bounce back. I always do. But Jesus Christ, it would be nice to have some sort of normal life. I'll get there. Someday. I'll get there. This is probably late to the party and will get buried, but I had to put my 2 cents in on this one. I have needed to get this out somehow, so what better time or place than on Reddit. Lol. I have been homeless since the beginning of April. I've never been in this situation before, and it's been a desperate struggle from day one. I'm 27 years old, turning 28 in a month and a half actually. April 2018 there was a DV incident with my fiance. No contact order, civil standby, no contact order dropped, second assault, no contact order reinstated, civil standby, and then I was alone for the first time in 8 years. I was working 2 jobs. Working for a longtime friend's business cleaning houses as well as waitressing. My rent was too much for me to handle with my meager income, and he had left me with 2 months back owed rent, but I was stubborn. DVSAS helped with the back owed rent, but I was always a little behind, until I was a lot behind. My vehicle broke down, and I couldn't fix it. My friend fired me, and a short stint with a roommate that robbed me was just the icing on the cake. I got served a 3-day pay vacate. I vacated. I lived in a car with my ex that was abusive. He had a room at his parents', but he was practically chomping at the bit to have me under his thumb. Until the violations of a no contact order that sent him to jail gave me an opportunity to escape. The first night was spent in a casino parking lot. What else is open 24 hours, has clean restrooms, and provides free soda and coffee? Throughout this entire chow, I was self-employed and cleaning houses for the clients that followed me from friends' business to my own. I have hopped from entourage to entourage of users and abusers, but as long as they had a car and got me to my clients, I kept pushing onward. I've had my own car for a month now, and it's been a blessing. I only have a few more payments to make on it, and once that's done, I will be able to invest in some necessities like a laptop, business cards, personal mailbox, clothes. My ex gave most of my clothes and shoes away when I escaped. Cleaning supplies were vital to my income, so they were prioritized, and a vacuum for my business. Once I have all of that, then I can rent a room without all of these things I need weighing on my mind and stretching me too thin financially. I'm depressed and lonely, but I try to do my best to remember what I've managed to make it out of. None of my family knows of my circumstances and live on the other side of the state. Call it pride, but I can't tuck tail and go back to the unsupportive, condescending family that scoffed at my efforts to run a business and felt it was acceptable that they play the "I told you so" card after I'd had the sheet beaten out of me. My clients are truly one of the only things keeping me going. One of them is a particularly wonderful human being and is fostering my cat. Getting to the point that I'll be able to get my fur puppy back is my other reason to keep going. My hero client thinks the place I'm renting doesn't allow pets. I have a few different places that I can safely park undisturbed and sleep in peace. I've got a few places I can shower and do laundry, sometimes even get some sleep in a real bed. Because I have CPTSD from the abuse I went through, I haven't been able to bring myself to stay at any missions or places of that nature without having debilitating anxiety due to the feeling of being trapped. I've endured living in a Motel 6 with a hooker and her pimp, and with what turned out to be two tweakers that tried to pimp me out for drugs. I've been propositioned by many men, mostly with the promise of a roof over my head and everything I could want in exchange for my warm body in their bed. My experiences have changed my view of people, society as a whole, the system that can be manipulated or manipulate, drug addicts, homelessness, and life itself. I've learned to judge less, listen more. Sometimes I wonder why I keep going when it gets so damn bad, but I think of my business, my clients, and my cat, and it renews my determination to keep one foot in front of the other, no matter how hungry, tired or stressed I am. I've got some red velvet chocolate chip cookies to eat, tampons, imagine those being a luxury ladies, an eighth of a tank of gas, better than dry, blankets in the backseat of my car, and Wi-Fi to entertain myself on Reddit. You're okay. I tell myself. I'm on my way out of this type of life. I have to before something happens that destroys what makes me who I am. I hope that some of the beautiful people I've encountered that are in similar circumstances find their way out too. I've done what I can to help them, but how much can someone in my position really help someone else when I can hardly keep my own head above water? Edit. Word. My youngest son was 18 months old and my oldest was 4. My oldest was spending the week with his father, as he was from my previous relationship. My youngest son's father had pinned me on the floor and sat on my chest, putting all his weight onto his hands that were around my throat. Everything went dark and Kay could hear a roaring sound in my ears. I really feel like I was close to death. Then in the middle, of the roaring sound I hear this banging, which turned out to be my neighbor beating on the door. My partner got up and was telling the guy to mind his business. Long story short, I grabbed my son and ran outside, barefooted, and won't you know it's raining. Walked to a different neighbor's house, and they let me in. We are all sitting on their porch when my partner sneaked around the side of her house and snatched our son off the porch and ran. We called the cops and they found him hiding in a field, so they brought me my son and took his dad to jail. I walked back to the house we shared and gathered some things. Diaper bag was stuffed for him and an oversized handbag for mine. Oh, and I finally got to put on shoes. I knew that if I slept there I would just stay again. The neighbors had a full house already, so they agreed to watch my son while I walked around town to a few friends to see if I could stay with them for a few weeks. It was really hard for anyone to say yes, but my partner was known all over town and everyone knew he would come looking. He had broken in a window at a friend's house in the past when I left. I went back that time because I literally had nowhere else. Anyway, nothing worked, and I went back to where my son was, and there wasn't a bed to sleep in, but they said we could use their couch for the night. All night I was scared. I had no place to go. All my family was tired of the drama from me leaving and him finding me and me going back. The next morning when places started to open I called an abuse shelter. The first day/night there was awful too, but at least I knew my son was safe. My older son's father kept him until I got back on my feet, but I saw him every few days and that was hard too, not having him all the time. It took about 6 months of being there before I got an apartment. The first night there I had an episode of sleep paralysis, but instead of seeing a literal demon on my chest it was my ex-partner coming through my window. When I was finally able to move I didn't go back to sleep and kept checking my windows. A lot of stuff has happened between then and now. It's been almost 10 years. I'm in another state with my high school sweetheart. My boys are doing great, and we are happy. I once had a roommate in college who was kind of a whack. Everybody disliked her, but couldn't fight against her due to her unpredictability. There were 5 of us living together, and I was the youngest of the bunch, also the most vocal when things didn't sit right with me. There was a time she held up a knife at me, as if she was going to /stab me out of anger, when I accidentally ate her spam. I was able to sense it, and left the apartment, to walk around and cool off. When I went back, the table at our place had a bunch of knife marks and the knife was sticking out of it. Mom and I didn't have a good relationship at the time, so I decided to temporarily leave the apartment and be homeless instead. I was a stupid 18-year-old. My first night was outside a convenience store. I remember being filled with fear, anxiety, and tiredness at the time, since I just got back from a night at uni finishing my finals. I bought lots of food, so the workers at the store would let me stay and sleep. Found out that it wasn't efficient after a few days, since I had to manage the money I had left for the month. I was homeless for about a couple or so months, only went to the apartment when she wasn't there to take a bath and get a change of clothes. She didn't leave the place that often, since she was unemployed. If I was lucky, I get to sleep for the night inside my uni's lounge, but it kind of involved bribing security with food or literally hiding whenever they made their rounds at night. If I wasn't lucky, I'll be sleeping at a local park in front of mall. I was able to adapt somewhat after having friends who were homeless as well, of whom I met during my stays at the park. It got considerably hard though, since I was an art student and I had to bring my drawing boards and materials all the time. Eventually, my mom found out from our other roommates that I haven't been staying at the apartment since they all decided they couldn't handle her attitude and that it would be safer if they found a different place to stay in. I was homeless nearly 2 decades ago through no fault of my own. I don't want to retype it all again, so read my other answers for more details. The first week, absolute terror. I was going to die. I was going to get killed. I was going to get stabbed by other homeless people for my sleeping bag and shoes. I was going to contract AIDS from sleeping on infected ground. None of that happened, obviously. That didn't stop me from thinking it was imminent. My experience with homelessness before that was all in the media and on TV, where those things routinely happened. I was young and naive. The next week, frustration. I learned what I had to do to get another house from the local authority. I tried. I failed. I learned I was not a priority as, although I was sleeping rough, I was not classed as vulnerable. I learned that if I were an alcoholic or drug addict there was help available. If I had mental health problems there was help available. If I were pregnant there was help available. If I had been in prison there was help available. There were charities specifically set up to cater for those people. There was nothing for me. I was just normal, albeit homeless. Next few months, resignation. I could not see a way off the streets. There was nothing the local authority could do, as although I was on the housing list, there were always people in more need than me being added, almost daily. I was at the bottom of the pile and it's extremely difficult to move anywhere up the list from there. Eventually I found a private landlord willing to take a chance on me. I offered to help them with any jobs they needed, and in return I would get a room for a month. I worked my ass off for that woman and I will never forget her. At the same time, I managed to get a shirt from a local church and went straight to a temp agency, telling them I would take literally anything. I had to wait a few weeks, but I got a job and an advance, so I could pay my rent. That first month was pure joy. I can't ever put into words how elated I was. I had made it. But there was also a deep sense of regret as I wasn't able to help some of the other homeless people I had become friends with. I couldn't risk my own home. I didn't have enough money to spare. For that first month, I was barely able to get by, but my experience on the streets meant I could tolerate no food a lot longer than most people. Although it was only a temp job, it was more security than I had had for a long time. I was able to finish my studies and eventually got the PhD I was studying for when I was made homeless. Because of my experience, I always make sure I have enough savings to cover a deposit, first and last month's rent and food money in case of an emergency. I will never ever let anything jeopardize a roof over my head. I've been off the streets a long time and been happily married to a wonderful lady for nearly 13 years, but being on the streets changed me in such a profound way that I don't class myself as an ex-homeless person. I will forever be a currently housed homeless person. I was pretty young and had serious mental health issues. I was violent and unpredictable to the point I honestly did not know how I was going to react to things. I had really bad to nearly no impulse control. I had a family that was a mix of career criminals and doctors and lawyers, and we are a huge family. Luckily before I was homeless I learned how to survive and became very streetwise. I can remember my first day homeless like it was yesterday. It was the middle of winter. My dad was in a foreign country working and nobody in my family wanted me in because one wrong thing said, and I turned into an animal. I understood this and had nowhere to go. The first night I had nothing on me, so I just walked the streets all night, only stopping for an hour or so to get a quick shut eye, then getting back up so I didn't get pneumonia. Walking through the town I sat on a bench where a street pastor asked if I was having a good night. I snapped and nearly went for them, bearing in mind I was also training a lot and was boxing and was well known as a nutter. A young lass who was out clubbing jumped in front of me and managed to calm me down. The street pastors were extremely generous and so kind-hearted. They gave me some water, a silver blanket and some hot soup. I didn't deserve it, but they sat and talked to me for a good while. The next day I managed to get some warm kit, sleeping bag etc. and found the food drop-in point. That was my first night of many. I was homeless for a good few years in between some sofa surfing for one-nighters. Most of the days I was begging, so I could afford food and gym where I watched and trained. I also managed to steal and look for decent marks stealing phones, bags etc. One trick was going out on a night, steal a phone or wallet from clubbers and then following them to hand it back, earning me a fiver or a tenner. I never liked stealing, so learned tactics like this which made me feel a little better about myself. Eventually I found a charity that helps young people find a bed for the night. Volunteers get vetted and then offer a spare bed for a night. The people I met were the kindest, most patient people and eventually got into supported accommodation. Unfortunately my mental health was still unchecked and ended up getting kicked out within a couple months for violence. Not caught, but since I was lacking in money I'd also steal other people's food. I did make a couple good friends in there though, and even though we were faked up we did help each other. I did get some help but not much. After all this, put on different antidepressants etc. and was still moving from family member to family member for a few days as any longer, and I just became intolerable. I even attempted suicide on several occasions and the only response I got was, "You are lucky you aren't in prison." I managed to get my own shared accommodation and got work here and there which never lasted. Eventually I moved to a different part of the country as some cousins wanted me to move over. It made no sense for me to do it by anyone else's standards, but with no impulse control I moved without thinking of the consequences, where once again I found myself homeless. One of my cousins managed to get me a council house and a job. Things were going great until I got a phone call that my closest friend and cousin committed suicide. I stopped training, gained a load of weight, and went completely off the rails, eventually and finally being sectioned and getting diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. I have now been in therapy for over 2 years and now very stable, and my family actually enjoying my company and giving me all the support I need. I'm now trying to lose weight, get fit again, taking part in DBT therapy, and having goals to move back to my parents' town. I do have my blips, but no anger outbursts, no bad impulses, able to plan ahead and manage my admin from paying bills and cooking, and haven't been to court or arrested since. I even do voluntary work under the NHS and my care plan, and making good social connections and hobbies. Life at the moment is good, and I'm on a steady road to recovery thanks to my therapists and family members 3 years ago, and I would have thought I would be dead or in prison by now. I know this wasn't what you asked for, but telling just one day doesn't quite cement how life is homeless and the baggage they carry. If this gets enough downvotes, I'll delete. When I was 15 my dad beat me and police told my mom we had to leave. I ran away because I was too afraid of what he would do. All I had was the clothes on my back and shoes, no phone or anything. I slept in the desert by my house in a pit. The first night was pretty bad because I was afraid of bugs. The next day I walked into a McDonald's and asked for help, saying I needed a phone because I was homeless and afraid. They kicked me out. A 7/11 was surprisingly helpful. They gave me quarters to use a phone, but the phone machine was broke. I had no way to contact my mom or anybody. A random man offered to let me use his cell phone, but he wanted me to go in his house. I somehow knew he was a bad guy, so I gave up on the idea of using a phone. At one point the next night I was freezing and walked down a street testing cars and found a truck unlocked. I slept there for a couple hours and then would walk around. Yes, I was scared, but I was freezing cold. Mainly started sleeping in parks and other hiding places trying to keep warm. Men kept following me and wanting me to smoke with them or hang out. I was too afraid of rap as a girl, so I never approached anybody or asked for help. I kept hiding. When I discovered a 24/7 Walmart, I felt like it was a godsend. I camped out reading books for a couple days and I used their bathroom to stay clean. I didn't have money for food. I found a vending machine that spit out soda bottles, but that was it. I went hungry for over a week. I eventually got very sick from not having food and was hospitalized for 5 days. A lady there called a bunch of my relatives and asked around if I could live with them. My grandparents found out what happened and picked me up, and I stayed with them since. I'm very grateful. They saved my life. Now I have a husband and we share a nice house with my mom and two kitties. If I could go back to past me, I wish I would have sought help sooner instead of hiding and being so scared. Never did adapt. Couldn't bring myself to sleep on a park bench. I just couldn't do it. I worked my retail gig during the day, and at night I just walked up and down this one street in a really nice neighborhood that felt safe. Probably walked dozens of miles at night and worked all day. It faked me up. Eventually I went to the VA hoping they'd have some kind of shelter, since we all know homelessness is a major issue for veterans. So they must have a program for homeless veterans, right? Fucking lol. They have a program that allows you to stay in the waiting room overnight for no more than 3 nights. The lights are bright, hard plastic chairs uncomfortable, armrests prevent you from laying down across them. It's kinda horrible. I wound up staying the night for at least a couple of weeks. There was one really nice nurse that would let me actually lay down in this little exam room they have set up in the waiting room with little false walls. Of course the waiting room lights still get you, because it's just this little partitioned off area in the same space. When I was really lucky, she'd get me in one of the psych holding rooms. A private room with a cot with restraints and a one-way mirror for observation. But she'd prop open the door so I didn't get locked in and turn off the hall light in that back corner, which made it 1000 times more comfortable. Of course, wherever you can find a decent person in this world, there's always a shitty one that's high ranking. Of course, some douchebag doctor just didn't like that I was there, so whenever he was on duty she couldn't get me any of that, and eventually he got security to enforce the limitation of the program and tell me I had to move along. What I noticed though was that the entrance to the rest of the hospital was open all night. So I just went in there, went up to the 2nd floor, and found a break room to hang out at, apply for jobs as late as I wanted. Found an office wing that actually had lights out all night, but the chairs still had armrests. Eventually I was going back in there and ran into some professional guy coming out. He must have left something in his office and come back for it or something, because no one works that late. But of course I was busted. Next night security came and found me in the break room and made me leave. From there I found a homeless shelter that took all of what little money I was making at my day job. But at least I had a cot to sleep in every night, and my roommate left shortly after I arrived. So I had the room to myself. That lasted 6 months till my motorcycle got stolen and I had no way to get back and forth to my job. My grandma lived near my job and wouldn't let me stay before because she wasn't allowed to, as it was a retirement community and that violated the lease big time. But once she saw I lost everything and had no other options, she let me stay. Tiny 1-bedroom apartment. Couch wasn't even big enough to lay on, so I slept on the floor. If guest came I had to hide in her room. Woke up some mornings with an aunt or someone in the family visiting, and instead of waking me up so I could go in the other room or get up or whatever, she would just let them. I'd just wake up on the floor with 2 people sitting on the couch behind me talking, probably about me. I'd be too humiliated to get up, so I'd just pretend to be asleep until the guest or both of them left. Because she could get evicted for letting me stay, I had to sneak out early in the morning before sunrise if I wanted or needed to go anywhere. Work or to the library, to use their internet to look for work. Grandma didn't have the interwebs, which made things a lot harder, and I'd have to stay out as late as possible and sneak back in the middle of the night. Of course I was broke, so no money for food or anything while I was out, and I'd have to be out like 18 hours straight to try to sneak out / in under cover of darkness. One time the fire department came to inspect the apts. We knew they'd be checking all the fire detectors in the kitchen / grandma's room, so I had to hide in her closet. We didn't realize they were going to go in there to check the crawl space. So this firefight normal human non-homeless guy just opens the door to the closet and I'm in there, so we are stuck staring awkwardly at each other. I'm retrospect, why the hell didn't I just act like I was there visiting my grandma and not hide in the closet to make it obvious? I don't remember specifically, but if I had to guess, she probably wouldn't let me. She was very paranoid and very rarely had a rational response or idea. I probably suggested just saying I was visiting, and she probably freaked out thinking they'd magically know and report her, so made me hide, only to make it badly obvious when they find me hiding. Point anyway, the dude just walked away, told her he'd be back to finish later, and never came back. I was stuck on that couch like 4 years before I was finally able to nail down full-time work. Point faking nightmare. When I was around 15 to 16, my mom finally got up the courage to take me and leave her abusive husband. We had nowhere to go. He had isolated her from everyone she knew. We spent the first night under a gazebo in a park. Thankfully it was summer in Arizona, so the night wasn't cold. Point I just remember being so angry at everyone. It seemed so evil and wrong that we had nowhere to go, no money, nothing but the clothes on our backs. I told my mom I was hungry, and she said, "What do you expect me to do? Whip out a tit and feed you?" I got up during the night while she was asleep and walked about a mile away, thinking I'd be better off on my own. But I couldn't leave her because I knew she couldn't take care of herself, so I went back. She started screaming at me when I got there, but I just kept my mouth shut. From there, she got in contact with a friend, and we spent about a month sleeping in a truck camper in their yard. Then something happened, and we had to leave there, and were staying in a hotel for a while. The timeline is all blurry in my memory. When we were on the verge of getting thrown out of the hotel for non-payment, my mom called a pastor she knew and begged for help. The pastor called CPS, and I wound up in a 3-bedroom group home with 8 other teenage girls, most of whom were on drugs or parole or both. I was a straight A student and a complete nerd, so I got the shit beat out of me on more than one occasion. Point basically I just learned that I could never rely on anyone but myself, and no one truly gave a fuck about me. I got a job at 16, emancipated myself at 17, got my own apartment, and just grew the fuck up in a hurry. Went to college, bought a house before I turned 30, learned a trade, and now I make around $35 an hour installing cabinets. I have my own place and my own car. I've traveled internationally a few times, and despite my anxiety issues and depression, I more or less have my sheets together. You just do what you have to do and survive one day at a time. Got out of service in 2012 when I left the hospital. Point by 2013 things were going okay, but the pain meds the VA had given me, morphinol, don't remember the name now, were starting to cause me problems. So after another spinal surgery I asked to be taken off of them. That was the beginning of a nightmare that lasted for 3 years. As the withdrawal, following my request, they terminated my prescription, but didn't warn me about the side effects of withdrawal. Cracked the shaky foundation my post-service life was founded on. Things started to go bad. I ended up homeless faster than I knew what was happening. Being the moron that I am, I figured that was fine, as long as I was able to keep myself clean, attend my faking classes, and graduate from college. I had spent the better part of my adult life up until that point in various shitty deserts and shitty jungles living in shitty conditions. So what did being homeless in this land of plenty really matter to me? For a while, I lived on the banks of a river with another homeless veteran, or at a truck stop nearby where we slept in my car. I told myself that, as long as I was able to get myself showered, and to class on time, and get my homework done, I used the truck stop's internet, which they were kind enough to not bitch about, I was gold. Then the nightmares really started taking over. The other vet that was crashing with me, we'll call him Sam, used to wake me up by reaching over the back of the seat. I slept in the front, he slept in the back. Huge classic car that ate $400 in gas a month, and shaking my left foot. Said I'd start shouting orders or screaming in my sleep enough that the place was probably going to call security on us. I didn't understand what was happening, and despite all the fake information the service force feeds you during briefs that you sleep through, I really didn't know a faking thing about PTSD or understand what happening in my brain. I failed my finals, and that cost me what I had left. By this point, I was having enough trouble sleeping that I just tried not to anymore. Sam had started smoking shit I don't want to describe, so I left him on that river. I went north, and then in a huge circle. I knew enough about how to survive that I wasn't ever really in danger of starvation unless I was, ironically, near a city. I had taken my footlocker with me in my trunk, and it was stuffed with leftover sheet from active duty that tided me over a good number of months. A lot of it I'd pawned for fuel. I considered selling my car a few times, but was determined not to. It kind of became a symbol to me. As long as I could sleep in it, I always had relative safety from the element, which were lethal as often as not. I would drift from city to city, try to find some kind of job I could hold down in my degenerating mental condition, and when I, inevitably, snapped, I moved on to the next. During this time, my emotional state became completely erratic and extreme. I remember once I was talking to a gas station attendant in Flagstaff and just kind of grayed out. When I came to, he was standing above me looking down at me with this sad expression. Evidently I had started having a seizure and backed myself into a corner where I'd hunched down and tried to hide, crying my head off the entire time, reacting to things that had happened almost a decade ago. That was the first seizure that I remember. I've learned since that I was probably having what are called transient ischemic attacks on and off for years and never knew it. From there, it got worse. Way worse. I learned a lot of things about myself then that I didn't want to learn. I learned that I would steal. I learned that I would hurt the people I had sworn to protect if I thought it would get me enough food to survive. I learned I would hurt other homeless folks if I thought they were a threat to me or were too close to my crash when I was trying to sleep. I remember that sheet on and off now, and it makes me so goddamned ashamed of myself. I don't really have words for it. I ended up in San Antonio for a while, close to Fort Sam. There's an overpass there where a group of about 20 to 30 other homeless vets were crashing at the time. You could feel the despair in every word that wasn't said, and hear the screams at night. It was like a nightmare. The whole tribe of guys down there were all on meth, or drunks, or both. The general attitude was, if the meth doesn't kill ya, the PTSD is going to anyway. The outreach promised by all these after-service organizations had turned out to be completely fraudulent, as the whole country has since learned, and the VA's mission was literally to kill us, so there was no place to go. There are huge numbers of guys like me that had no families, and no close kin, so there was no one to turn to if things go to shit. I crashed with a buddy I was on active duty with for a month or two trying to get my sheet together, but the VA didn't move fast enough, and he tossed me out on my ass, lol. Couldn't blame him really. I was a wreck and a complete head case. I left SA with just enough gas to get miles north. Figured I'd go someplace where it was warm enough that when I ran out of gas the weather itself wouldn't be enough to kill me. That entire journey, which took about a month, all told, my car died and was resurrected in Arizona by a really cool dude that fixed the engine for me, and by then I had sunk low enough and was frantic and terrified often enough that the motivation to keep going finally just started leaving me. The whole trip there, I could feel the need for it to just be faking over one way or another. A decade and a half in uniform, and once I got hurt bad enough and couldn't do it anymore, I just started to rot to death in a matter of months. In time my car finally croaked, and that was okay. I hadn't gotten any real protein in my body for around 4 days, and I was sick enough with the flashbacks that I didn't know I was having, and the shaking and the crying, that I really did just want it to be over. Like a light from God, while I was taking everything I thought I could carry out of my footlocker, I found what was left of a bottle of my pain meds from a few years ago that I didn't even remember putting in there. I took them all. I didn't know that there was a dude watching me and that he'd called the cops when he saw me just sit down hard next to my car and start seizing. I had thought overdosing on opiates would be like falling asleep. It really faking wasn't. I woke up in a VA hospital. I was luckier than I had any right to be. That particular VA had a particular doctor that volunteered with them for exactly this kind of scenario and ran the only organization in the country that specialized in dealing with guys like me that wasn't an awful cynical scam. With his help, I have since learned about the physical changes that happened in my brain and why I started having, and continue to have, seizures and blackouts. There is actually a new, old, therapy technique the VA has finally ocked that might actually be a real life cure, and I'm going to try to be on the list for it by December. Having people fuck around with your amygdala sounds scary as shit, but when you're as exhausted and tired of it as I am, you're willing to do whatever you have to, lol. Things are better now than I could have ever imagined in those days. Better than I deserve. I own my own home, I'm married, and much of my life is centered around helping out the organization that recovered me, as there are still, just in this city, around 5,000 dudes in exactly the same position I was in, and no one gives a fuck about them, at all. But I'm here, and if this new therapy works I'll be in a better position than I ever was to help them. Throwaway point: I was homeless at 18. I had $300 in my bank account. I went to the local Salvation Army and needed a room because I was young and it was my first time ever being there, so it was free for the night. I wasn't as anxious as I should have been since I felt like there wasn't really anything worse that could happen to me. All I had was a bag of clothes, no cell phone, and I was in a city that was close to home but wasn't familiar with. I slept in a room with 14 beds and 14 other dudes. I didn't know what the fuck I was going to do from that point on. I didn't really have a plan, and after about an hour or so of laying in this dirty bed I fell asleep exhausted from the change in environment. The next morning you're waken up by the person running the joint yelling at everyone to get up and get out. I didn't know we had to grab all of our shit and leave. I thought we could stay as long as needed. I was still in this faked up fantasy that everything will eventually work out. I very quickly realized that if I'm going to get off the street I need a plan and some type of initial help. I was able to keep my sheet in a locker at the Salvation Army for a day, and I was told that if I get some funding from social services I can stay in the same bed the next night. So I went down to social services and got some funding. I later realized that the only reason I did get funding was because I was young and just out of high school, so I had more potential to get a job and get off the street than others. So with that, I got a roof over my head for the foreseeable future. The next objective was money. I needed to get out of this hellhole. I was extremely quiet, didn't really show any emotion to others, unless I was under the covers at night, or in the shower with a curtain, and only spoke, unless I really needed to. From word of mouth and prodding a bit, I found out the local homeless go to a temp agency for money. For a full day of labor work we were paid a net of $77. After a couple temp jobs I asked a supervisor on one of the job sites if they wanted to hire people, because I want to work for them full time. I was told to come back tomorrow, and with that I found steady income. Within about a month and a half, and the help of social services, I had enough money to get a bachelor apartment in a shitty rundown apartment building. After about 2 months I was off of social assistance. I spent a total of about 2 months in shelters, and my perspective on life changed very heavily after that. I had to make friends that were very aggressive, so that others wouldn't bother me. I didn't do anything against the law, but I was around a lot of crime. Prostitutes, people doing lines of coke with credit cards they stole. I was almost trapped, and I'm a 6-foot dude. I heard a lot of stories from people that were homeless, and it's really sad. There are the ones that just want their life to improve, and others that don't give a fuck and don't want to live by someone's rules. If people actually read this, I'm doing fine now. I have a long-term girlfriend, I'm almost done university, and I'm happy. I don't think I would change what happened in those couple months, because I'm now who I'm because of it, and I'm really proud of who I've become. I'd be happy to share more if this isn't buried. I was long-term homeless for the first time a long time ago in northern Michigan. Back in 1996 I was just 20 years old and had taken a low-end management position at a Bob Evans restaurant. They're only east of the Mississippi, so for reference think better than Denny's, but a little below Cracker Barrel. My 16 weeks of training for the assistant manager position went quite well, and shortly after finishing I was offered a promotion to assistant general manager for a new location that was opening in a city several hours away. To take the job I had to move several hours away from any family, any friends, and away from the apartment I was splitting with a roommate, without a car. But, I was young, healthy, had never yet experienced life totally smacking me down out of nowhere yet, and a promotion with a nice raise into a large college town seemed brilliant. I still had half a year on my lease, and despite having a roommate, our apartment was rented only in my name as his credit and background wasn't very good. So my roommate wouldn't be put out. When I suddenly moved, we worked out a deal where he'd stay, pay rent in my name, and get a friend or two of his to move in to help. Seemed fair to me at the time, so I blissfully moved away to enjoy my new promotion. Point being, a college town in the 90s rent in my new city was shockingly high to me. But with my new promotion I was convinced I'd be fine. I was so convinced that I went to one of those rent to own places to fill my new solo place with furniture. So to sum up, no car, city I didn't know, rent higher than I ever had before, no family or friends within several hours distance, and a ridiculously high chunk of each check going to rent to own furniture. Sounds so foolish, but remember I was hardly 20 years old and did not yet know how bad things can get. I was barely scraping by, but I was excelling at work and focused all my efforts on the job. You can imagine my surprise a couple of months later when I opened my salary paycheck to find that for some reason my check was only a small fraction of what it always had been before. I spent a very panicking weekend thinking it must just be a misprint and waited for Monday to try and sort it out. That check amount was hardly enough to cover maybe groceries for 2 weeks, with zero left for my apartment rent, my utilities, my stupidly expensive rent to own furniture, etc. It had to be a mistake. It wasn't. In short, my ex-roommate from the city I left never paid any rent or utilities after I moved out, and completely destroyed the apartment. I'm talking burnt the carpets, smashed holes in the walls, filled a closet with full kitchen waste garbage bags and let them rot so he didn't have to walk them downstairs, ripped out one bathroom toilet during a party night to make a throne in the living room that drunken people apparently used for more than a seat. He had moved, leaving the destruction behind him, and since the landlord didn't know I'd transferred to a new city, the landlord had taken me to court for all the back rent for the remainder of the lease plus $4,000 in damages. This was the 1990s, no Facebook or whatnot to quickly spread info. I had no idea court proceedings even were happening. My failure to appear cost me a judgment against me, followed by heavy garnishment of my paycheck. I worked for the same company, remember, just different city. So that part was easy on the landlord. In short, I was screwed. So screwed that despite having a good job with good pay for the times and my age, that it would take over 9 months of garnishments off my check to cover the costs the court had awarded my ex-landlord. And that would only be if I managed to keep that job in a city where I had no non-work friends or family. In a situation where I'd quickly also have nowhere to live. I tried to get the amount per check reduced, but the combination of me not showing up to court and being an able-bodied single 20-year-old male earned me zero sympathy, and they wouldn't reduce it. I maintained my job, even continued to excel at it. Returned my rented furniture, hunted for a roommate, but still ended up evicted for not being able to make my rent in under a month. There I was, clean-cut looking, hard-working, didn't drink, didn't smoke, assistant general manager to a restaurant with over $1 million in annual sales in the 90s, and hopelessly homeless without a prayer for a full paycheck for another 8 months. You asked how the first night was. I think, well, the first night was pretty good actually. I remember I'd volunteered to work a close/open shift. Worked till after midnight and we opened back up at 6 AM. So I just stayed at the restaurant, caught up on paperwork, did extra projects, slept a couple hours in the office, changed my shirt, and freshened up in the bathroom before open. The first bad night came a few days later, when I closed up for the evening, and had 2 days off with nowhere to go. I walked around a lot. I cleaned myself up at gas station bathrooms, had a tiny $50 storage shed, maybe 5x5 I could keep my few possessions in along with clean work clothes, and being late summer in a college town I got away with sleeping in parks for a while on days off. After a couple of months of often volunteering for a 6th workday every week I could, gave me a place to be, clean up in private after closing, and free food. The other managers I worked with became suspicious. It was a salary position. Why would I always want to work extra and close? But I kept my mouth shut and worked hard, determined to sort it out myself, and constantly worried about winter. Well, summer turned to fall, and the weather in Michigan became colder each day. I had to have some mail set to my work. My fellow managers knew something was up. Eventually they brought their concerns to my area manager. I had lost weight. I hardly smiled, unless I was talking to guests. That area manager sat me down and insisted I tell him what was going on. I was embarrassed. I felt like a failure. But I told him all of it. I remember I couldn't get a read on him during that conversation, and I remember being afraid I'd be fired. My family was a loving one, but also a poor one. They were proud of me, and I felt if I got fired in that moment then I'd have let everyone in my life down. He thanked me for being honest. I later found out that the general manager above me had assumed I'd figured out a way to steal cash without getting caught, that my mood had changed, and I'd thinned out over the months because of drugs, etc. Close bracket. That area manager sent me back to finish my closing shift and went to have a private conversation with the GM to explain things. When I finished closing that night without anything else being said, I was surprised I hadn't been fired. I was super young and scared in general after all. When I locked up and left, I was even more surprised to find that area manager out front waiting on me. The guy was about the age I'm now, mid-40s, and had gone home after a talk to chat with his wife. They didn't have kids and lived pretty close to my restaurant. After talking it over, him and his wife had decided to offer me a couch in their basement till I paid off the garnishment. I'd been hiding my homelessness from everyone, including my family, for about 4 months by that point, and the moment he made that offer was the first time in those 4 terrifying months that I couldn't help but cry. Despite multiple other job offers over the years that followed for more money, benefits, options, etc., I stayed with that company for 7 more years, all because of the kindness that man and his wife showed me in the fall of 1996. I've taken that lesson in kindness with me from job to job at restaurant after restaurant for 23 years. Watching out for and listening to the people that work for me, helping when I can, however I can, no matter how many times other managers tell me I'm soft or a pushover. I traveled for a decade or so, not necessarily out of choice, but I had to get away from my home situation. Left when I was 18. I did the hitchhiking / train riding thing. Always tried to be gainfully employed when possible though. Did a beet harvest in ND, some cranberry harvests in WE. Also did a year in the California Conservation Corps in Ukiah, doing wildland firefighting and salmon restoration. Did a season with Oregon Wood, doing wildland firefighting after my time in the CCC. I was technically homeless. It was pretty rough the first couple years, until I really figured out what actual gear I would need, and what I wouldn't. You want as much necessary gear as possible, and forget about the extraneous stuff. Socks are really important. A ground mat or tent aren't, if you have a decent sleeping bag and a tarp. I know I wasn't necessarily in the situation you're asking for, but I didn't regularly have a roof over my head for about a decade. Was it my choice at the beginning? Not really, but I adapted, and I was young enough people were willing to teach me new things. It was hard, and not always pleasant though. There are some bad, shitty folks out there, and not all of my friends made it out of that lifestyle. Overall though, I wouldn't trade my experience for anything. Gave me a new perspective where I don't take anything for granted. I'm now a sous in an amazing restaurant. But that perspective of only having what you can carry in your pack will always be with me. Well, I suppose I always wonder if it counts as being homeless, since I had a truck to sleep in. It was rough, though. I think I was 23 or 24. I'd been living with my dad. We'd gotten evicted. I'd been helping on rent working at my grandfather's mechanic shop. After he passed, my cousins took over and immediately fired me because they just never liked me. My sister was already living with some guy I think. My dad moved in with his girlfriend and I was basically stuck. The first couple nights, I went to stay with my other grandfather. After like 3 days, he had an episode He has dementia, where he got angry about something trivial. I think I'd left a bowl in the sink or something unwashed, told me to leave and not come back point. So I drove off and realized I had nowhere to go. No friends to hang out with and maybe crash on a couch. No family I could call. I think I'd been depressed for so long at that point. In a weird way it had kind of prepared me for that sort of situation. I wasn't even emotional about it. And trust me, I'm an overly emotional wreck most of the time. I was just like fuck it, I'll just sleep in my truck. It's not that different from falling asleep in the car when someone else is driving. It was cold, but fortunately I was in the south, so it never really got that cold by most people's estimates. Uncomfortably cold, never life-threatening, at least, because I was inside a vehicle, so I was protected from any sort of rain or wind. Funny enough, the months after that I was homeless, I actually wasn't bummed about the homeless part. Again, though, I had a truck, 1997 F250, a decent sized truck at that, so my experience was likely quite different to others. The part that got me down was constantly applying for jobs and just never hearing back. I had a phone and phone charger, so I was scouring Indeed and user jobs, but to no avail. Honestly, that's what makes unemployment so bad. It's not the struggle to get by month to month, but the growing feeling of worthlessness, that you don't have any sort of value at all. I think it was about 9 months later, my dad's girlfriend was moving into a house with her kids. They'd previously lived with the father, and she offered to let me move in. Admittedly, I was moving into the shed, but still, it was something. I lived there for about a month, before my sister broke up with the guy she'd been staying with, moved in and basically kicked me out of the shed. By that point, though, they were fine with me sleeping on the couch. I just made sure to clean up after I woke up. I'll say, being in that position, I think the sensory overload causes you to sort of turn off some of those senses. Even as suicidal as I've been for most of my life, I never really dwelled on the idea in that time, because I think I was just trying to survive. The human mind is really a funny thing like that point. That was probably 6 or 7 years ago now. I'm actually doing a lot better, in fact, probably better than most. I have a full-time job with a good salary, not a ton of debt, and last month, I actually managed to get my very own apartment in one of the most expensive areas in the country. I don't even have a roommate now. I've been incredibly fortunate, though, that I've had friends and family willing to help. Few people have that. It's a big reason why I'm a huge advocate of welfare reform, because I really don't feel like the system in place does anything to help people climb out of poverty, so much as keep them in poverty. Although in my case, I guess I just hadn't paid enough into taxes to collect any sort of unemployment or food stamps, so I got zero government assistance. I was homeless for 4 years. It all started with drugs, specifically heroin and meth. At first I had a car, then that got wrecked, and I was reduced to being on the streets. My whole mindset on things changed. I used to love the cold and hate the heat. Now it's the complete opposite. My wife now jokes about how I love having the car heater on full blast, even if it's warm outside. That was the hardest thing about being homeless, was how cold it is, and how no matter what you can't escape it. My life consisted of stealing from every store around to support my habit, and stealing from grocery stores just to eat. I would sleep for a few hours at the library during the day and try to stay warm. The police would stop me constantly just for walking down the street, and I would be told things like, "Our city doesn't want your trashy self around here," or "junky piece of shit, just die already." The looks I would get from people were so demoralizing and defeating. When you're homeless, you're looked at like literal scum of the earth. And while yes, I know it's my own fault from using drugs, I still didn't want to be in that situation. It is just so hard to find an escape. The last time I got arrested, I was so tired and exhausted and sick that when the cops showed up cause of where I was sleeping, I upfront told them I have a warrant and you can just arrest me, just because I was so fed up and tired. That's the biggest thing when you're homeless. You're just tired. Been off the streets and drug free for 2 years. When I was 6, my mom pulled me out of school an hour early. She said, "We are leaving, and daddy isn't coming with us." She didn't say much else, but she was crying, and I got the picture. My dad was severely abusive and his death threats had come to a head. She feared for our lives. I got in our van, and she drove my two brothers and I home, gave us each one box, and said we have an hour to pack out what we wanted to keep. She left a note and we took off before he came home from work. We stayed at a women's shelter for a while, and it was scary, but I will always be thankful for the people there. On our first night they gave us each a little blanket and a can of spaghettios, and they were so nice to us. I remember laying on the top bunk of these cots, and it was really cold and the blanket was very thin. But I think the women there did a good job of making us feel safe. I still have the little blanket they gave me. It's actually quite beautiful. After I don't know how long, my mom's friend helped her buy some plane tickets and we went to Florida, where a minister's wife took us in. She secretly organized some type of fundraiser or something for us through the church, while my mom worked to save up for a security deposit. I still remember the day my mom signed the lease for our new house. We walked in the door, each with our single box of possessions, and were greeted with a full house of donated furniture, clothes, kitchen stuff, etc. It was incredibly humbling, even for a young child. We survived through the courage of my mother and the generosity of many. I was 17 at the time. I ran away from home to Corpus Christi, Texas of all places, for a girl who promised the world away from what I believed at the time, shitty parents and life. The day before I left I pulled all my savings, about $1,000, and bought a Greyhound bus ticket. Packed all my clothing up, and left in the middle of the night. My parents didn't figure it out till late afternoon the next day, when I was halfway into Arizona, from Vegas, and they couldn't stop me. When I got there the girl looked nothing like her pictures, and she took me to this really shitty apartment where her mom lived. 2 days later the girl, and who I thought was her ex, robbed me at gunpoint. By the time I got back to her mom's house everything was gone, and the locks were changed. The police could do nothing. I was in shock. I found a huge box, and slept in it. During the day I'd sit outside a Whataburger where I eventually became friendly with a girl who worked there. She'd let me shower in her apartment, but not sleep there. It was fine. I got a gym membership by begging, and started showing there, and using the lockers. Eventually a man who owned a business across the street asked me why I was homeless, and helped me get into touch with my mother, and gave me money to take a Greyhound to Indiana where my father lived. From there I was homeless no longer. The entire homeless process was 3 months. I fled a home where I was being sexually abused at the age of 13. At 12 I had already been pregnant but terminated. I spent the first nights sneaking into others' kids' I knew windows and sleeping on their floors. I slept in a teenager's VW bus for several nights, and one day I was caught, and he was super cool about it. I never stole anything but food from the grocery store. I later found out the manager knew I was stealing, and he had let me. I moved around a lot for fear of being caught, because my family was looking for me. I slept many nights in the local country club's pool house. It was cold, and it was a concrete floor, but it was safe, and I got a shower, and cleaned my clothes in the pool. I got scabies, grew feverish and sick, and I ended up jumping in that pool, right after it was chlorinated, and then showering, and this got those damn bugs off me. My family somehow got an interview with a local paper, and I was on the front page. I was portrayed as a struggling youth who had been talked into running away by a boyfriend. While sitting at the beach someone spotted me and called me in. The SWAT team was called. Out of nowhere police came rushing out from behind dunes and tackled me. I was taken to a mental health facility. I was locked up for a month there. No one bothered to ever learn why I had run away, and I was sent back to my family. The mental health facility was a pretty good one and I did not want to leave. I went back, and my family did several things to keep me there. My mom had me arrested for assault and battery, and I was put on probation. My mom was abusing me also, and had since I was a baby. My brother, 5 years older, was also abusing me. One day after a particularly viscous attack from my drunk brother that involved one of my best friends, I called CPS. This caused a shitstorm that I cannot even begin to unpack here. I want y'all to know that at 18 I really did run away. I ran thousands of miles. I got therapists. I was a mess, but I worked on my mental health, and you would never even guess for a second that I had all that happen. I found a new family, and I built a new family. I have 4 amazing kids. I have an adopted mom, stepdad and brother. I'm happy a good 70% of my life. The demons of my past do haunt me, but the hauntings are times of quiet introspection. I remember things, because I'm safe now and mentally strong enough. When I go over these things in my mind I do it clinically, and I do it with forgiveness for myself. I realize I'm lucky too. Many people like me never get a chance to heal, and become addicted to drugs or alcohol instead of dealing with the pain. I dodged the addiction train just barely, but dodge it I did, and I'm sober every day except my birthday. If anyone is reading this, that is going through anything similar, know that you can recover from a lifetime of hell, and you can be whole. You are not broken permanently. You will mend, even if you're in 1,000 pieces. Healing is a long journey, but it is only hard near the start. Keep going. There is life out there, and life can be beautiful. The first night was in the backseat of my car. It was a lot of self-reflection, but also a lot of self-loathing and pity. I got up the next morning, was out with a friend of mine, and he said something I won't ever forget. It is a good thing you feel sorry for yourself, because you're a sheet no one else is. But now that you are done feeling sorry for yourself, what are you going to do to fix it? He didn't have an extra room, but he had space outside his apartment. He was on the first floor in a shitty little building converted to apartments decades ago. He tossed an extension cord out of his window, so I had an alarm clock. This was before cell phones, and I had a place to shower. He gave me the bare necessities and a swift bit of country knowledge on taking care of myself. I got my other job. I worked hard. I met a lady. I was still homeless, but we fell in love in a loft in the barn/garage I was sleeping in. In winter with no heat you find ways to stay warm. The next morning her stepdad tells her it is his house, his rules, and if she wants to stay in his house and under his roof she will need to follow his rules. I didn't drive her home overnight because it snowed 6 inches overnight, and my car had sheet brakes and bald tires. She chose me. We left with a few of her belongings. I insisted she stay, but she insisted she was done with his ass. She was 18 now, and no longer had to put up with his abuse. We ended up in a broken down Chevy 10 van out behind the loft of the garage I mentioned above, and yeah, the van was down by a river. But damn, it was cozy. Fast forward 18 years together, a couple of cross country moves, 3 kids, lots of strife. Hasn't always been easy, but now I own my own house. Well, I pay the bank to let me live here. We own our 25-year-old truck free and clear. She works for a gaming company doing a job she absolutely loves. And I work for myself as a photographer and picking up any odd job I can. I worked in tech support in the corporate world for 15 years. I need to get back into a career, but fuck if it isn't hard to pivot at 40 and find a new career. There are days we will sit outside around a fire and reminisce about the freedom and relaxation that was living in a van. No kids, no bills to speak of. Both of us had full-time jobs as servers making pretty good money and always had cash on hand. Sometimes that seems almost like a better time. The adaptation wasn't hard. You do what you have to do to survive. Outward appearance is everything. Think about your coworkers. How many of their homes have you seen? I made sure to stay clean, well presentable, and never to mention I was homeless. If I said anything I just said I need to run home real fast, and for me, that was my home. Frankly, it was harder to adjust to owning a home and paying for literally everything. I pay over $1,000 in bills alone now. That's ridiculous, not even counting the mortgage, which is $1,300 a month. Sheet gets hard when we are averaging only about $2,000 a month. We often talk about how much easier it was being homeless and together. I was raised by my grandmother. When I got to around 10 years old, she started to develop dementia really bad. We lived together in a tiny 2-bedroom rundown trailer. At 15 she went into nursing care, and I was left alone in the trailer to raise myself. When I started high school the propane tank finally ran out. It was around late October, so I had no heat. My father was a truck driver and came home every 2 weeks. I spent a week without heat using a borrowed electric heater in my bedroom in order to stay warm. I showered with cold water and took my laundry to a friend's house once every 2 weeks. When he came home I told him the heat had ran out, and he simply said so what, and left to go to his friend's house to do drugs. About a week later the power was turned off. After that I didn't see him again for several months. Around Christmas, I told my friends at the lunch table what was up, and we got a plan for me to sleep on the floor in different people's houses. I did that for around 3 months, then finally my neighbor and best friend's mom found out what was going on and just let me stay on the couch at their house over Christmas. I did that for a year, then told them I couldn't be a burden on them anymore and needed to leave. I felt guilty as hell and like a parasite, so I signed up for the military. They told me to wait till I graduated high school, and my best friend's mother, who was a school teacher, demanded I finish and live with them till I left. I'm thankful that they pushed me to finish high school and helped me along every step of the way. The first night was frightening. I'm a 15-year-old kid with no clue what's happening, and Hoss' grandmother is basically dying in a nursing home. I just had to keep repeating to myself that I'm only sleeping over at a friend's house, that's it. Well, I have some pretty severe camping skills. I started out with getting some tall grass and tied it together to make taller grass. Then I found some sticks and I started tying them together with the grass I put together, but making sure not to break the grass, because working with grass is pretty fragile. I built a frame for a place I could at least sleep in for the night, and I was pretty proud of my work. I made my second frame, and I put together more sticks and made a kind of A-frame. I put some more stuff together, and then I had a place to sleep. The next morning I had to find a job. After searching for a couple of days, I got a job in construction and actually started getting good money, and I started to kind of see how I could make more. Fast forward a few weeks and I have my first paycheck. I went to buy a sleeping bag and some tape. To make my life easier, I made a fire with what I had and then fell asleep in my sleeping bag. Few months later, my boss finds out I have no home and have been living in sticks, and he tells me that he will help me. He says that he can build me a house and provide the materials to build a house, just as long as I built it myself. Thanks, boss. I know his name, but just for security I won't say it. I made a small shed just to sleep in while I work a long time later, and I have a place to live. That was an amazing feeling I had working there, and I still work there today. My husband and I were homeless with our young children. We had both worked in the finance industry in the US and lost literally everything when 2008 hit, including our jobs, savings, car, and house. At first we couch surfed, staying with family members, crashing in spare rooms and home offices. As much as our loved ones were excited to help, when we were down on our luck, they quickly realized how inconvenient it was to have a family with young children, including a newborn, in the house 24/7. Our kids were very well behaved, but a newborn is a newborn. We were never welcome to stay anywhere very long. Eventually my husband was offered a really good job several hours away that included employee housing for our family. We couch surfed long enough to save up the gas money we needed. Then I gave my 2-week notice and we moved. And the day we arrived at our new home for our fresh start, the employer's company announced bankruptcy. We were stranded. An elderly couple in the area took pity on us and offered to let us stay in a dilapidated farmhouse on their property that was just sitting there, not being used. The shelters in the area had no openings and we were hours away from friends and family. We had no other options, so we accepted, and it was terrifying. The roof in the back half of the house was collapsed, so we shut the door to the hallway to keep the kids out of there and prevent the animals living in the collapsed area from coming into the front of the house, and slept in the front room. The kids all shared a queen mattress with us, which was good because it was literally freezing. The home owners told us the fireplace had been cleaned and inspected, so my husband chopped wood and built a fire, but the chimney itself caught on fire because it hadn't been cleaned. Luckily it didn't burn the house down, but we had no heat source. There was also no working appliances, including no water heater. The well water was foul and undrinkable and burned our skin when we showered. The worst though was at night we could hear the rodents that had taken residency inside our mattress scratching around. We often woke to mice or rats biting us. I used to put shoes and several layers of mittens on the kids before bed because I was afraid their fingers or toes would be chewed off at night. It was probably an irrational fear, but I didn't sleep very much during the 2 years we lived there. I don't really talk about those years much, tbh, because that baby is 7 now, about to turn 8, and has some pretty severe health issues, including slowly losing his eyesight, progressing scoliosis, partial facial paralysis and chorea. I blamed myself for many years because of what we went through when he was tiny. But an MRI last year ruled out a brain tumor, and thorough testing has now confirmed that his struggles are related to a rare genetic disorder and not any kind of environmental circumstance. It still haunts me though. But to answer the question, our first night wasn't so bad because we didn't realize how long term our circumstances would be like that. We had a false sense of relief that night. Despite being cold and scared, at least our kids weren't lost in the system or hungry on the street. We thought we'd just need to get through that night. After a few months in survival mode, you start questioning if your kids would maybe be better off without you though. That's what it feels like to die inside. Slept in my car. It was miserable. Went to a homeless shelter. It was worse. Just a big room packed with bunk beds from wall to wall. Rows and rows of families and transient people. I was warned to sleep on top of personal belongings so they didn't get stolen, and handed a bottle of an alcohol solution to kill off the bed bugs. I said, "Fuck this," and tried to leave, but they locked the doors and wouldn't let anyone out at night. I left in the morning and never went back. I'd rather sleep in my car. I got a job at a movie theater and started saving my money. The only bill I paid was to keep my cell phone on, to keep in touch with family, to let them know I was okay, and future job prospects. I would open up the theater and work my shift. When my shift was over, I would stay there until closing and rewatched all the movies that we were showing. At night I would venture off to try and find a place to sleep for the night. The cops would chase me off a lot. I ended up finding a place to park in a retirement community. They would go to bed early and I would be gone before anyone woke up. Although one time I woke up to some gardeners watching me sleep. My diet consisted of tons of popcorn and soda, free to movie theater employees, Taco Bell dollar menu burritos, and if I was feeling festive I would steal salsa from salsa bars and buy a bag of chips. For hygiene, I would take daily baby wipe showers to hit all the important areas, pits, asshole, and groin. But I was lucky enough to sneak into a few gyms and use their showers a few times. I was able to show that I was a great worker, and I used that to apply to a transfer to a more populated area. When I moved, I was able to meet up with a social worker that helped homeless vets. I was able to land a very good job that had good pay and 40+ hours a week. I was able to get a place with roommates, then a place of my own, then finish my college degree. And from there I was able to land my dream job as a firefighter. It's been a long hard struggle, but I never gave up. It taught me a lot about personal strength. I never panhandled, but there was this one cop that rolled up on me. He noticed I was living in my car. I briefly told him my story, and I thought he was going to run it off. Instead he gave me $25 and wished me luck. I wish I could track him down to thank him again and let him know how my life turned out. The first night I was ever homeless, I was in Seattle. I had been robbed of all of my belongings outside of the Greyhound station, so I didn't want to stay in Seattle because it's not nice to be there overpass. I begged for change and got on a bus to go to Tacoma just because I wanted to change where I was to be safer, but it's not that much better there. Anyways, I had enough change left over after the bus ride to buy something, so I bought a beer. This wasn't for me to drink. Instead I bought it to give it to a homeless man as a way to get directions to a shelter. I remember finding a guy on a bench and he's like, "Fuck off," and I'm like, "Wait, I'll give you this beer if you tell me where the shelter is," and he walked me there, and I also rolled him a few cigarettes out of the tobacco I had on me. I made it to the shelter at like 2 AM, and they had a gate where you have to buzz yourself in basically, but first you have to tell them what you're doing there. I'm like, "I'm not Nizzle, and I'm here from my hometown and have nowhere to stay." They were out of beds, so I ended up having to sleep on the ground in the shelter near where the water was. So all night long people were walking around and over me, so I didn't sleep much. I could go on and on about this, but I don't have a lot of time. Anyways, if anyone wants to know more about my situation, let me know, and I can add more. I went from having nothing but some tobacco, a beer and an orange to having a home that I now rent, so it has been quite a ride. I was homeless for most of last year. The first night was tough because of the uncertainty. You go through life with this idea of never being in that situation, so when you find yourself there it hits you hard. I drove around for hours looking for a place to park, finally settling for a Walmart parking lot. Luckily there were two where I lived, because every few nights a manager would ask me to leave the parking lot, even though I was a good distance from the building. I had to swallow my pride and speak to a manager of my local Target, who gave me permission to sleep in their parking lot overnight. She even gave me her business card and personal phone number in case the police gave me problems. I had everything I own in my car, which made sleeping in it tough. I had to learn how to sleep sitting up without falling to my right and hitting my ribs. Then there was the shame of going into places to brush my teeth/bathe. After a while I started using Airbnb, but each and every one of them was shady. One lady let me sleep in the en-suite, but when I'd take a shower, she'd be in my room when I got out. It was super awkward. Eventually I decided leave my job and school to move to Florida, and after I found a job, I finally found an apartment. Things are tough, but at least I'm not in my car anymore. The strange thing is that I'm still living like I'm homeless. I can't seem to get in the habit of using my dresser. I keep my clothes in my hamper, and I'm using forks from fast food places. I don't know if it's some sort of PTSD, but I'm trying my best to get past it. Thank you for asking though. It's good to get it off of my chest. TLDR. I lived in my car for almost a year and had to move to a new state to fix my situation. I slept in the stairwell of a random apartment building that was unlocked. Did that for a few nights and went to my friend's for a shower and food when her parents were out. I was 15 and my mom kicked me out. I don't even recall the reason, because she kicked me out so many times after that for various reasons like my sexuality and my anxiety. The first night was scary. I used my bag as a pillow and woke up every hour because I was paranoid that I was going to be robbed. My back and neck were sore from sleeping in an odd position. Each time I became homeless after that, I adapted better and learned survival skills. I definitely had scary things happen to me though. I was robbed a couple times, had my life threatened, went 3 days without food once, and more. I developed a drinking problem and dropped out of school to cope. All my friends were into partying, so that is what I did all the time. When I was 20, I was diagnosed with PTSD. It was a shock, but it also made sense. I went on medication and attended therapy since then, with some breaks. When I felt like I was cured, I learned how to play the system, and because of that, I worked my way out of the system. I got my JED and quit drinking. Then I got into college, which was fully funded by the government. Now I work in a homeless shelter. Not everyone is able to make it out, sadly. I'm thankful that I was able to and now have the opportunity to help others try to better their lives and achieve their goals. The first night I spent almost entirely walking, but eventually ended up jumping the wall at the back of a multi-story car park. This put me between high walls on both sides in a little gravel-filled alleyway that no one could get into easily, with the top covered to stop the rain getting to me. It was very cold. I didn't have much for layers, just a coat that I wrapped around the front of me. I smoked the last of the cigarettes I had, then tried to get to sleep. By this time it was about 4 AM, so it wasn't hard because I was exhausted. When I woke up I was just damp, right down to my bones. It felt like that morning dew you see on your lawn when you get up before the sun has risen was just everywhere. It was miserable, but at the time I didn't really notice. I just remember being cold and hungry. After a few days of this, I started staving off hunger by making cigarettes out of discarded butts, picking the tiny bits of tobacco from them, and rolling them with a pack of papers I found on the floor. I mostly just walked. I feel like it made me look like I was doing something, at least did my best not to get dirty, so if I ran into someone I knew they wouldn't immediately guess what was going on or know something was wrong. Sometimes I would resort to stealing when I get really desperate. Never anything crazy, normally chocolate and things I could easily fit in the front zip-up compartment of my bag. I don't think I got caught because I didn't really look homeless, so security guards didn't follow me unless it was required. I found a copy of the first Jason Bourne book at the bus stop, so that kept me company for a while. I think I might even still have it somewhere. I don't think I ever actually once considered my situation, just did stuff. Dealt with the immediate issues like finding food or whatever. I met a lot of other homeless people, and I'm sorry to say that I think mostly what kept me going was not wanting to end up like them. A few were desperately alcoholic and extremely angry. Some had very clear mental health or drug problems, but I suppose each issue just fed the other one. I'm very glad things are a lot better now. I've been homeless twice. Never sleep on the street homeless, but it could have gotten there. First time was at 19. My dad had a new girlfriend. I was seriously depressed. Both of them are abusive. We got into a fight, and I felt ignored and terrified and miserable, and I said they made me want to die sometimes. His girlfriend had a really traumatic incident with suicide in the past, and because of that, all hell broke loose. I blocked myself in my room and packed a bag while they called the police and made sure I didn't leave, and I contacted my grandmother and my sister in a blind panic. My grandma didn't think they'd do that to me and kept trying to dismiss me while I bawled, and my sister immediately started driving to get me. Officers arrived, called me an entitled millennial, berated me for having an unclean room, and were generally asshole boomers. The summary of events was I didn't want to talk to them, so I asked to talk to a professional, and one officer drove me to some kind of facility and then to the hospital and told me boomer shit like his son plays too much video game and doesn't do his homework. He tells the nurse that was looking at me that I had been having like severe mood swings when I was just trying to behave between the waves of crying. I chill in the hospital a couple hours and then I get to leave because I'm not suicidal. My sister takes me home to grab a suitcase, and there's a confrontation with my dad and his girlfriend because my sister is livid and basically she has to wait outside because she clenched her fists. No joke. I stayed with her a week-ish and was told I couldn't go back home unless I check into a mental ward. I go to a new hospital and try again, see a psych, still not suicidal, get to go back to my sister's, eventually get let back into my dad's house, back into the misery machine. Shocker, it doesn't last. Have a falling out because they had stolen my things that I had bought with my money and called my sister a faking queer because she had a girlfriend, now wife, and I had told her about it over text. Lots of bullshit, especially after his girlfriend had repeatedly told me it's my house too and that my dad should act like it. Lots of her saying one thing to me and then mocking me behind my back. Out I go again, back to sisters. I slept on the couch and spent as many waking hours as I could at the library because my dad shut off my phone, which real helpful for trying to get a job. I flounder for a couple months trying to get hired, trying to keep myself sane. Eventually I'm too much of a drain on my sister and her girlfriend's patience and finances and I get kicked out again, but like understandably. My aunt comes to my rescue and I stay with her and my uncle. She is pretty strict, but not unreasonably so. Her rules are consistent and fair, and she gets me under a strict schedule with a focus on productivity. With a great deal of effort and some financial help from them, I get a license, my car back from my dad, and a job. Applying for jobs was honestly the hardest part. I have debilitating social anxiety, and working myself up enough to make and answer phone calls, go to interviews, the whole shebang, honestly killed me a little inside, at least at the time. I got hired at a warehouse job at like $16 an hour, no questions asked. Everyone that showed up that day was offered to be hired on the spot, and starting last October 9th, I was employed. That December, I moved into a spare bedroom of a really nice woman, and for 6 months I lived there. I'm spare the gory details, but after some bad luck and the whole situation just kind of not working out, I was told 2 months in advance that I wasn't going to be her roommate anymore. I started searching for apartments, but with a combination of anxious procrastination and a bad hand at the numbers game, I was homeless again. I stayed with a friend of mine from work, who had already been helping me, because I had a clunker that faking died on me, but her landlord caught wind, and out I was. I stayed in motels, hotels, a couple times I slept in her car, but I was pretty much at her mercy in terms of going anywhere, and it was a huge point of stress for the both of us, and she really already had enough stress in her life without me. In the end, there was a falling out, and I went back to my aunt's. It was soul crushing. Honestly, I felt like a failure. I felt like the biggest fuck up on planet Earth. Every doubt that had ever been planted in my head was validated, and I just wanted to disappear. In the end, at least considering this the end, things worked out. My aunt helped me get a car and now I make monthly payments to her to make up for it, and I found myself a place on my own. No help from anyone else. It's not perfect but it really is my home, and there's nowhere I'd rather be. I'm struggling to balance my work with my mental health, but so far, nothing's tipped. I never realized how good I have it, and how grateful I really am, because I try not to think about those times, but it's so freeing, and comfortable and safe, not only to be taking care of myself, but to not feel scrutinized, to not feel like a burden or something to look down on. I've still got problems aplenty, but it's not the chaos I was used to. I don't hide in my room. I don't tell anyone I'm staying with a friend when I'm really sleeping in my car because I feel guilty for doing badly. Everything's still faked, but it's so much less faked when I have a space that's just mine and a warm bed. To come back to point, God bless everyone with the strength to keep on keeping on through so much worse than I've been through. I couldn't imagine the strength you possess. I was only homeless in the most technical sense of the word. There was always a roof over my head, and most nights I got a bed. It also didn't last terribly long. Point to explain, my parents are horrible at money management. My early childhood was spent in rundown rentals or apartments or trailer parks. There weren't many luxuries, but there was always food and Santa came every year, even though that as whole seemed chronically stingy when it came to video games. But the time I was 11, things were looking good. We were living in a real house with central heating. Mom and dad seemed to have stable jobs for once. We even got a brand new car with automatic seat belts, but looking back, it was obvious that trouble was brewing. My parents were fighting a lot. More and more get-rich-quick books were showing up in the mail. My parents stopped talking about the beautiful house we were having built in a subdivision and told me that things just fell through with the builders. And finally, one morning, I heard my mother sobbing. She told me that things were getting really hard and she was going to send me to live with my aunt, who could give me more. I cried and begged to stay with my parents and promised her that I'd rather be with them no matter what happened. Point, things moved pretty quickly after that. The car with the automatic seat belts disappeared one day. Dad spent a lot of time downtown at an unemployment office. Mom always ran to answer the phone before I could. And then one day, we loaded up a U-Haul and drove across the country to Grandma's house, which would be home for the next half year. Things weren't great. Grandma and Dad hated each other. Dad couldn't find work. We got kicked out of the house every Thursday and on weekends. Mom and I would get in a roll beater of a car and drive around town for a day at a time, either window shopping at Walmart, or feeding ducks at the lake, or going to the library. On Fridays and Saturdays, we would crash at my grandfather's house, or with cousins. New clothes came from the thrift store, and there were a lot of what we called welfare dogs, hot dogs served on a piece of bread. I learned a lot of things. 1. Hide your cash, cause sometimes it grows feet too. When you're paying for groceries with weird checks, keep your eyes on the cashier, and don't look behind you. Leaving the grocery store with a line full of people shooting you looks of derision and pity is never fun. 3. If somebody you don't know calls, explain to them that your parents are out, even if they're not. 4. Your dad isn't unemployed, he's just going to school in case people ask. 5. The library is incredible. 6. It is entirely possible to use Kleenex as toilet paper. 7. Do not fuck with grandma's Thursday schedule. 8. Hot check days, when you write all your checks the day before you get paid and pray to God they don't process before that deposit hits. 9. Always have a plan B. Even as an adult with a good job and military and school experience, I maintain a Red Cross first aid certification and a food service workers card, just in case. 10. Ignore the bullies who make fun of you for living with your grandma, because it's going to eat at you otherwise. Overall, it made more resilient, but also jaded and paranoid. 1/10 would not recommend. Be careful with your money, people. I was a 16-year-old high school dropout living with my dropout girlfriend in a shitty trailer park for $100 a month. My girlfriend cheated on me and I decided, fuck it, I'm leaving. Where my parents were is a much longer story, but they weren't really around. I loaded up my truck with everything I owned and put a tarp over my stuff in the bed. I cranked up that F-150 and hauled us to anywhere but there because I had nowhere else to go. Living in Mississippi along the Alabama state line, it took about 30 minutes for me to cross into Alabama. I had a friend out there and I was hoping for somewhere to go. Unfortunately, she still lived with her parents, so I didn't know if they would let me crash there. They did, but only for a few days. When I had to go, I had no money, very little gas, and nowhere to go still. On top of all that, I was hungry as fuck. I found a small public lake and parked at it. I've always been an avid fisherman, and I had my tackler box and pole, so I thought I would try my hand at catching some dinner. And I did. First thing I caught that night was a crappie on a spinnerbait. I continued catching fish until I had about 2 crappie and a base. Enough for dinner. I was in Boy Scouts when I was younger, so I was no stranger to camping or building fires. Because I smoked when I could afford it, I had a lighter. I built a fire, cleaned the fish, and roasted them on a stick. I wasn't used to cooking fish like this, so I overcooked them to make sure they were done. I had my dinner as I finished my last bottle of water. Having no money though, that bottle gave me an idea. I remember learning that you could make a shitty filter using a water bottle, some sand, crushed charcoal, and pebbles by layering it right. So that's what I did the next morning when the fire went out and I had some charcoal to work with. I began filtering the lake water and boiling it in a metal thermos thing I had after removing the plastic sleeve on the inside. Not sure if what I was doing was good enough, but I never got sick from it, so maybe I'm just lucky. So I lived there in my truck by that lake like that for about 3 or 4 months. Pretty much all summer. Sometimes, if I needed something bad enough, I would steal shit from a Dollar General or gas station down the road a few miles away. Sometimes I'd ask for money or work and sometimes I'd get it. Some days I wouldn't catch shit and I would just be hungry. But it all worked out in the end. 14 years later I've got a home, a wife, and kids. I'm in landscaping, and I'm happy with how things have turned out. Weirdly enough, every now and then I look back on some of those harder times and almost miss it in a way. I wouldn't go back, because I like my current life better. But there was something nice about fishing every day and just living off the land like that. Sorry if formatting is bad on mobile. Very long. Okay, my parents have kicked me out at 14 and 16, where I would crash with friends or sleep in the park, but that's not the homeless time. I was with a girl for almost 2 years. We had talked wedding and were engaged. I was at her place 5 days a week until we didn't talk for a while due to not having a car, roommate issues, and being stuck 2 towns apart. I go all out for her birthday, brand new outfit, shoes, makeup, food, and we go to eat at a fancy restaurant overlooking the Missouri River. I saved up for 3 months and spent almost all of that pay because I had bought these cheap white sapphire rings as well. I come up. She's been distant, but I'm trying to fix it. She says she can't stay late, only an hour or 2 because her friends are throwing her a party and I can't go because her roommate doesn't like me. Okay, she ignores me for weeks before breaking up with me. I ask why, and she just doesn't give an answer. I took a handful of Xanax hoping to OD. I had been paying her half of the rent and saving for a car, bought her great gifts she literally told me she threw away because she didn't like the makeup. I didn't want to live. I go to the psych ward after being in the hospital. I keep my job, but my mom and dad both said I should have died and it would be better. Dad beat the fuck out of me for embarrassing him like that. Gee, wonder why I was so cool with dying? She hit me up after, saying hey, can we still be friends with benefits? No other messages. I went from 240 pounds to 160 lbs. I moved in with my brother, partied, did drugs, and literally owned a trap house with us selling sheet, and we had a couple mattresses, speakers and a sub, and a couch, nothing else. We used the shower curtain to cover the porch windows. For fact's sake, I met somebody who ended up being a friends with benefits situation, took over paying the bills from my brother, and gave him a bunch of money. We ended up trying to flip a QP, and then him and his girlfriend broke up. He left, hadn't paid the bills I gave him money for. I lived in a trap house with no power, no heat, for 2 months in the winter, had cold showers and stole food, saving money to just pay the bills. Lost my job for too many appearance infractions. My brother's grandparents had outright bought the house for him. He told me he was selling it and to get out after saying I could stay there / take over paying bills and pay him rent to own. He apologized for this and I forgave him. He was deep into meth and we were alcoholics, drinking every day to feel better. He was suicidal too and we made a pact to go out together next time we tried. Well, I moved back in with my dad, was there for like a month before he found out my FWB turned significant other was a trans boy and he beat the fuck out of me. I can link the alt that goes into those details or my Instagram if you want for being gay and with somebody who was mentally ill. Okay, cool. I spent a few months bouncing around friends' houses, ended up sleeping on church porch steps on Thanksgiving with nothing but a t-shirt, jacket, and skinny jeans / Converse on. I would go applying for jobs for 4 or 5 hours, go to Walmart and steal some food, go look for more jobs, and then head to the park at night to fill up my Gatorade bottle with water, pour the drink mix I stole so it didn't taste as muddy, and repeat. I would change where I slept, always somewhere hidden enough I couldn't be seen by a cop car. I avoided the police like the plague, hearing so many stories and seeing them be buddies with my dad when I called them about him beating me. Side note, I have a real phobia of police and feel extremely uneasy when cops are around. I still avoid them as much as possible and leave places they come in. I don't want anything to do with them. Every time I called them about my dad they would be laughing with him when I would get my stuff to go live with my mom. She was unstable and on drugs, so I couldn't stay with her long before I'd go back to my dad's because I had nowhere else to go. Things would be good until they weren't. Finally found a job and ended up getting my own apartment with my trans dude homie. Got a summons and told I was facing several charges for stealing from Walmart. Yeah, that's fair. I owed restitutions amounting almost $1,000 and did what I could to pay it off quickly, working 60 hours a week at one job and looking for a second one all the time. I still have 35 hours of community service left, but we didn't get a car until this month, and my next court date is November 1st. I'm really scared I'll go to jail, but I'm working literally every day a week, and no matter how much I ask for days off my job, won't give them to me, because we are short-staffed. I work 3:30 to 11 PM most days. My fiance works 7 to 3 PM most days with only one car. I usually end up walking 2 miles to work to go in early because we can't afford our bills as is and have to borrow money. It feels like I'm drowning and I can't get ahead for anything. I burned my arm bad enough. I have scars all over my wrist and hand and massive bubble blisters, but couldn't go to the hospital because we can't afford it. We can't even afford gas near the end of the week and it's usually food or gas as it is. We don't have a TV, we don't run heat/shack, we don't go anywhere but work and his family gives us a little bit of money for groceries. It's degrading. We have our phones and we watch TV on them. We have a laptop with no internet and a camera. That's it. Hell, it's his faking birthday today and he doesn't have a faking cake for it. He got faking groceries for his birthday. We play disc golf in town because it's free and we have discs that are faking life and it feels like all it will ever be at this point. I've been clean of drugs and alcohol for a year. I have nothing still. Homelessness is a faking travesty and there are no support nets. We get $15 a month on food stamps and that's it. I hate my job and he hates his. This was completely off subject, but I need to vent. I know so many people have it much worse than me. I just wish this was easier. I don't want to be alive. I have seizures from being beat. I think I can't go to a doctor to see why. My throat closes up when I eat, and I have to throw up. I faking see shadow dudes, and have ton sleep with a nightlight at 23 because of it. I just wish it was easier. I help out the homeless dudes in town. I make combos and box them up at night with sides and everything. When we throw them away, outing them down gently. I take home one burger for me, and one for me fiance too. I wanted to make music videos, and be a musician as a kid. I wanted to play the drums, not spend most of my life being beat and threatened and hiding bruises, but trying to get teachers to notice, not giving up food so my fiance could eat, not driving a car with a donut and cracked windshield and no brakes before it was the cheapest. I had the idea I would be a faking person. I'm just nothing. I was more free when I was homeless than I'm now. Life is a faking joke. I slept in my father's car the first night. I had a pretty severe undiagnosed mental disorder growing up. Eventually, and I had a fear in the back of my mind that it would. My broken strewn together life collapsed. It was already barely a life. Ending up without a net to catch you was inevitable. You just couldn't cope anymore. I stopped going to school, where all I could manage were D's, no matter how hard I tried, and quit my job at a theater that I was embarrassingly bad at. I had been kicked out of every one of my family members' house, mostly because they thought I was lazy. That very first night, something comes over you. Your life becomes a struggle. Without realizing it, 80% of what's constitute your life vanishes. Your sole purpose is to survive. You forget the meaning of the words luxury, break, good night's sleep, home, relief. By the third week, it's like being stuck at the airport with jet lag. Your mind splitting with paranoia. The faking cars passing are so faking loud. The sun beats on the back of your eyes like you're staring straight into high beams. You're sitting in Starbucks. You smell. You need to go home and you can't. You realize you have no way to get out of this situation. You want to cry. It's become a muted itch gnawing its way at you. I cycled through hospitals. Most of the time, I was in serious danger due to the level of psychosis I was experiencing. Maybe twice a month I'd be admitted. You got warm food and slept on something comfortable. Every day becomes a battle. You go to sleep in a ratty shelter with ex-convicts. They wake you up way too early and feed you too little. For the next 12 hours, you walk around the city, overtired and scared. I shuffled through various situations. My dad bought a huge van for me. I would lay in it for 18 hours a day, 7 of them blistering hot, just to have some semblance of solitude. Always smelling, being hungry, you disconnect. When I finally got something stable, a relatively long-term mental health program, I found out my mind didn't work the way it used to. It's strange, because each day you're homeless, you're constantly alert. You're immediately present. There's some alarm going off, some physical addiction drilling into you. You can't escape. There were no rests. My brain just didn't shut off. I rapidly attacked anything that offered me the least amount of stress relief. Alcohol, cigarettes, prescription drugs, anything. I would uncontrollably tear through it. If I had to wait in line for too long, I would start crying, which is even more embarrassing because I'm male. I no longer respond to stress by overcoming it, but by ignoring it, even at great loss. I can't handle even the most menial of tasks without a stress response. I've pushed very hard to get this far, and I'm still incapable of even basic things. I can't work like a normal person, or go to school. I have a place to stay and some food, but through disability and my father, not through my own means. My life is out of control and unmanageable. What's worst is the flashbacks. I was watching Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith, and seeing the line of homeless people waiting for the shelter brought me to tears. I can't handle it. My brain gets conflicted with trying to remember it, so I can make it through whatever happened, and how totally stressing it was. The hard part is the way it's all happened. Back in the 80s, before Reaganomics, we had a huge mental health system. Well, the Scientologist came along and shut them all down. That's where most of the homeless come from. I've met all kinds of people who are either homeless or have been, and it just doesn't have to be this way. Every person on the streets is a tragedy, an injustice, forsaken by a society that's so indecisive we are led to believe that investing in the marginalized is either wrong or it's impossible. The truth is, it's neither. It's been done before and can be done again. But who would spend $1 billion to take every homeless person off the streets? You'd have to mad. My belief is that any person who's been through homelessness enough to know it needs to end is probably too faked up to influence or become a policymaker. I was homeless for 8 years. I had an extremely volatile adolescence, and following that, my mother lost her goddamn mind, and so did I. Some nights I slept outside. Some nights I stayed on strangers' couches. Some months I lived with girlfriends. Some months I lived with friends and would to them as rent. All I know is that I had zero stability, and most of my money went to Adderall and alcohol. I could only sleep comfortably if I was sheet-faced. I'm so sure that some of the house parties I crashed at were not safe places for me. I'd get the shakes if I didn't drink. I had seizures often due to having epilepsy and constantly abusing my body. I've slept in places that left me with sores from bed bugs in the carpet and furniture. I've slept in corners under furniture to avoid either being found or being molested in my sleep. When I first moved in with my now wife, if I was drunk and she'd try to undress me for bed, apparently I'd get super violent. Not knowing it was her, I'm mending my relationship with my mother and sister, though my mother is still extremely toxic at times. I'm on the mend with sobriety. I'm constantly learning how to cope without alcohol. Some days I abuse it still. I'm not an alcoholic, I'm a binge drinker. I feel bad calling myself an alcoholic, because I definitely struggle less and less with going on benders, being homeless, faking blows. And now that I have my own home, I'm constantly paranoid about it. I don't really know how to behave in my house. I double check doors and the stovetop. I'm terrified of losing everything. It took me 3 years of being with my wife to hang up any of my artwork. I kept it in a backpack in the sketchbooks. Easy to grab if there's an emergency. Every day I'm so grateful. I'm grateful that I sleep comfortably, eat comfortably, and live comfortably, and that I'm loved and have my own business producing and illustrating. Once we get my wife's kid through college, she had her daughter young and is 10 years older than me, we are building a schoolie and traveling. It sounds crazy, but my homelessness also showed me a lot of parts of the country I love and miss. It showed me I don't need a lot to find the good in things and get by, and it showed me how to stay humble. And I'm also not worried about surviving the zombie apocalypse. I love cold canned food, and I'm a good on the spot medic. It can get better if you're one of the ones that catches a break and is in a place to receive help. It can definitely get better. It was absolutely miserable. I was 18 and trying to escape a severely abusive family and boyfriend. Should have left for college, but a bad car accident delayed it. Trying to avoid the abusive family and the abusive now ex left me with few options. Most friends had left town for college, so couch surfing wasn't an option. Ended up sleeping in my car during a very cold winter. I spent most nights in a panic that I would be caught and arrested for sleeping in my car. Every little noise made me jump. I learned how to dumpster dive behind the grocery store for food. I asked the local churches for help, but because they knew my family I was always told no. Your family would never do something like that. They're too nice. Christmas that year sucked. When it got so bad outside that I needed a warm bed or shower, I went back to the abusive ex. I think his mom knew something was up, but didn't quite know the extent. She gave me a super soft warm blanket and a small pillow for Christmas, which I still have. During all this, I needed to go to physical therapy to regain use of my arm and hand from the car accident. 6 months after my car accident, my abusive family member had a car accident that required a lengthy hospital stay with major recovery. It was only because of this car accident that I was able to go back home. What sucks is that I was able to get away for a few years, but moved back a couple years ago. My view of the town is distorted. Being raised in churches that preached help those who ask for help, then being told that they couldn't help me when I needed it most, has made me hate most of the people in this town. Hypocrisy at its finest. My boyfriend is homeless when school lets out. He's lived like this since he was 18. He's 20. He's told me that his senior year of HS, that summer before college, he lived in a tent on the side of the road. Summer and winter he lives in a motel next door to the Burger King he used to work at. In between his housing for school point he tells me it's the most soul-sucking and lonely experience he's ever felt. Far above being rejected by his mother, were gay, losing his dad to a stroke, not dead, but checked out from the family, being used. None of it compares to working 12 hours at way below average pay for similar positions. $10/HR for a manager. The average in my area for that is $12. For the same position, to come home to a motel room, and you're all alone. Your only human interaction for most of your week is your GM yelling at you for dumb shit, coworkers being dicks, and customers complaining at you. Much less all this happening to a homeless 18 to 20-year-old who likely has depression. He hasn't been fully evaluated, but there was one session where a school psychologist said it was highly likely, just trying to make enough to keep what little he has. It's an awful way to live, and I'm honestly scared that one day everything will come crashing down, and he'll give up and stop trying to get a better life. His situation is so fragile and he's working his ass off to keep it all from falling apart. My first night homeless was spent on the on-ramp off of Highway 70 as I had planned on hitchhiking across the American West to find work in construction in California. This was during the mid-90s. It was really nuts. I didn't know what to expect, so I packed my backpack with a lot of food and stuff I thought I would need. While on the road, my backpack weighed a ton. About halfway across the western half of Missouri I met another hitchhiker. He was not a good guy, and he convinced me to drop half of my stuff out onto the countryside. I then ended up walking across Kansas and Colorado and developed very painful sores on the bottoms of my feet. My only shoes were a pair of construction boots, very bad for walking long distances. It felt like walking on hot broken glass. I should have gone barefoot. We ran across the countryside in Kansas to get away from the state troopers who wanted to make us go back to where we came from. Kansas is worst state to hitchhike, so we had to sneak into the country and run across cow fields to get out of his jurisdiction. We also had to sneak onto a farm we could easily been shot and look for a spigot to fill up our water bottles. We finally started getting rides in western Colorado and ultimately got a ride from a group of hippies with a VW van. We went to Las Vegas and had a lot of fun. I eventually made it to California and worked on a strawberry plantation with Latino migrant workers. They fed me a burrito and they were picking strawberries. It was unbelievably backbreaking labor. They only made $1.15 per basket, and it took me all day to fill up one cardboard box of 7 baskets. So I made about $7 that day. Then I got onto Highway 1 in Cap and made it to San Francisco. I could write a book about it. Sorry for writing so much about my humble experience being homeless. Thanks. Got evicted in October of last year's. Slept in the trunk of my car, a Chevy Sonic sedan. Slept diagonally and with the seats closed up because I was small enough to fit, but the car looked abandoned enough to not look slept in. The first night was hard as hell. It got easier. I made the trunk into a sort of cocoon and was quite warm and semi-comfortable, but I slept with a large knife next to me just in case. I slept at a rest stop 30-ish minimum out of the city. It was relatively safe, 24 hours, and had private bathrooms, so I could tidy myself up and pee at night or during days where the drop center was closed and I had nowhere else to shower. I slept at Walmart when the centers were open. I'd shower, eat breakfast at 1, chill at the library, or do DoorDash to make some quick cash and keep myself occupied, and then work. I picked up extra hours mostly to give me something productive to do. When drop centers were closed, I cooked a warm meal with a camping stove I bought. Before I was evicted, I packed all my non-perishable canned foods and I usually got some from the centers, so I'd eat something from there. My car had heated seats, so I'd put some food from my job on it to warm up, and finish warming by pouring some boiled water in a bowl, then putting another bowl in it to basically steam my food. This usually worked well enough if I didn't have access to a microwave. My ex let me stay with him for a few days and my grandma did as well. I simply couldn't live with either because of work/space issues with my ex, and my grandma's place was a senior apt. Thankfully I got into a shelter soon, so I was only homeless for 2 weeks. But I got extremely lucky because of my age. I was 21 and, at that point, had 2 male shelters to work with that were full. One was a pay for a bed, but I also couldn't get in those. I was in a shelter and technically homeless from then, late October, until March. Now I have an apartment I'm happy enough with. But after living in shelters, 4 total, and being straight up homeless, I genuinely have a lot of sympathy for those who are sheets hard and scary. Especially if your car is your home, you're always terrified of finding it stolen, or towed or booted. Or if it doesn't work, how to move it, and where to avoid suspicion. I was about 6 or 7, lived with my mum, stepdad and 2 sisters. One day my mum came into my room and told me to pack a bag of my favorite clothes and toys, took me to the court and custody of me was transferred to my real dad. Turns out my mum was pregnant again, and they wanted to move, but couldn't afford a house that fit us all. My stepdad never liked me because I reminded him too much of my dad, so they decided to leave me behind. My dad was an alcoholic with no steady job or house. I spent a month or two staying in different flats and houses with lots of different groups of people I was never familiar with, before he could get a place. The first few days were kind of cool. As a kid I didn't really understand the gravity of the situation and we stayed in a few different high-rise flats, so I would spend a lot of time just looking out of the windows. The first time I think it really hit me was when I lost a bag of toys I brought with me. I had collected hundreds of little Pokemon figures with my sisters, and it's the only thing I brought with me when I left. They got left at one of the various places we stayed in, and my dad didn't care in the slightest. That was the only thing I had left that gave me a connection to my sisters and my mum, and to this day I wonder what happened to them. The new permanent place only lasted about a month before we were kicked out due to his drinking, trashing the place, and falling out with neighbors. After about a year of staying between various places again he decided he couldn't or wouldn't look after me anymore. Took me to my great grandma's house who was 70 something at the time, and asked if I could stay with her for a night or two. Never saw my dad again from that day, lived with my great grandma until she passed away when I was 18. She took me in on that day and sacrificed almost 10 years of her life to bring up a crazy, energetic and pretty broken child, and I owe her everything for the person I'm today. People know what happened in brief terms, but I think that's the first time I've put it into words and read it back. There's a hell of a lot more to the story, but I think that about answers the question. Fortunately I was only technically homeless for about 2 or 3 weeks. I was 16 and the local council stepped in surprisingly quickly to get me accommodation. I was still living alone in an apartment that didn't have more than a couch and a mattress, not even carpets, but I had somewhere to go at least. The first night homeless was sort of like a weird acceptance. I remember sitting at where I was going to sleep with silent tears, just sort of accepting it. I mean, what else could I do? Go home? I was a failure, so I guess this is it. I failed hard enough to be homeless at 16. That's what I thought. I've been sitting here for 15 minutes trying to think of a way I can write this that could be like a general experience which other people could relate to, but I've realized the events surrounding the abuse and darkness which led to me sitting there homeless on probably one of the worst days in my life is deeply personal. I wasn't violent, I didn't do drugs or even drink. That changed after I got introduced to a bunch of other homeless kids. But, on the morning of the day I was made homeless, the abuse at home finally became too much, and I realized I was at the end. So I got everything ready to hang myself, and then I sat down and started writing my suicide note to my friends. But in a bizarre twist of fate I got interrupted during it and then whisked about to various places for the rest of the day, so I never had enough time alone to kill myself. By the time I was sitting there at night, homeless, I was in this weird sort of trance thing. My brain was telling me I should be dead and shouldn't be seeing all this. I remember looking at a clock earlier in the day and watching the seconds tick by and thinking it bizarre, as every second that went by was one I wasn't supposed to have seen. That I was living on a sort of false time. So that night I just went fuck it and decided to let it continue to tick. I shouldn't be here, and everything I do I fail at, so fuck it, let it tick. I'm not going to try anymore. That's what my first night was like. A weird detached trance, where I pretty much did nothing but silently cry and float through everything. Adapting afterwards was strange, because I didn't care about anything. If I stopped to think about it, being homeless was horrible, but I didn't think about it, or care about anything. Food was my only concern, and when I wasn't thinking about food I wasn't thinking about anything. I just sort of existed. Years ago I was living in North Carolina, but I really didn't like it. So I wanted to move back to New York. I wanted to go back as soon as possible, so I asked my aunt if I could stay with her for a few weeks until I found a job and got my own place. She said that would be fine as long as I helped her care for my very elderly grandmother, 95. So I went to stay with her, and almost immediately my grandmother was being extremely nasty to me. It was very weird, because she wasn't like that ever before. It would up getting really bad where she started screaming, "I want you out. You're going to try to kill me." It was so strange and terrifying. So I just left, out of anger, thinking I'd find somewhere to stay relatively easily. I didn't learn until some time later that she was acting like this because she had developed dementia, and my brain dead aunt somehow didn't realize something was very wrong. Anyway, I wasn't able to stay at a friend's house. After living in NC all the years I did, I totally lost touch with my friends. I didn't remember some phone numbers, and the ones I did were no longer belonging to the people they used to point. So I walked to the closest friend's house that I knew of, as I didn't have a working vehicle at this point. No one was there, but I did eventually get him on the phone. He was out of state visiting his parents and said he'd let me stay, but all the doors were locked and his security system was on, otherwise I could go through a window if absolutely necessary. He said if I couldn't find anywhere else to go, I could stay in this big shed thing in the backyard if I had no other option, since it was cold and snowing. Well, obviously, considering what this threat is, I never found a place to stay, and I wound up having to sleep in the shed thing. It was by far the worst night of my entire life. I was so cold, sleeping on the hard ground, only having a regular jacket and a hoodie underneath it. I think I maybe got 20 minutes of sleep the entire night. The next day I got a hold of some people, and I wound up staying at a friend's house for a couple of days and just went back to North Carolina anyway. So I left my job in North Carolina and gave up my apartment for absolutely nothing and wound up living there again anyway. A few years later I moved back to New York again, not learning my lesson the first time, and staying with the same aunt. Grandma is in a nursing home now. My retired aunt is too stupid to care for someone. She said I could stay with her as long as I wanted. What she failed to tell me while I was taking the 18-hour car ride there was that at some point during that ride the sheriff came and gave her an eviction notice. I get there with all my stuff, and 2 days later the sheriff comes knocking at the door and we gotta leave, and I lose everything. There was an eviction thing I saw when I got there and asked her about it, but she said she worked it out. This woman is a sociopath or something. Something very seriously wrong with her. This time I wound up being homeless for 5 days. It was in the summer, so no snow, but lots of rain. 17 homeless. Slept in my truck. Then got mixed up with some people using meth. They let me crash in their apt, but not before I got hooked on the stuff. Couch surfed from meth house to meth house for about 9 mo until I got daring one day and stopped at a 7-Eleven that was owned and frequented by the cops. Squad car in the parking lot ran my plate while I ran inside for a kiwi strawberry Snapple. I left the store. He followed. I had just left my drug dealer's house with a 1/4 of weed, but it was stashed in a fake compartment in my dashboard. This is in the 90s, when weed was a class 6 felony. Cop pulls me over, says I'm a runaway, and he has to take me in. Finds 2 seeds in my driver's side carpet. Charges me with 2 felonies. Intent to grow and distribute, and possession of a class 3 drug. Also charges me with a dangerous weapon charge, because I had a noose my friend had made me hanging from my rear view. All in all got booked into adult court with 2 felonies and a misdemeanor. Had to go back to my mom's, who at the time was on drugs and the living environment was hell. Had to do random drug tests for the next year while doing drug and alcohol rehabilitation. Paid a $1,500 fine and worked 300 hours of community service. Still have the felony on my record almost 30 years later, which does a number on yeah when looking for a job. I never went back to using meth. My mom and I have a good relationship now. I'm married with kids of my own. Live in a big house, make good money, and have a good life. Don't let anyone ever tell you you're a failure or can't accomplish something. I've been to hell and back, but it made me who I'm today, and I'm proud of that, man. I had someone close to me steal everything I had, including money, without me knowing about it until the last day of the month. I was too trusting and oblivious back then. So came the day I had to clear out the house. I hid in the bathroom for a bit, panicking and terrified, crying. Tried to come up with plans, but my mind was racing so much that nothing was making sense. Tried calling friends and family first, but no one was able to help, and I decided to bite the bullet and face reality. I'm now a broke homeless person. The first night I snuck back in the house and slept in the shed. I kept waking up hoping it was all a nightmare and I would panic that I made too much noise and the new residents would hear me and call the police. Told myself that in the morning I'll be able to be clear-headed and make plans with nowhere to stay and clean up myself and shower. I decided I cannot let people know about my situation and this embarrassing position I'm in. I told my work I'm leaving for a few weeks and will be back. They didn't like that and said I can quit and reapply later, so I had no other option but to quit. Each minute felt like the world was crashing down on me, and it was getting worse and worse, and I won't lie, I thought of just ending it all. The second night I spent in a park, and it was one of the worst sleeps I had. I hid behind some bushes so no one could see me, especially someone I would know. It was cold, and I was trying to stay warm with newspaper blanket, but the saying when it rains it pours happened, literally. Soggy newspaper, not fun. I hope no one has to experience not having access to any food or shelter, because it is mental torture. On the third day after not eating or sleeping properly, I had to find a way to get my sheet together or go through with the plan of ending it. Begging for money was never something I did or was willing to do, either ego or some personal thing, but I had to make money. I walked into a bar and spoke with the manager, told him of my work experience and what I could do in my situation, was able to get some money before I start, get a room at a hostel and rebuild. I faced almost homelessness once more, but was able to pick myself up right away, and the thought of going through that nightmare made me figure shit out. All that made me realize to count my blessings, and also be respectful, and have empathy for the homeless people everywhere. I had to deal with 3 days and some do 4 years. Sorry for horrible grammar and English. If you spend a little time thinking about the best route, it's not too bad. I've slept in a park and my car more than a few times. I wasn't suddenly homeless. My home life was really bad as a young teen, so I stayed away as much as possible. Lucky enough I played music and was pretty social, so I had a lot of couches to sleep on. But when I didn't, I would usually sleep in the park, find a nice bush out of the way, and make a nice little nest there for the night. If the weather is nice and the sky is clear, it's actually pretty charming. Point books are valuable to kill time and to learn skills that will help you stop being homeless. The hardest and most important part is staying clean and tidy so you don't look homeless. Perception is everything. Even if someone knows you are homeless, but still look like you care for yourself, people feel like their generosity is not wasted on you. The second hardest part is to keep your mental together. You have to stay positive and be thankful for the things you so have. No one wants to help an ungrateful and angry person. Smile and be friendly, but not desperate. Point get a gym membership with a shower and go there every morning. It doesn't hurt to get in better shape either. You might get lucky and find a sugar mama. Point keep your clothes clean and as wrinkle free as possible. Public libraries are a great place to spend time job hunting and even studying if you want to skill up to find better work. Point I never started homeless for long. I was handy around the house, cleaned up after myself, knew how to play some backup instruments, and could be charming from time to time. I was very fortunate to make lots of friends who were happy to help until I got on my feet. The electronics company my dad worked for went under right before I turned 13. My mom called every favor in on the books, and we spent the next 3 months driving up and down California staying with friends and family. I had 3 siblings under 5 at the time, and driving in a minivan with a short-tempered mom and 3 toddlers for 10 hours at a time left me with a huge sensitivity to long drives or being homeless. At one point she had a mini breakdown and just started driving north. We were going to Oregon for some reason. We got 20 minutes from the border and she stopped, got out, had a meltdown, and turned around, and drove back South Point. I got to stay with family friends when school started back up, and I think we were solid again around month 6, but I had so many fears and problems come up from that. Found out later that my mom had severe mental illness and was slowly losing her mind trying to deal with us by herself so my dad could sleep on his sister's couch and work from her living room. Everything about my adult life has been about making sure that never happens again. I entered a career that will always have work in any country at any time, even if an apocalypse. We always have bills paid extra, lots of canned goods in the basement, etc. My kids will never know hunger or homelessness for as long as I have the power. I asked my husband to move out after I found out he'd spent $$ on cigarettes and lied about it. After 7 years of other bad choices that hurt me, but don't fuck with my kids' well-being. Life is good for everyone now. My parents are stable. Siblings are all in college. I own my own home, car, and starting November 1st I'm hoping I'll be debt free. Aside from the house. Well, when I found out that we were losing our home and had nowhere to go I tried to commit suicide. 35 pills and a month stay in the hospital. I met up with my husband, who had already settled into the men's shelter. In Cleveland there are no shelters for married couples. He walked me to the women's shelter and I stood outside with him crying. I was taken in and given a bed and slept with all of my possessions packed around me. I cried the entire night and kept texting my husband for emotional support. My husband got a job and a year and a half later we received housing, but not together, since they considered us 2 separate cases. Don't ask me, it's stupid. In Cleveland you have to be homeless for a year before you qualify for help. He's a veteran, served in Somalia, but received no help as he was discharged as other than honorable. That entire year and a half was hell. My sister passed away during that time, and I had to get permission to stay out of the shelter for 2 days to take care of her affairs and cremation. Without permission you lose your bed. My parents are both dead, so it was just me. My youngest son was sent to live with family in another state to bypass CPS. My oldest lived with a friend. I was in and out of a mental hospital 4 times due to severe depression and suicidal ideation. My belongings were stolen, ruined. I was threatened. My husband was held at gunpoint by 5 teens, 1 gun in his face and a second in his back, and they stole everything he had on him. I ended up forming a women's group while in the shelter to help women with getting back on their feet, staying sober, learning to take care of a household, and just generally staying positive in hell. Pure hell. God forbid if you are ever homeless in Cleveland. Wow, no one have ever asked me that question before. The first night in particular was pretty traumatic. Houston transitioning to summer. Bleg. It was hot and sticky. I didn't have a car or a phone or really any friends. I just had a backpack with 2 changes of clothes, some laundry soap, good thinking during the quick packing to get out of there, treetops, a metal water bottle, a flashlight, but no batteries, sigh, a few small books, or thin blanket and a neck pillow. I'd grabbed a toiletries bag and some Mac-Up in case I could figure out how to get a job. The first day was really terrifying. I was fleeing a violent roommate turned hookup partner. He'd found out Jay was pregnant from a rap, and I had minutes to pack and flee before he got back to the house. I just remember walking for hours because I didn't know where to go, and I was so scared. If I went somewhere I knew about he would find me. I eventually found a park in a suburban area and slept under a picnic table. I woke up about 100 times. Anytime I hear someone drive by I was sure it was going to be him or the cops telling me to skedaddle. The next day, while I was walking around aimlessly trying to scope out my new life, I got to talking to some other homeless folk and they helped me get my seat legs as it were. I was able to collect enough money from kind strangers to get a gym membership at a Gold's Gym with the shower situation, and someone else helped me figure out a good stamp situation. I talked to several churches. That week and only one gave me truly significant help. Jewish synagogue. The rabbi let me use the church address and phone number for job applications, and they let me use their laundry facility and fridge to store food. They became kind of my home base, and one of the office ladies called around and took me to a doctor. Hurricane Ike started to pick up steam, and I had to get the hell out. At that point eventually I got in contact with my parents halfway across the country and was able to scrounge enough money for a bus ticket back to the West Coast. Once I was back on familiar territory with my own resources and away from my abuser, I was able to get a job as a housekeeper and work my way up, and eventually got my own room in a lady's house. 11 years later I've got my own home, loving and not crazy husband, stable career, dog, hobbies and enough resources to be real thankful I survived that hellscape. The baby is 10 now, and she lives with a nice family who owns a music school. I was homeless for almost 2 years. It was due to a combination of substance abuse, domestic violence, and a super shitty family. I live in the Midwest. It gets really cold at night. Luckily, I wasn't completely alone as my now husband was with me 99.9% of the time. I had a few nights alone. We broke into a family member's garage and slept there a couple weeks. We found an abandoned truck that by God's grace had a blanket in it. We also slept on the porches of bandits and broke inside some bandits to sleep when it got too cold. We also lived with our dealer a while, and loads of horrible shit happened there. We ended up staying on and off in a super shitty shelter filled with bedbugs and roaches. Full of addicts. We fit right in. It's like a cult, as the lady that runs it calls herself a prophet, and there's mandatory church daily where she would twist Bible verses so that it turned into lessons about following her like she's Christ herself. She's a horrible person. People that are fortunate enough to have link cards, food stamps, are forced to pay her the majority of it for rent, but when they run out of food, she tells them to go to food pantry. Also calls said payment a donation, but you get kicked out if you don't pay it. Also, the houses she buys to house poor, unfortunate people, us residents were forced to clean for free. If we didn't do it, we were licked out. The last house we cleaned and then lived in was literally filled 2 feet high with dog shit and used needles and sheet. When she made us stay there was no running water and literally holes in the ceiling and roof, so big you could see the sky, and this was midwinter. There would literally be snow in our room. We stayed the night with my husband's stepdad for 2 nights, and when we returned, her assistant, who is just as awful, had stolen over half of our belongings. All of our food and the pics my precious daughter had drawn for me had been pulled from the wall and wadded up, destroyed. Everything else, barely anything, had been thrown in the basement. The reason she's not been shut down is there is only one other shelter for men, one for women, and one for women and children. All of them require drug and alcohol abstinence. None of them are for whole families. The people living in her houses would literally be on the street. It's faking awful. So there's some of my story. Also saw a man get killed and was raped repeatedly. Had a hit put out on us and more. And all of this still doesn't count as the worst times in my life. There's so many stories if anyone's interested. My life has certainly not been boring. Been told I should write a book. I might. Before I end, I'm happy to say that after 16 plus years of battling addiction, at the end of this month, I'll celebrate a year clean and sober. We do recover. If you made it through, thanks for reading. At the height of my heroin addiction, I became homeless in New Orleans. The first night I slept out I spent several hours trying to find somewhere out of sight, as getting picked up by the law was my first concern. Being a heroin addict, one of my biggest fears was withdrawals, as getting picked up by the police would have been a nightmare of sickness. After I found an unoccupied house I crawled underneath and spent the rest of the night paranoid and scared. It was the end of summer and the bugs were terrible. I remember waking up in panic wondering where I was. I had no phone or food, only sandals and a backpack with a change of dirty clothes and of course my paraphernalia. I can remember after a few weeks peeling skin off of my shoulders from not having taken a shower in so long. My hips had brush burns on them from sleeping on the concrete. My mouth hurt from poor personal hygiene. I smelled myself and felt nothing but shame. The most insidious part was I still believed my life was manageable, that somehow I would come up with a plan to get out of this. Eventually I became really good at timing and walking. I knew when I needed to start walking to reach the dope man's house in order for me to not get sick or caught out too late. I knew what time I needed to find a spot to sleep so I wouldn't get messed with. I figured out when the shelter would give out meals and eventually created a horrifying routine in order to make enough money to get high, make it to the dope man, and then find a meal. If it meant stealing or begging, I would spend the next year like this until a empathetic person who had struggled like I did offered me a bus ride and some water. This would be the end of my homelessness and the beginning of 2.5 years of sobriety. I have a great job and beautiful baby boy. My fiance is more than I deserve, and I never thought my life could be this good. If you're homeless, most I encountered on the street suffer from major mental health issues or struggling with addiction, reach out to someone, get some help. There is a much better life waiting for you. Sober, the 8th of September 17. I was 18 and had family trouble. I went off to live on my own, but cycled in and out of having a place to sleep. When I wasn't crashing at friends' houses, I was sleeping in my car. I eventually managed to rent a place for a while, but this was 2008, during the fallout of the 2007/2008 housing crash point. The work/hours started drying up for various reasons and I ended up losing my place. I stayed in a friend's RV until he had to sell it. Then I was back in my car. Eventually a friend's mother let me crash on their couch, but they eventually became one of the victims of the mortgage scandal and lost their place. They too ended up homeless and moved north to live on a ranch point. That friend gave me an old tent with holes that we patched up with duct tape. I pitched my tent in the hills of a nice residential area under an olive tree where no one could see me. I worked hard and kept a gym membership to stay looking clean so that people wouldn't suspect me of being a squatter. I researched a lot into adverse possession, hoping find a vacant house. Pretty much impossible here in Los Angeles. That winter happened to be the rainiest winter. I don't remember what the first night sleeping in a tent was like, but I remember this one night in particular very clearly. It was cold as fuck, like any other night. I was huddled under blankets and jackets to try to stay warm. I eventually fall asleep and the rain poured down that night. It kept waking me up, and I kept going back to sleep, but eventually the tape somehow gave out, and I finally woke up with my tent flooded. There was water leaking in and pouring all over my neatly folded stack of clothes. There was a pair of boxer briefs on top that got stained by some black stuff that washed off of the olive tree. I had to move my tent to the edge of the hill on slanted ground and use a hole in the bottom to let the water flow out of my tent. I realized that night that I had to do whatever it took to change my circumstances. I did everything from selling tacos on the street to promoting for an 18+ club to doing things I don't talk about anymore. For years I kept the olive stained, I'm assuming it was the olives, underwear that was on top of the stack of clothes as a reminder of what I escaped from. I live a good life now. I run multiple small businesses, drive a nice car, and have become a man of great resolve because of the experiences I've had. I slept in my car, so I was lucky in that regard. Lived off the same $3 15 inches long subs for like maybe a week or so at a time. My situation was semi-long term, and every night was generally the same. I filled water bottles at those public fill-up deals, showered at truck stops somewhat illegally, supposed to be for truckers only, but I dressed like a trucker and no one asked. It got pretty fucking cold. Cold enough that storing my sandwiches for a week wasn't much of an issue. I was really concerned about carbon monoxide poisoning me and my dog while we slept, so I had to have windows cracked during the winter, then wake up to run heat every hour or so. I wasn't that concerned about external threats as I was somewhat armed myself, and I've got some training from Uncle Sam, but I stayed aware of my surroundings. Probably the sketchiest thing that happened during this ordeal was when I was sleeping in this pullout off the side of the highway, probably like a good 50-60 feet into the trail, and then off to the side. I used some natural concealment. Satisfied I was well hidden, I set up camp in the car and start to rack out. About 30 minutes later my dog boofs and wakes me up. I check the rear window and there's nothing. I pulled down my sunshade and I see the head of a man kneeling in front of my car, just over the hood. like he's trying to pop it or something. So I cut the brights on and jumped out with my knife and my Nike socks on, ready to dunk on some fools. What the fuck? Goddamn highway patrolman looking for my license plate up front because I backed up to a bush. He just wanted to make sure I wasn't murdered or a fugitive, I assume. He ended up being super cool and gave me a lead on a better spot to camp it the following evening. I went homeless at 19. After running away from an abusive home with just a backpack, I thought eventually I would kill myself. I remember looking for a spot to feel safe enough to sleep at. After walking all night until the sky was starting to lighten, past countless station homeless people, I finally gave up all my feelings of shame and just crashed on a faking corner of a private area walkway. I roamed close to town, so all the houses and streetways had rich people fences. A walkway corner was the best I had that day. Hard surfaces weren't an issue, since I slept on a rotting floor in my previous home cause I had no bed, so that never bothered me. The cold was faking brutal, which was harder to deal with than I thought. Begging and doing things in general was easier than I expected, because desperation proved to be a strong motivator. Woke up after my first homeless sleep with people passing by me and 50 cents next to me. A week later I found my way to a train station and used the 50 cents to enter the toilets where I washed my armpits, head and stuff with the tap water. I smelled so faking bad I threw my socks away, they were horrid. When I was clean I spent over 5 hours in the train station trying to jump off the platform. I kept getting up and trying, each time a new train came, like every 15 to 20 minutes. For 5 or so faking hours, that was my second attempt at trying to end my life. My sister pulled me out of all that shit. I have no documents or much belongings anymore because I threw and left everything as I thought I wasn't going to live. So she made an appointment for a passport. It's next month, and sadly I'm not planning to start over. I hope I can rest in peace. I had gotten out of prison. Ironic part is that, before going to prison, I had a good paying job and lived in a nice place. A year is not a long time, but long enough to fuck things up. I live in CA, one of the most progressive states in the country, and all this talk about wanting to help ex-offenders is just talk. And I wasn't a violent criminal or a rapist. Basically I got $200 and a reminder to check in with my probation officer by Monday, 200 miles away. I spent most of my $200 getting back to Los Angeles where I lived and where my PO was. I had money saved up, but no access to it. My mother had my wallet and lost it. She would not let me stay with her that night. I literally slept under a bridge or under a freeway overpass where many other homeless people were. I was bored out of my mind. And then little things that you take for granted pop up, like where do I take a piss? I can see why homeless people use drugs and why ex-cons go back to prison. A tent seemed like a mansion. You quickly realize how little you mean to the world and deeply ashamed about your circumstances. I wondered how many people I went to high school with or work with drove over that overpass that I lived under. One thing occurred to me though, I would never be able to live an honest life if I wanted to live life. I was damned if I do, damned if I don't. Eventually, my probation officer put me in some halfway house in the straight up hood. Found a shitty accounting job at a failing small business. It was a band-aid. This was no way to live life. After I finished my year of probation, the place I worked went out of business, and I had to move out of the halfway house. I had money for a year, but no one is going to rent to a felon with no job and bad credit. There were all these programs to prevent someone like me from going back to homelessness, and they would find any reason not to help. I had a job, I didn't have a job. I had money, I didn't have money, or they straight up ghosted you. Point, my mom had to rent a place in her name and I live there. A huge no-no. I lived off savings and started sending out fake resumes detailing what I could do, just that I worked at places I never worked before. I interview well. That led to job offers. I figured out a way to beat the background checks. I fabricated documents. And no, I will never get caught. Right now I'm making $70k a year as an executive assistant. Hopefully, I will do well enough 6 months from now to where I can move in a nice area and never worry about money. When I was 19, I had dropped out of college after losing my scholarship because my parents couldn't afford college without it, was fighting lifelong depression, and refused to live in my parents' house, because I'm mentally ill. I had a job as a glorified custodian in a machine shop, where I swept, cleaned and did basic day laborer work. The job barely paid me enough to feed myself, pay car insurance, etc. After my initial refusal to live with my parents, they essentially disowned me because I stopped going to church and was a piece of shit according to my dad, and my mom was embarrassed to have to tell people about me. This was all pre-smartphones too, so I did not have the luxuries that come with those too. Circa 2004 I ended up staying with friends on weekends under the auspices of Too Drunk to Drive, but no one lived close enough to my job to make it practical. Every Sunday night, I would drive my car out to some property where my friend's dad had 100 acres of woods with jeep trails. I made a little campsite with a tent, dug a latrine and fire pit, and essentially roughed it. I'm a Eagle Scout and a hunter, so living in the woods was way less scary than being a standard homeless person in a city, and I had lots of camping supplies from those days. I had the luxury of a car and free gear like a tent, sleeping bag, mess kit, fire starters, knives and hatchet, etc. so I could leave town when it got dark and survive pretty easily. Since I was technically squatting, I would pack all my stuff in the trunk every morning and get to work about an hour before everyone else, so I could shower without having to explain myself. Washed my clothes at the laundromat. The first night wasn't really scary as I'm at home in the woods, but I almost used my personal defense weapon on myself that first night. Close ain't I ever came to ending it. Despair would be the word point. After a while I got used to the coyotes and raccoons rummaging around my camp in the dark. The worst was that I started this on the tail end of a summer, but even in South Louisiana, winters are cold. Lots of nights where I was under multiple layers and still cold. I often wonder what my life could have been if my parents just took me back, but those 6 months are a huge part of who I'm today. I can honestly say I'd never do that to my kids after they admit they were wrong, but I also sort of appreciate my parents for taking the hard line because it instilled my work ethic. Eventually, the company promoted me to assembly, then machine work, then sales. I met my wife and got married, spit out 2 kids, moved 100 miles away for a better opportunity, and today, I'm a regional sales manager for a multinational industrial products manufacturer, living the suburban dream. House, 2 cars, 2 kids, dog, summer vacation. You'll never appreciate a bed and climate control like you do after roughing it for extended periods of time. I'm so grateful for my life and family. I'm faked up in the head, but I take my pills, go to counseling, and make an effort to be the best I can be every day so that my family doesn't have to go through what I did. My wife literally saved my life. Had I not met her, I would be dead today, 100%. I was homeless for about a year and a half. I was 19, had gone through something tough. My mom has schizophrenia, so me being around was making her condition way worse. My dad always told us growing up, if he had to choose between us and mom, he chose mom. This was the proof of that statement. He let me have 15 minutes to grab 2 trash bags and fill them with whatever I could carry. When I was actually on the streets that night, I was so mad. It took about 3 weeks on the streets sleeping on my trash bag, but I did panhandle and got enough money to buy a bus ticket. No idea why I did that. I just needed to feel some kind of movement, I think. I have PTSD, and I was very reactive at the time. I got as far as a small town named Clearwater, BC. I stopped at a Chinese food restaurant and had an $5 meal, and when the owner saw me struggle to pay, they saw my trash bag and they asked if I needed help. I sure as fact did. I slept on a mattress in their basement with 4 to 5 other Mandarin people who worked there. I ended up working there for food, no money. I got a job as a consignment store for clothes, also no payment. Then in the morning I was a chambermaid for a hotel, which I sucked at. Took too long. Did that for about a year, but I realized I was trapped. Since no one was paying me actual money, I ended up just constantly drowning and not getting ahead. I was more tired than I was scared. So one day I hopped on the CP rail. I did not have a ticket. When the man who checked tickets came by, I talked to him and made friends. I'm a good talker and this developed my skills quickly. Well, he forgot to check it the first time. By the time he remembered he had to check it, I pretended I left it at the last stop and started crying. Real tears because I was scared shitless. He believed me and gave me free tea. I made it as far as Edmonton. I begged my parents to come get me. I didn't have a phone, so I borrowed other people's to ask. My parents told me no point. I had a meltdown outside of the bus station and this nice young man stopped. He offered to allow me to stay in his hotel. I was so wary, but it was also snowing and -20, so I accepted. He was a perfect gentleman, let me shower, then he drove me all the way back to the city I'm originally from, so I could stay with my cousin. He was so kind, it meant everything to me after a year of distinct coldness. He even took me on a proper date after, but he was too busy with work at the time and I think honestly none of what he did was about wanting something back from me. A true good pure soul. I was very lucky and forced to be smart in a lot of ways, but I'm now so cautious of money and savings. I never leave my fate in other people's hands and will never depend on another human to care for me because I can't really trust that. I'm very independent now, and I can say I developed skills being in survival mode that I never would have had otherwise. But it was a very scary time for me. In 2016 I spent 8 weeks in a women's shelter with my daughter and 2 cats after my ex-partner broke into my apartment, rapped and beat me a week after we had broken up. I've spent nights in my car and on the street and I've spent a few nights at other shelters, but that house holds my best memories as far as being homeless goes. Life changes in an instant, everyone. Here's a little story about it. There was to be no going back to my home for safety reasons. I was able to get 1 police escorts and salvaged my hard drive with daughter's baby pics, some clothes and my kids' favorite things. I pretty much lost everything in a 1,200 square foot nicely furnished apartment. We stayed in a tiny room in a house with several other families. Life continued on. I took my kid to school. I tried to work as best I could. We spent Christmas there. There was drug addicts actively using, overdoses, fights, child abuse, suicide attempts, self-harm. But there was also love, amazing workers and volunteers, nacho dinner parties, baking, crafts, kinship. The workers always asked, within reason, about which groceries everyone wanted, and they made sure my daughter went to school with a normal looking lunch and as normal looking clothes from the donations room, so she didn't stand out. There was a rotating chore list, but they were so kind, and because of my health issues and injuries I just had to sweep, and only if I could. It felt a lot like a rehab center, if you've been to one. They provided cat food and litter, and were the only shelter in the area that allowed pets. They had to stay in your room though. I have mixed feelings about it. I lost everything but my daughter, and I talk about the secret house often. There was a very homey and beautiful Christmas setup in the living room, but to personalize I put a dollar store tree decal on the wall poking up from the floor, a 99-cent battery powered light strand hung over a picture frame and our bureau gifts surrounding the tree. So my 5-year-old still got her Christmas and she loved it. I cried myself to sleep so much there. But my daughter was safe and happy and so were my cats. Once I had an apartment again they helped me furnish it. From mattresses to kitchen stuff and clothes. My daughter attended summer camps for 2 years through their organization as well as therapy, and at Christmas we went to a mommy-kid gift exchange, where the kids go in a room and choose something and wrap it, and vice versa, so you get at least a gift for each other for Christmas after. We did that for 2 years and it really helped us out. They had a donation room and I frequently got tampons and cereal there. I've donated back as well, several times. I used their services when I needed someone to accompany me to get an abortion too. Well, I was just gonna go alone initially, but they insisted I shouldn't be alone for that, because that's the kind of people they are. So they came. They've accompanied me to court and helped with victim impact statements. They've shown me where the good food banks are. Now, even though I have moved across the country this past spring, they gave me advice for that too even though it had been 3 years since I stayed there. So, yeah, it was the worst and lowest time of my life, but it also came with a lot of good. I became homeless at 15, almost 16. The short version is my mother chose an abusive drunk over me 100%, even married him after kicking me out, only to divorce him a few years later after his multiple DUIs and jail stints. My first few months homeless I was able to stay with a friend and his family, but that only lasted so long for various reasons, like them not really having the space for me, and my mental health wasn't the best. Eventually I moved on. Sometimes I had a place to sleep, and sometimes I didn't. I fell through all the cracks, had to drop out of school, no one would hire me, etc. It sucked. Point, I definitely got a perspective not everyone sees. Where I live in Alaska there is a dynamic, a mix of people who choose to be homeless and live this transient lifestyle. Some of them are drunks and druggies, some of them are just happiest that way. But opposite that you have the people who are homeless not by choice, but by chance or circumstance. So many of who have some kind of disability or mental illness, whose caretakers or families just don't care, or who fell through the cracks. Invisible. Teens whose families have thrown them out for all kinds of reasons, and like me just fall out of the range for help from available agencies. Some end up coming out of it, but I have seen so many turn into those adults who have just been homeless so long and transient so long they don't know anything else, or so many invisible teens lost to drugs or sex trafficking or other horrible things. I definitely count myself lucky that I got out. Point, during my time homeless I was taken advantage of by men twice my age. I was raped, abused physically and mentally, and got in countless fights. I was almost trafficked into sex work, and sometimes I had to give up my body just for a warm place to stay. I'm still not exactly sure how I made it through all of that and didn't flounder or end up a drug addict or worse, and I feel extremely lucky that I have a home and a family and a life now that is stable. But I will always feel for invisible teens and homeless people in general. I think people feel hostile because all they see is a negative of homeless. Very rarely do people take the time to get to know or actually try to help the homeless population. My mom dropped me off at a local shelter, Shelter 1. There were valid reasons I couldn't stay with her. When I arrived they did a whole list of stuff. If you had meds, they held them for you. No weapons past the door, of any kind. Checked your hair for lice. Made you take off your shoes and empty your pockets, so they know you didn't sneak anything in. Took your cell for the night, and charged it in the office. And also for privacy/safety reasons, no cameras. Functioned as a domestic abuse shelter too. They had a place for bags and belongings, so things didn't get stolen. Good place. I stayed there for ish months total. Point, but the first night they didn't have an open bed. They referred me to a much less organized, nightly based shelter I walked over, about 20 minutes away in October around midnight. I got there, and they didn't have a bed, but had floor space. All they needed was for me to take all my clothes off and put on paper scrubs so they can high heat dry my clothes to kill lice, just in case. Then they'd give you a spot in a few smallish dark concrete rooms. The spaces were unisex. People were talking to themselves, crying, making noises like they were dying in their sleep. They had a couple old blankets, and all your belongings got dropped. Okay, the pavement outside, where anybody could take anything they wanted. No locks, etc. Just drop your bag by the door and hope it's there the next morning. The whole place smelled like alcohol and sweat. I didn't even make it past changing into paper scrubs. The guy who was working pointed out where I'd sleep. Against the wall between 4 other people, to silent, one talking to himself in his sleep. The last guy just staring at me like a creep. I was already freaking out. He took me to the office and told me to change to paper scrubs, and I just shook my head and said nope, I can't do this, and left crying. Grabbed my stuff and walked to a local park and sat on a bench in the freezing cold. Some park security guy came up to me and talked to me for the 30 minutes of 2 hours, so it was around 3 or 4 am. He convinced me to call my mom, which I didn't want to do, since I already knew I couldn't stay there. Thank fuck mom said I could stay one night and go talk to the original shelter in the morning. The rest of the details are specific to me being a trans woman. If you don't care about that, here's your warning. I was clear about this when I arrived at Shelter 1. Apparently this shelter will put trans people in a separate space, since it was a women's shelter, and I guess it's a bit cheaty, but I get it. The main area is rows of beds in a big room with gym type bathrooms and shower stalls. I can see how that could go sideways, for my safety I mean. A lot of the ladies there were not super mentally stable and some were hyper religious and might be violent or cruel or make a scene if they knew I was trans anyways. This separate space was also for people who were really sick too. They had a sick lady already, so when they said they had no beds they meant the separate space for trans people is taken, so you can't stay with the rest of the people, so go here instead. It being late, it was just rank and file people working, so they didn't know what to do, so sent me a waypoint. The next day I talked to a caseworker there and they found me a different space and basically said everything was the same for meals and stuff with other people in the shelter. I just slept separately. They did also encourage me to keep being trans to myself, which again, I get that. Somebody almost got into a fight over missing leggings. I'm okay with not rocking the boat. Point all in all, night 1 was horrifying. The rest was made significantly better by an amazing local shelter who helped me job hunt, see a dentist/doctor, and have 2 meals a day. They are amazing, and the people who worked there were super helpful. Point also, a huge amount of the homeless I met were mentally ill. I knew many of them from my visits to psych hospitals, depression/bipolar, before ever going to the shelter. It was really faked up knowing a lot of people just bounce between psych hospitals, shelters, and being on the street. Point TLDR, night 1 sucked and was scary as hell. Local shelter was amazing. Mental health is a major issue for homeless people. My situation may be a little unusual, since I never ended up spending a night on the streets or anything. I was always either couch surfing, in the hospital, or in a homeless shelter. My first night was spent in a hotel paid for out of pity by a coworker of my mom's, and to be honest, I don't remember it. My homelessness was a result of the sudden passing of my mom, so I think more than anything, I was just in shock and paralyzed by terror thinking of what might happen to me. And as for how I adapted, I didn't. Really, I was left with almost no possessions, didn't have a car, not that I could drive anyway, hadn't even finished high school, had already been living with severe depression, and I experienced numerous traumatic events/situations throughout my year of homelessness, so my usual everyday went like this: wake up, be unable to function, waste time crying and doing very little. Plan to commit suicide, pass out. Then right before I would actually kill myself, my situation would change. I'd have a glimmer of hope until everything would turn out to be just as bad or even worse, and the cycle would begin again. Point there was nothing respectable about that or about me for surviving that year, in my opinion. I wasn't strong in any way at any point, and I didn't even get myself out of it in the end. A dear friend consigned an apartment lease with me. Point. But that's basically how it happened, what being homeless was like for me. So I hope someone somewhere can find some value in that story. Logged in just to post here. Hi. Bit late to the party. Point the night after my ex-wife took my daughter, almost everything I owned, and left me while I was at work. I came home thinking we were robbed. Found out later she packed up and left during the 11 hours I was gone. By the time I got home, she was a third of the way back to Phoenix. Point I had 16 days left on the lease, then I had to leave. So I consolidated everything and took both my cars separately to a Walmart parking lot I knew about that let people sleep in the lot. It honestly wasn't too bad. I slept in an Isuzu Rodeo with the passenger seat removed, so I could lay out completely, drove the Bonneville to work and back. The Walmart workers got used to seeing me there, as I'm sure they knew everyone else that was using the lot. I was homeless for just about 2 years. Like a few other redditors said, I showered at the gym, hung out at libraries, arcades, Starbucks, and other social establishments during my free time, and saved up to pay down the broken lease on the apartment my ex neglected. Paid my phone bill, insurance for cars, gym memberships, and that's about it. Point it's pretty easy to adapt, really. You figure out how to balance charging your phone and battery pack, good ways to stay warm/cool during seasons, places that have Wi-Fi, the works. I was pretty lucky and had both cars for a majority of my ordeal. One got T-boned, RIP Bonneville, but it's not as bad as it seems if you have access to a vehicle. One guy in the same lot as me was sleeping in a Ford XZ2 coupe, so it might suck, but it's not as bad as others have it. Point for anyone experiencing or about to experience homelessness. Laundromats are good places to get out of the element and wash your sheet. Truck stops, gyms, and other fitness centers usually have showers, so check your local spot for access. Be courteous to your hosts. Your situation doesn't make you a different person or a bad person. Food banks can hook you up with non-perishables. A lot of temp agencies pay the same day you work, so don't shy away from it if you don't have work, otherwise it will get better. Late to the party, but feel I should write a reply. There was a point in April when I realized my husband had stopped touching me, not but to butt in bed, not ever for any reason. I realized he was absolutely in love with some person from the internet and wanted nothing to do with me. I kicked him out of our bedroom. He made no efforts to address my concerns. After 6 weeks or so I went to spend a month with my parents, then came back to a faking disaster of a house. So done. I went to help out a friend getting evicted, ended up camping with him for a few days, came back to the terrible house that went back and forth for a few months. Misery, escape, repeat. At the start of September I went to see my friend, now my is he or isn't he boyfriend. He had been homeless ever since he was evicted. He had been homeless before. 5 weeks now. I've lived out of my car with him. We have cell phones. I use Wi-Fi at the library, if that's the first utility people think of. When it's warm, we sleep under the stars. When it's cool, we sleep in a tiny tent. When it's freezing, we sleep in a tent with a tarp as a top blanket. And when it's wet, we sleep in the car. On 1 or 2 occasions I've gotten hotel rooms to ride out a storm. Oh, for a time we used a little open utility trailer and put a mattress down in it. That was comfy, but severely stressed our gasoline budget. I'm a homie awana. I can't go home. My husband is there with all his misery around him. So for some faking reason I, an adult, am homeless by choice. What would you do? The first thing about being homeless is peeing and pupping. Peeing rough is different for chicks. Smelling like stale urine is not good. It's a struggle, but we have an axe, and when there's wood, we make a campfire and boil up water for little baths. Did you know, some campgrounds and trailer parks offer showers for a fee? $5 is a good price for an untimed hot shower. Pupping. All you'll understand pupping. Dig a hole, cover it up. I've pupped in the woods so many times. Good part is I can get in a real deep squat. Bad part is misjudging the angle and getting pup on pants or hand dug. So I got pup on my hand once in 5 weeks, which is pretty good I guess, because I tend to pup every morning. In summer and the start of fall, I was never really cold, but fall is really coming down, especially in the mountains. Some snow/frost, some rain, some below freezing nights. It's what's made me give up on this and go to my parents again. FWIW This whole time I have been looking for a place to live and a job but found nothing. Have been looking since like January actually for a job. Ugh, back to utilities. You've also got to consider water. Stream water is all well and good if you trust it, but mostly you're going to want to boil it for cleanliness. So that takes a lot of wood chopping. We got a camp stove, and cooking over propane is easier by far than cooking over a wood fire. Our kitchen is usually just the tailgate of my station wagon. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, what else? Sometimes we get city water from parks, sometimes we buy it from grocery stores. Lately it's like 50/50 park taps/boiled stream water. Trash is the last amenity you'd forget about. I've driven around with a week's worth of trash in my damn car, just looking for an unattended can. Ended up finding one behind a small town business, closed on the weekend. But lots of people lock their dumpster/large trash hoppers. There you go. That's how you survive without a foundation beneath you. Now, I don't recommend anyone else break up with their husband, get a homeless boyfriend, and live in a station wagon with him. That's nuts. I'm nuts. But I'm going to my parents' house tonight and am looking forward to a hot shower where I don't have to put dirty shoes on right away and sleeping on a mattress with clean sheets under a roof. Holy I'm excited, but pretty sad I never found a job or a place to live. I'm currently homeless. The first night wasn't bad because it was summer. Sleeping in my vehicle, my former roommate and I stuck together for a while, but he ended up getting a place and they didn't have another spot for me to rent. so I went out alone, trying to save up enough money for a place to live in another city nearby. I slept in my 2-door Jeep, which was cramped, but I was grateful to have at least that. I hung a hammock from the roll cage in the front driver's side to the roll cage in the back passenger's side, and I could sleep there comfortably if I adjusted my seats right. As the nights got colder, I put a undercoat on the hammock, which is like an external sleeping bag, and started sleeping in a separate sleeping bag, which definitely saved me from frostbite a few times. It's still miserably cold, and I usually wake up several times during the night because my feet hurt so bad. Wool socks seem to make it worse somehow. I'll learn to check every hot hands, which are these little disposable heaters that people buy to put in their gloves, socks, or pockets for outdoor work or snowboarding, that I see in the trash. Sometimes tourists throw them away before they are fully spent, or don't shake them enough to activate the heat. I work full time, and while I don't have enough money yet to get a place to live, it is still really nice to have something to do during the day, usually in a place that's warm. I have a bunch of friends in the city, and we'll go on a rotation through them every couple weeks to come over with a pack of beer or whiskey, hang out for a few hours and use their shower and washing machine. If I do this on Friday night, I usually stay the night wherever I'm at, sleeping on the couch in various living rooms. It's really important to be completely upfront with your friends when you do this. They always know ahead of time that I'm coming over to hang out, use their appliances and sleep on the couch. I've met some people in similar situations as me that recommend just pretending to fall asleep on your friend's couch, so they just let you crash there without you having to ask permission. I do not recommend that. It's cheaty to trick people into helping you, and you will wear out your welcome much sooner than you would if you just are upfront. Always do things like pick up around their house, throw away any trash or empty bottles on the coffee table, clean dishes and wipe down counter, things like that. You want your presence to be more convenient for everyone involved than inconvenient. I like to wake up early and go to a gas station to wash my face, brush my teeth, and put on makeup before the sun comes up. There is less chance of running into other people and getting judgmental stares for doing a hygiene routine in a gas station bathroom. Conveniently, it's so fucking cold that I usually wake up around 4 or 5 am and can't go back to sleep anyways. If you work at a place where the boss periodically buys everybody breakfast or brings in donuts, it's convenient to carry around a little pack of Ziploc bags. It's shitty to do this to other coworkers, but if they are living comfortably and you need to survive, don't feel bad about taking 2 or 3 donuts to save yourself some money. My boss buys bagels for the shop every Monday, and I always take 3, cut them in half, and that is my breakfast and lunch for the rest of the week. Trade shifts with people, so I'm working at night and can use a microwave to boil water and make ramen. If I can't swing that, buying peanut packs from a local gas station is the easiest way to feel full until you fall asleep without spending too much money. Living off of pre-packaged foods is hard and about as expensive as paying rent, unless you basically starve yourself like this. My Jeep broke down in a city 3 hours from here this last weekend, and I hitched a ride back with friends. Losing that Jeep, the most valuable thing I own both emotionally and financially, is devastating. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do now. I'm staying with a couple of friends for the next few nights, and going to rotate that to a couple other friends afterwards, but I don't really see that as being sustainable. Nobody that I know can add another person to their house. So now I'm cashing out my $401k, looking for a second job, and hoping I can find a place before it gets too cold. There's already snow on the ground where I am, and even if I wasn't, I would have to hike about 4 miles on foot one way to get from the forest I normally camp in to my job every day. It's good to remember that strength is important. That all of the stuff that all of us are enduring right now will just be a story someday about how times were hard and how we fought to survive and we won. Keep your chin up, other homeless folks. We've fucking got this. We are gonna make it. The first night was awful. We had a Ford Explorer, so the trunk area had everything we needed and a bunch of blankets covering it. The back seat had all our food and daily supplies, which also had a blanket cover. Behind the driver's seat was food and water for our 2 cats. Their litter box was behind the passenger seat. The blankets were for our cats to lay, so they would be comfortable. I slept in the driver's seat and my husband in the front passenger seat. We were pulled over by a cop because the Spolder had expired tags and no insurance. We weren't using it until the day everything went down. I just started crying and explained to the officer what happened and to please go easy on us. We wouldn't have been able to pay those tickets at all. After that, we parked in the homeless area downtown and went to the shelters to get information. It was winter, so it was freezing, and then the air from breathing would be warm and awful. It was so embarrassing. Sleeping was hard and cramped. I cried a lot again. I was used to just getting by, but never thought I would be homeless. We didn't qualify for the same shelters or aid because of our age differences. I was 26 and he was 24. The shelters where we lived had options for under 25 and 25 plus. We would have to split our time at the Sploder, so one of us was with the cats while the other walked to shower, have access to electricity, and put in for the laundry lottery. The only thing we could do together was eat dinner at the Mission together. We never truly adapted. It was so hard finding a bathroom at night and asking to use it without being judged that we would do drugs in them or something. We couldn't stay in parking lots for long and there was no 24-hour place around the area. It would have been way too much in gas to drive to Walmart for the night and then back to the shelters in the morning. One of our cats escaped and we never found him. So many other homeless strangers I may have judged in another situation actually helped us look. I'm grateful because I never met anyone mean or that tried to hurt me. I now believe that is a select few of them. We were all down and just trying to live. I'm going to stop here. This was a very painful time in my life that I would like to forget. I'll try to answer any questions. I called people I'm related to. If you don't give yourself a chance. Between distant family putting me up and friends letting me crash after a night out, most days sadly, I only once or twice slept outside. Then a relative my family didn't get on with let me stay for 6 months while I got myself together. You can't expect that nobody cares about you because that sheet will kill you. There is someone somewhere that doesn't want you dead under a bridge or frozen to death outside a shop doorway. You call every number in your phone until it runs out of battery. Then you go somewhere warm and ask for water in your bottle. 2 free things to keep you alive. My darkest days, fortunately not as dark as most, and for that I'm grateful. I was not hungry while I didn't have a home. I was hungry when I got one and had no money left to buy food. I had a few crackers left and that was all. Crackers mashed with warm water will fill you up, especially Rivetus. It will be hard to eat. Places will give out warm water/hot water for baby bottles, so just ask for one. Crackers can be like 30p. When it's disgusting, that is when you know you are struggling, but you must eat. I went to bed that night with a fairly full, totally unsatisfied belly in tears, but all I can think is how much worse off other people are. You should also go to your local council and ask them what to do. They can give out housing for a night and all sorts, even loans to get you back on track before it's too late and it becomes a way of life. Help is better at the beginning. Not terrible. I was new to the area at the time, but I found some safe places to sleep in my car until settling into a specific area, especially once I rented a storage unit in the area where I'd decided to sleep so I could get all my crap out of the car. There was also a laundromat and a really nice grocery store nearby. I used a few local libraries for internet access, shaved and did my teeth in their restrooms. Eventually I joined a gym to shower as well, off of a work friend's suggestion. Before that, it was baby wipes and washing/shampooing my hair with bottled water in the car, then swiping on deodorant. My car is roomy, so I had space to put my seats all down and sleep with some comfort, and it was mid-September through October when I was doing this, and in the northern US, so weather wasn't too bad. Got pretty cold a few nights in October, but I bundled up. I did buy several mattress pads and blankets to stack up and make the car a bit more comfortable. Had plenty of pillows. My parents knew I was looking for a place, but they were over 1,000 miles away from me since I'd moved up the coast, and they didn't really have the money to help me. But I assured them I'd be fine and that I had a plan, so I knew it'd be temporary. They were worried, but they had no choice but to trust me. I just worked, including grabbing voluntary overtime where I could, saved most of my money for rent/deposit, put a word out to cowhawkers that I was looking for a room, and made an ad on Craigslist as well. The latter is what got me a home. Found my current roommate on there when she responded to my ad, met her on Halloween, started moving into her house the next day, and in a few more weeks I'll have been here for 2 years. I was on the luckier end of things, and don't like to refer to it as being homeless, although it would technically be accurate to say so. I had €30 in my name in a city with no acquaintances or friends. Managed to book a couple of nights in a youth hostel with that, and that was the end of my wealth lol. Spent every waking second trying to find any job. Talked to everyone at the hostel, every shop owner, every supermarket, anyone I came across, literally. One of the girls at the hostel was in a similar situation, and by some miracle we managed to find stupid 2-day jobs replacing sick employees, then 1-week jobs replacing employees on holiday, all in a staggered fashion allowing at least one of us to cover the other's expenses, until I ultimately landed a full-time job working in a supermarket. Food was tricky, but a lot of the youth in the hostel would often offer up a bit of food, and I had talked to a lovely old lady in the street that told me she loved gardening and always made more produce than she could eat. Would give me weeks of eggs at a time. I would freeze them so they lasted longer. After I landed the full-time job I managed to find a small studio and leverage some government assistance to cover my deposit and act as my guarantor. Worked my ass off until I made it to store manager within 9 months. Put as much money aside as possible and taught myself new skills, programming. Moved to a larger town and got a good job as a developer and kept pushing, even creating my own company down the line. Nowadays I make enough passive income to live a simple life, and I don't need more than a simple life. I work for pleasure in a field related to a hobby of mine, and general no more than 3 days a week. Not the greatest of successes. I'm still looking for my next big business idea, but all in all I feel like I managed to weasel my way out of the system to some extent. If I've learned anything from the whole ordeal, it's that life doesn't reward you proportionally to the amount of work you put in. You need to be smart about it and make sure your time spent is done in a manner that will increase your odds of opening opportunities. They are never guaranteed, so it's the best you can do. Also, learn to cut your losses. Be smart, not stubborn. Was dropped off at a homeless shelter by my sister-in-law right when I turned 18. My brother at the time was disabled, and his condition was such that he was barely aware of what was going on around him. She didn't like me being around because I kept him hopeful, and I realized that she was sleeping around with a few of the soldiers my brother was serving with. He was transitioning out of the army at the time due to his medical condition. The first night I treated it like it was a frat sleepover right before pledge night. I was paranoid and aware of everything even as I barely slept. While at the homeless shelter, I made friends with several people at a church nearby, enough so that I could get a part-time cleaning job at the church, which included a closet-sized room located at the church as partial payment for cleaning. The church served as a shelter as well for battered women and children. I'm slightly ashamed to say that I pretended to be far more of a simpleton than I'm in order to stay there. The church was preferable to a homeless shelter eventually. I earned enough money to get a plane ticket back home to my parents, got a job, and moved on with my life. My brother and his wife got divorced within a year after she dropped me off at the homeless shelter. He eventually didn't need as much pain medication as he was taking before and started to regain a large portion of his cognizance. When he realized what she had done to me, he told me he started to look around himself at what was going on around him and saw what she was doing. He got Jag involved and divorced her, as I had a rather mild experience with being homeless. It only lasted for less than 10 months. It still wasn't the greatest feeling. However, it helped me mature further and faster. Scary point: my dad came home with my sister and started yelling. My sister held a knife up and threatened to kill me, screamed I was ripping the family apart, but the truth is, it was already in shambles, and I was the scapegoat for coming out, even though I had always been evidently different. My dad started throwing punches, telling me I made him want to kill himself. I dodged a lot of it and fled. It was my last night at home. I knew I lived in an abusive situation, but it had just been different blows before. Drove to my best friend's house. No one was home. Tried calling my boyfriend. No answer. My cousin who was like my little sister. No answer. I was crying. I slept out in my very rundown car knowing everything was going to have to change for me to ever live safely. The next day I tried calling my mom, and she told me I did it to myself. Blamed me for everything. I adapted well once I knew I needed to change everything about my situation. My ex told me I should move in with him earlier in the year, but once it came down to me actually doing it, he somehow held reservations. I'll never forget laying in his bed that weekend, bruised and thinking, this isn't the love I deserve. He hadn't ever been truly supportive. Change that. I ended up couch surfing with friends, took up small spaces in others' houses without impeding on them, etc. My job was openly discriminatory, so I changed that. I was barred from going to college because FAFSA has that sweet spot of dependency, etc. So I began to fight for my right to go back to college without my parents' tax information being necessary. It genuinely got easier once I realized I couldn't control much and narrowed my sight on bettering me. My relationship with my family to this day is strained at best, but getting away with the best thing I could have ever done. My only regret is not getting emancipated and leaving sooner. The first night, after being kicked out, I used the house key I had to sleep on my mom's laundry room floor. I knew it was risky, but I think a part of me still hoped that she'd change her mind. At 5 the next morning I walked across town to the pool where I worked and took a shower. They opened at 6, but I could get in at 5:30. The locker rooms were a lifesaver over the following weeks. I killed some time walking around town, then went to high school. Fortunately I lived in a somewhat poor community and the school served free, or possibly cheap. It's amazing how much I forget about that other life. Breakfast and lunch. Another lifesaver. I did sports after school and worked after that, so my days were pretty busy from 6-10. I was in advanced classes, skipped a grade, excelled in sports, was nominated for homecoming court, and was well liked by both faculty and peers. I don't say this to brag, but to illustrate that absolutely no one had any idea what my life was like at home. I was a poster child. By the second night I'd come to terms with my situation. No more laundry room floor. I snuck inside a final time and took a backpack full of clothes and a blanket. That night I slept under the porch. I discovered years ago that it made a good hiding place. I was only homeless for a few weeks. It feels like a lifetime ago, like my life is split in half by before and after, not being homeless, but being independent. A life of fear and abuse followed by a life of screaming, defiant optimism in spite of whatever bullshit the world serves up. TLDR, not all homeless are destitute. r/vagabond is a community of thriving travelers on low or no dollars. Contrary to the experiences of many here, my first night without housing was awesome. I ended up spending 3 years alternating between homelessness and conventional life, often preferring the former over the latter. There was one very important difference. I traveled. I often didn't have a dollar to my name, but I always had a destination, and that gave me motivation and direction. I never stayed in one place longer than 2 weeks, and often I'd be in a new town or county every day. I hitchhiked at first, going 1,500 miles from Washington state to Southern California and Nevada. I later learned how to hop freight trains, and that really opened up North America for me. Once I learned to live simply and to subsist off of the excess and waste of society, I found my mental state and physical health improved a lot. Instead of being inside a building or a car all day, working a menial job, I was out in nature or in outdoor urban environments. I carried a backpack with everything I needed and walked/ran/climbed/crawled/swam/caught moving train cars to get around. A large portion of what I ate was perfectly good food in grocery store dumpsters, and a lot of what they threw out was fresh fruits and veggies. Something I'm not seeing mentioned here almost at all is the community of people who live on the fringes. To assume that we are all drug addicted or mentally ill is ignorant. I was blown away time and time again by how kind and intelligent and competent people were. I met them on the streets, or on the road, or on the rails, or in the wilderness, and the one overarching theme was a deep sense of acceptance. As outcasts and misfits of society, there is no pretense for being judged or accepted among vagrants except for your own actions and reputation. For me, leaving my job, house, smartphone, car, and family, no kids, behind probably saved my life. I was depressed college dropout grappling with problems in my home life including terminal illness and hard drug addiction. I ran away with no plan other than play music. Now I live in New Orleans, in a house in the lower 9th ward. I play jazz saxophone and bass in multiple bands, and I ride a pedicab, bike taxi, in the French Quarter. I still sometimes see homeless traveler friends from my old life. Some have housed up like I have, some are still out there. I always keep a little extra to give to panhandlers, though I've learned that intrinsic things like food or fresh socks or lighters are way more meaningful and useful than dollars. I write about my experiences and post guides on nearly every aspect of how to survive in this lifestyle over. Spent about 9 months living in my car. It started during the summer, which wasn't so bad most of the time. But I live in Tennessee, so some nights the inside of my car could get well over 100 F and I would roll around in the grass trying to cool off. What was painfully embarrassing was hitting up people I barely knew, old high school classmates or former cowhawkers, looking for somewhere to crash once it got cold. I had a boyfriend for a bit who told me he was too busy for me to come over sometimes, and while I understand not wanting your girlfriend around every night, it did hurt. Once winter hit, I started drinking a lot more, kept plastic jugs of whiskey in my trunk, and would make jokes about putting on my whiskey jacket. But to your actual question, I barely remember the first night. It felt like a slow slide into homelessness, not a clearly defined first night. I started staying out more to avoid my stepfather, and at some point there just wasn't anywhere for me to stay, and the occasional night in my car became an every night kind of thing. Most of the time, I didn't think much about it. I didn't sleep on the streets, so having that little piece of personal property kept me sane. But I let a cowhawker borrow my car because he was sick and needed to go home from work and lived in walking distance. Being in a situation like that can make you overly generous. He wasn't sick, he was drunk, and he wrecked my car. That was rock bottom. I have rarely felt as scared and alone and truly homeless as that night. Currently homeless. Throwaway for obvious reasons. My first night homeless I was extremely pissed off. I had been arrested for driving on a suspended license in Arkansas, trying to just get back to Wisconsin, where I had a job offer thanks to a college friend. I spent September 7th to the 11th locked up. Only person I called was my dad since that's the only number I had memorized. We talked about the situation, and he seemed supportive, saying we just need to get myself home. And after all, he always said his door was always open. When I was released, I talked down the impound guy, good southern dude, to let my car out for $100. My last paycheck was coming in on Friday, but I only had enough for gas to get back north. So I phoned my dad again, to loan me $100 instantly on Zelle. Although I had always paid him back, he surprised me. He told me, "It's not about the money, but I will not be in contact with you until you have a job and a place to live. You are not welcome here anymore." He hung up the phone and I stared at my battery that was at 15%. I was about to have no job, no car, no way to contact anyone. At 10 p.m. 900 miles away from anybody I knew. I had some luck that night though. I went to the closest gas station and bought a charger, Type-C for my phone for $7 and phoned my best friend. Before I even got finished talking to him, he already sent me $100 and I was able to get my car out of impound. I then had a decision to make. Try to make it up north and continue, or call my former supervisor in Louisiana and beg for my job back. Long story short, I got my job back. The tower gave me directions on which back roads to take out of town to avoid cop hotspots, and I proceeded back down south to try and get to work the next day. I arrived at work at 3 a.m. and waited to head in for my shift at 6 a.m. So that was my first night. I felt both lucky for not getting pulled over again and having a job, but pissed as all hell at my father for blindsiding me like that at the lowest point of my life. I worked 12-hour shifts, so I got off at night, sat in my car, and had no idea where to go and what to do. I'm still working and sleeping in my car 1 month later, but now I have a plan and know what steps I need to take to get an apartment. I should have the pieces in place to move in a studio the first week of November. If a cop stops me or checks my car at night though, that might be it. One time, I ran away from my home. I was in Louisiana and was in a very dark place to the point I wanted to return to Alaska. So with no money and no car, I started to walk there. Yay, I wanted to walk across half of the country in order to return to my home state. Little did I realize that that was a very long walk. The first day, I left in the night and walked all the way down to somewhere in Beaumont, Texas / edge of Louisiana. When a man stopped on the side of the road, the conversation went something like this. Driver, hey, you aren't going to kill me, are you? Me, no. Are you going to kill me? Driver, no. Get in. I then get into this guy's car. He gives me a lift to a supermarket on the edge of Orange, Texas. And I'm forced to walk into Texas after a while, all while trying to hitchhike and keeping my spirits up. Fast forward a couple of hours, and the day hits. It's easily a 90° Fahrenheit day, and I'm practically about to collapse, and I would get into more detail, but basically, I ended up traveling like maybe 6 to 8 miles before I start to feel utterly exhausted. I'm not an experienced hiker, but I managed to pace myself at a decent pace, taking what safe routes I could. So this, I'm not risking death by semi. I start to feel really tired and getting weary. I knew I was going to pass out if I didn't rest in some shade soon. And when I had a though if resting, another man pulls over to the side of the road, and the conversation goes on something like this. Driver, hey, you look like you could use a beer. You want one? Me, well, I'm not 21, so that's a risk you'll have to take. Driver, well, are you going to tell anybody? Me, no. Driver, then get in my truck. I'll take you to some shelter, give you some food, all that good stuff. I then happily get in. Not knowing what I was in store for, he tells me about himself. He went by name Bone, and he had a bald head, was very tall, and could probably easily overpower me. If I were to be robbed or assaulted by this man, it would have been more than easy for him to do it, but I had a feeling I was going to be safe for some reason. So I meet up with him and his family at his trailer on the side of the highway, and as we are talking about scoring some weed, Bone then comes at me with, Bone, oh, you're asking for weed? Oh, brother, I thought you said meth. Me, what? It was here that Bone asked if I smoked meth, and I eagerly declined, as I'm not into that sort of stuff. But now I'm in an awkward position to be respectful to my host, but be completely comfortable with them smoking meth. After they realize that I'm just an actual hitchhiker that isn't going to try to steal their meth, they practically became friendly like family, and we literally just sat and chatted the day away until Bone asked me to help him burn some stuff so that he could sell the scrap metal. There is for sure more, and I have to admit, for my first day, it was eventful. TLDR, some people from Texas have hearts of gold, even if they smoke meth. When I was 17, and in my last semester of high school, my family decided to move for options at a better job. I decided to stay to finish high school. They set me up to stay with a family friend. Because I was very stupid and very irresponsible, I decided to start partying and burning bridges, including the family I was staying with, and decided to move into my van that my family bought me so that I would have transportation. After I graduated high school, I continued to live in the van for the summer until I wrecked it. I took everything I could carry and hitchhiked to the town I was in, and then got a ride to a friend's house in another town. I stayed on his couch until I burned that bridge, and then hooked up with some other friends that were living in their trucks. All this time I was feeding myself by day labor work and by stealing one meal at a time at a local grocery store. As winter was getting close to setting in, I took to trying to steal a car stereo from a local store and got caught. I figured I would sell it to get enough money to get a weekly motel room or some sort of better housing situation. When I got caught, the arresting officer gave me a heart-to-heart on how I had better clean up my life or my life would get a lot harder. My friends that I was staying with decided to apply for student loans to go to college, and so I did the same, because it would mean that I could get dorm housing. I didn't graduate, I was very dumb, and continued to make terrible decisions for years. I did end up joining the military, and served for a few years. When I got out I made a life for myself. The fear of loss, and of ever being back in that position, has impacted everything I do. Because of the paralyzing fear, I have now set myself up with 2 career fields. I'm a commercial pilot and a real estate broker. I guess the underlying reason is because I know if the market in either job goes bad I can fall back on the other, but I do end up working entirely too much because of that fear. Way late to the show here, but I'll go ahead and share my experience. I just got out of the Navy for mental health issues and left with pretty much zero resources, but I refused to stay at the home I left the Navy to escape in the first place. I decided instead to just leave home and hitchhike to somewhere else. Starting a year of homelessness. First night was cold, mid to high 30s. And faking rainy as hell. I was wearing combat boots and my Navy raincoat covered my head with a piece of cardboard. I tried adjusting myself to various points, but no matter what position I tried, it was either get my core body rained on, or my legs would form the raincoat in a way that poured water into my boots. I eventually fell asleep in that rain. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. Uncomfortable as hell, but it was just about the same sort of shit I've been experiencing for the past 2 months, being punished by my naval superiors who didn't believe in mental health issues, thought I was just being a pansy, and wanted to give me what I deserve before I was processed out. At about 2 AM, I got woken up by some dude with headlights blasting in my eyes telling me he's calling the cops and that I can't be there. Found a cold ditch to try to sleep in. Woke up at dawn and started walking barefoot and came upon a gas station where I let my clothes dry out and waited until the day and it got warmer. Got to the mid 60s and I set out and started walking. The day was pretty beautiful. By noon it was the mid 70s. I was walking barefoot with my socks and boots tied up and hanging from my sea bag to dry. Very comfortable. I spent the next 2 days sleeping in the ditch next to the interstate and walking during the day. I ended up walking out of my state, Iowa, and as soon as I got to the border, I got picked up by a couple of punks on their way to Kansas City and chilled with crusty squatters and hitting up punk shows for the next month. Great time. Eventually made my way out to the West Coast, made a quick run through California. Wanted to stay there longer, but a friend with cystic fibrosis was in the hospital in Seattle and was getting pretty iffy, and, being free, I wanted to keep them company in what we thought was gonna be their last moments. Despite like a 10% chance of surviving at the time, she pulled through, and her family moved back to the Midwest so she could be with family in case something like that happened again, leaving me on my own in Seattle, which I was digging, so decided to stay for another year or so. A little different. My boyfriend is homeless right now. We were living with my mother. He was having a hard time keeping work due to inadequately address mental illness. She put him out. I spend a lot of time with him and continue to pay rent to my mom so I can sleep there a few times a week plus have somewhere to house our 2 cats. The first night was a whirlwind. I don't remember a lot. There was a lot of crying, yelling, anger, despair, depression. We spent the night in an outdated hotel downtown and had fast food for dinner. His mom had also recently died, so he did have some money from inheritance, thank God. We fell asleep that night on tear wet pillows on top of our sheets, cuddling. The next day became alright, it's go time. Checked out, went to the library. He started filling out job apps, and I looked up everything I could on homelessness and nomadic lifestyles. We reserved a room for a week at the cheapest place online, were there for about 10 minutes, before realizing it was just not going to work. There was no account, windows didn't open, the bed was wet, there was mold everywhere, and you could hear people fighting as you walked down the halls. Told the receptionist absolutely faking not, he refunded the entire week. Went across the street to the Super 8 and reserved for a week. Some weird back and forth with the teller. After a very exhausting hour figuring everything out, we got our room key. Rinse repeat for a few months. Reserved hotels for a week at a time. I started working. He looked for employment. Money started to run out. There were gaps in availability, so we had what we called car nights. I slept in the driver's seat, He slept across the back seat in a blanket fort. Where did we park? Primarily at a local truck stop. We befriended the overpass clerk, so she let us shower for free, as long as it was at odd hours, and wouldn't disturb the truckers. She said we are free to do whatever up there, as long as we cleaned up and were polite. We do laundry, charge our phones, eat dinner, and watch TV on old torn up couches. As long as we are back in our car by 6 AM we have no time limit. First shift comes in at 6. From there we pull into the furthest corner of the parking lot, get comfortable, and sleep. Our record right now is about 9 hours for him, and 5 for me. He got a job, so now on weekends, and particularly brutal days he gets a hotel room. We found a place in town that works perfectly for what we need. Tonight and the rest of this week until Friday, maybe Sunday, is a car night. It's starting to drop below freezing at night, so we are both really worried about what's going to happen. We are struggling to find somewhere that allows cats, is within a 30-minute drive of our jobs, and is not company owned, more relaxed on poor credit, and maybe work out a payment plan for the security deposit. It was rough. I don't talk about this part of my life much, but I do feel like I need to get this off my chest, and what better place to do it than with a bunch of strangers on Reddit. I decided at 13 that my parents were wrong about everything, and their sole purpose in life was to make me miserable in every way possible. They were extremely strict, but looking back on it today, mostly fair. I packed my clothes in my notebook bag, stole some money from my mom's purse, and took off on my own at 13 years old. I mostly slept at night in public parks that were closed. I barely ate anything, because the few $100s that I had taken from my mom only lasted a week. I spent most of it on weed as well. I'm not proud of it, but when the money wasn't coming in, and I was starving, I performed some sexual favors on men that I flagged down for AIDS. I was wrapped several times because of this risky behavior, but I still continued to do it because I thought it was better than going back home. I finally decided I was an idiot and my home life couldn't possibly be worse than starving every day and being treated like trash by strange men. The final straw was when a police officer picked me up for prostitution, and instead of bringing me to jail he drove us to a sugarcane field and anally rapped me 3 times. I had never experienced anal before, and I never want to again. It was the most pain I've ever been in my entire life. My parents happily took me back in after a year of being on my own. I did the homeless crust punk thing for a couple months. I was 17F, and when I look back on that time I'm blown away by the balls I must have had to stop going to high school, get on a freight train from Baltimore to Philly, and just wing it with some strangers I met after a show I went to called Pointless Fest, I think. Stayed in a gigantic condemned apartment building in West Philly, 42nd and Chestnut I believe. I went back weeks later to find it had become a huge deal in the squatter/crust punk world. I was impressed that people have rigged water into the toilets from the roof somehow and had police scanners positioned at the corners of the floor they were occupying. It was cool because the building was so huge you could really spread out and claim a room or even apartment as your own. Okay, the first night, I'm walking around West Philly with some other punk runaways, and someone mentions this apartment building. We go to check it out. We find a cellar door unlocked, the big metal kind that are at an angle and open up to stairs. I still remember being absolutely petrified that we were in a pitch black basement, and knowing that if the door was open, there must be people down there in the dark. Somehow we found stairs and went up a couple floors. I'll never forget stopping on one floor halfway up. Someone pointed their flashlight down the hallway as we were trying to find a floor that wasn't in complete rubble. The beam of light goes down the hallway and there's someone there. We get scared and the light gets moved around. When we point it again to see if the person is still there, they are gone and all we hear is rustling and dust moving around. The person had gone into the wall and must have been climbing the pipes. We went back to the stairs and kept walking up. I believe we ended up on the top floor. It was relatively empty and under shade. I stayed there for probably 2 weeks. Was homeless twice. First time was the worst time, and first day I learned who my real friends were. Ask my friend of 7 years to ask his dad to let me stay with them for 2 weeks just to figure things out. He said no. I then offered give him my new game system and he asked his dad afterwards, and his dad still said no. It was either live in the streets of my old hometown or go back to living with my abusive parents, so I chose to live in my car. I adapted pretty quickly out of necessity, but the first day was more of a denial phase. Oh, I'll just sleep in my car for tonight, then I'll find somewhere for sure tomorrow. Something will work out. Those nights turned into 3 weeks of sleeping in front of Walmart before seeking shelter the next town over in a homeless shelter for men. I met a young man who became my best friend, and the shelter chaplain kicked me out because I refused to attend the mandatory church service. I was already on day 3 of the 3-day stay of the shelter, so it would have been my last night anyway. My friend came with me, and we teamed up for the next month to survive together. After a month of looking for jobs and trying to survive, we were starving, and I was forced to go back to my abusive parents. A little over a year later my friend died, and my mother refused to let me attend his funeral, even though I begged her to let me go. It has nothing to do with him being a bad influence or anything, she just didn't want to spend the money on a trip to Florida. I escaped their abusive household a year ago and found out they were using my information to steal tens of thousands of dollars from the government by claiming me illegally on their taxes, as well as stealing all of my tax refunds I was issued. My parents were taking my paychecks under the guise they were using them to pay off medical debt I accrued. I found out they only paid $370 in a 4-year time frame and pocketed the rest of my money, totaling over $40,000 of my paychecks. My mother refused to let me have closure for my friend, so she could steal from me. After I escaped their abusive household, I moved to Nebraska and was homeless for 1 month and was living in a shelter before I got my own place and became completely independent from my parents. I'm working full time and going to college and building my credit, so I won't have to worry about being homeless and unstable ever again. I'm much happier now, and I think I'm better off for being homeless and gaining the experience of it. It's one of those, I've survived worse, so anything that happens I'll get through it mentalities. Thanks for the question, Op. First nights are surprisingly not the worst. The second is. The first is unruly, unholy, cold most of the time, alone, scared, embarrassed. The second night just reminds you of all the sleep you didn't get the night before. And it reminds you that you have to keep doing it. My first night, I walked around all night. Pretty sure I was up for like 30 hours before that night too. Second night was rough. Slept on the floor of a disabled porta potty, so it was big enough to lay out, but I had no clothes or blankets. Curled up into a ball in my shirt and basketball shorts, and tried to sleep. Kept waking up from shivering. You lose a lot of yourself when you're homeless. Right now, what's on your mind? Bet it's a TV show, or a person, or a restaurant, or a trip, or a thing. I will gamble that you aren't thinking of when you'll get your next meal, or where you'll sleep. Once that foundation is shattered, it's so hard to get it back. I'm still overly anxious about things, like being able to drive my own car versus having someone else drive somewhere. Even though I know I'm fine, and I'm with a friend, I hate the feeling of not having my safe zone or escape route. Adapted by walking to a bigger city. Finding Salvation Army. Started by staying overnight. Then figured I had to be able to consistently shower and sleep for a job. So I started buying tubes and finding old not fully smoked cigarettes on the ground, repack them, and sell them. Hard work. Sucked a lot. But made enough to get a bunk, then got a job and got myself out. A little late to the party, but figure I'll share my story of homelessness in case it can find its way to someone and be helpful. I got out of the Marines in 2009, honorable discharge, and kinda bounced around doing odd jobs and trying to get my feel for college. I always struggled with school growing up, but being able to attend college without debt was a big reason for joining the Marines, so kept trying, even if it was just a few classes here and there. Well, as time passed, I found myself struggling more and more to just hold a job. I started drinking more and more, and wound up doing security at a few different bars. Well, as one can assume, that introduced me to more and more people who not only drank a lot, but who also did drugs that I had never done before. I was a fairly geeky kid all through school and would always be in my room playing computer games or at LAN parties rather than drinking at parties. Fast forward about a year and I went from increasing my drinking gradually to working security at bars to drinking and doing coke basically every night. I started partying more and more to where I was at a club or a house party every night of the week and was selling drugs to keep up my habit. Well, as you can probably assume, I end up getting mixed up with some dangerous people. I got in a lot, over my head and found myself losing everything, which wasn't much at this point. And was lucky to get away with my life and no criminal convictions. But now my truck, all of my possessions and clothes, even all of my medals and uniforms from the Marines, was all gone. I lived in a fairly urban environment, so I found an old apartment building that had air laundry machines in the basement and started sleeping in there and just hiding anytime I heard someone come down the steps. And I vividly remember my first night down there. I had a backpack with some of my most vital possessions, among them was my journal/sketchbook. I laid there on some blankets I found, hidden behind some boxes being stored down there. I wrote a few pages in my journal trying to just plainly describe the situation, but I couldn't really write. I think I was almost unwillingly compartmentalizing it all. Felt almost in a daze. I think I cried for a bit and then just laid there, going in and out of feeling sorry for myself and then smacking myself and telling myself not to feel pity for myself, that I made this bed, and then wishing I could turn to someone. But mostly I think I succumbed to self-pity and a deep feeling of hopelessness and alienation. To walk around and know that you have nowhere to be, nowhere you belong, no one expecting you, etc. It's a very hard feeling to cope with. So, I found a friendly little laid-back hipster pizza shop walking distance from the apartment building I was squatting at and applied for a job. I'm guessing since I had recent military experience with excellent recommendations and no criminal history, that they were willing to overlook me not having a car or phone or really any clothes and no address. I simply told them it was complicated, but that I'm reliable and a hard worker. Well, I got the job, and so started my humiliating and humbling climb back out of the hole I thoroughly dig for myself. Let me tell ya, going from being a sergeant in the Marines surviving 2 deployments to Iraq back in '06-07, and then becoming a petty coke dealer, which, as I'm sure anyone who has been in that scene can tell you, whenever you're the one at a club or a party with the white, you're basically treated like a celebrity. Always getting around the lines, no pun intended, never paying cover, anyone with me gets in free, girls at parties always kissing your ass, etc. And now I was homeless, walking to work to make pizzas and pour craft beer. And the kicker, it was in a part of town where a ton of my old friends and clientele hung out. So I regularly got to explain that pretty regularly, while trying my hardest to avoid my new coworkers finding out what I recently had been. After doing this for a few months I got a phone and a bike, and was starting to feel quite a bit better about myself. I wound up getting in contact with a girl I had sort of talked to, right when I got out of the Marines in '09. It was 2011 at this point. Long story short, we went on a few dates, and it started going really well. I finally admitted my situation to her, and she insisted that I come live with her immediately. After some reluctance I accepted her offer, again humbling myself big time, and she helped me get on my feet. We shared a car while I started going back to school full time, and we made it work. Now her and I are married, we have 3 children, and I'm a few semesters away from finishing my degree. I owe her so much, and I often think about how quickly things can all fall apart. I now look at all homeless people much differently, and I always give them a little money, if I have it on me. Because even though I know my $5 won't get him off the street, off drugs if he is on drugs, and I won't fix homelessness, I do know my $5 will help him a little bit in this current time of helplessness and alienation. And if anything, I hope that by making solid eye contact, handing him a few bucks, and saying I love you, and to stay strong, maybe that will make him feel a little less alienated from society. Because if I learned one thing from being homeless, it's how incredibly detached from the rest of society you can feel, and that's a terrible feeling. To just feel invisible to everyone, even though you're right there. Ugh. Awful point anyways. Hope this helps someone who is currently homeless to keep hope that things can turn back around just as quickly as they turned for the worse. Also, sorry for the rambling. I experienced varying levels of homelessness, couch crashing, basically surfing from friend's house to friend's house, hoping not to overstay welcomes or exhaust resources. At one point I got taken in by a friendly Mormon family I played D&D with. I cooked and cleaned for a room. I lived in a motel. I lived in the loft of a barn over chickens. I lived in a tent. I lived in a storage unit. The worst though was pregnant with a baby, and while in a relationship with the father, thinking his mother was taking us in. She got us to pack up our stuff, loaded into her car. She drove me and her grandchild to a homeless shelter, unloaded our stuff while I cried, and drove off with her son. I had to find a daycare for my baby. My kids are only 13 months apart. As I at least had a job, she could meet Sunday. I had no car and no bus that day. I walked for 2 hours while 6 months pregnant midsummer just to meet the lady so my child could start the next day. I switched 8 buses and walked a half hour just to deal with daycare and a job daily. Worked 2 jobs 5 days a week and 2 more on the weekends. Those I walked an hour to and from. One of my bosses found out and sold me an okay car for $600. I worked hard. I dealt with applications for apartments and state service centers. Finally I got a little shitty income-based apartment for $350 a month. Sure, I cried every night. Sure, I ate shitty food because it was always there. Sure, my source of inspiration was the Satanic Bible. Sure, I saved every penny except for my bi-weekly caramello. I was pregnant. But fuck yeah, I did it. I look back at how strong I was with pride. Do you need help? The first night I slept under a bush because I was near the downtown and it was raining very hard. I woke up at dawn in a puddle of mud, wet and hungry. When I reached the business area downtown later that day, I searched out the dumpsters behind restaurants because I read somewhere that extra food like uneaten buffet food or unclaimed takeout was typically tossed out. The third place I tried was a pizza place, and I found some old pizza in a cardboard. It was hard and cold and smelled a little, but I wolfed it down. In the days and weeks that followed, I learned what restaurants threw out extra food and what times of day they did it. I found an overpass, and there was a concrete ledge where the underside of the bridge met the embankment, and I slept there the first night because it was still raining hard. I slept there most nights afterwards too. In fact, I lived under that bridge for months. I was a troll before the internet existed. At night, I would hop the fence in a truck lot and use the spray as they used to wash the trucks to give myself a shower. But winter came soon, and I did not do that as often as I might have. It was miserable standing under that cold water in the freezing dark. I did not make use of one of the city's 3 homeless shelters. I had been turned away in the first days of my homelessness because I was drunk, and they had a rule that they would not admit a person who was clearly under the influence. And I was always drunk. When I wasn't drunk, I was too sick to leave the shelter of the bridge. I shoplifted food when I could, and stole liquor, and shoplifted other small things to sell on the street for food and alcohol. Well, mostly alcohol. I needed that medicine. I can remember one time robbing an empty vodka bottle, rolling it between my hands, hoping the warmth would cause a few drops of liquor to condense inside and collect in the bottom. I needed that medicine. Occasionally I'd shoplift a pair of underwear, or socks, or gloves. I didn't panhandle, or stand on a corner with a sign. I didn't want to talk to anyone I didn't have to, and I didn't want to accidentally encounter anyone I'd known previously. I lived that way for 8 months. I remember the cold, and the hunger, and being sick, and being ashamed, and feeling despair, and both wanting to die, and being afraid of dying. One morning I woke up under the bridge and decided that if I was going to die, I wasn't going to die under a bridge, and I wasn't going to die alone. Despite tremors that made it hard to walk any distance, I didn't stumble to the liquor store for my medicine. Instead, I made my way to one of the shelters. I told the old Hispanic man at the door, "I'm sober. Look at me shaking. Are you happy now?" I'm sober. That night, a counselor came to my bunk and told me about a recovery program they ran out of the basement of the shelter. I could stay at the shelter as long as I wanted if I stayed sober and attended the program. That was 1993. And I have been sober now these past 26 years, a month, and 21 days. I have a job as an administrator in a human services agency. I have an amazing wife and wonderful children. I have a comfortable home and a nice car. And every night, when I go to bed, I thank God for my sobriety, and I tell him I'm thankful for a soft bed in a warm, safe place, and I ask him to bless those who have neither. A couple years ago when it happened to me. The first night was bonkers. I was in my car, and I had no idea where to sleep that was safe in LA. I knew that for the most part, residential streets were off limits. In desperation, after a couple hours of not knowing where to stop, I finally stopped my car on Ivor around the corner from a Moba Music at a meter in Hollywood. Not the smartest move by far, but it was a meter free after 8 PM, and I had run out of energy, emotional or otherwise, to keep looking. I had to wait for relative quiet in my immediate vicinity to hop into my backseat, fold my smaller backseat down, and climb into my trunk, where I decided I'd make a little nest with the trunk as my cover. I hadn't done my registration yet, so I watched a cop give my car a ticket hiding in my trunk. The noise, the stress of my new situation, kept me awake most of the night, despite me having hyped myself up for it and prepping by getting a PO box for my new address, getting my gym membership earlier that day, dropping what I could off at the storage unit. I even had made a system of placing my gym bag under my feet at my front seat and keeping my spare belongings in a duffel in the trunk, with my bedding hidden under a neatly flat shipping blanket, so I could still drive Uber in a car I was living out of. It just looked like I was all about keeping my trunk clean. I'm still there, 2 years later. I have a better job right now and just recently escaped gig economy status, but it's still not quite enough to get all my stuff out of storage and get a place in LA. I've adjusted to it fairly well and have since found a much better area to spend my nights. I was between jobs and homes a couple of years ago at 17. I had been living with parents and didn't want to burden my friends by asking for their help after my family threw me out. They found out I was a smoker. I decided it would be best for me to go somewhere I thought would be safest, somewhere I wouldn't get beaten too badly. I took a small knife with me just in case and a sleeping bag. Otherwise it was just the clothes on my back and a wallet. I went to Liverpool city centre to stay for the night near a place called Concert Square. I found a covered doorway which was away enough from the people partying that I could maybe get some shooty, which I promptly did. I woke up maybe 03:00ish to a warm liquid trickling down my face and a very wet sleeping bag. I opened my eyes, put my hand to my head. I was covered in blood. I had been kicked by someone partying that night who got thrown out of a club, I would assume, and was angry. He then must have proceeded to piss on my sleeping bag whilst I slept / was knocked out by his kick. I had to find someone to call help for me, but nobody was wanting to talk to a young person who smells of piss with blood all over him. I was lucky that a friend of mine was out that night. We'll call him the Don. He found me just off Concert Square. He called me an ambulance and traveled to the hospital with me. When I explained the situation to him, he told me to give him a week and he would sort something. I blagged 2 days in hospital after that and stayed close after just to make sure that if I did get battered I would be in the right place for it. The Don got me and told me that something was sorted. He let me use his spare room free of charge until I was back on my feet. I owe him a lot, especially considering where I'm from, where I was. When I was either 12 or 13 we lost the house I grew up in and ended up homeless. My dad had a can, but the van could only, comfortably, for 2 people and there were 6 of us. My older brother, my older sister, my mom, my dad, my doggo, and I. My brother and my sister were able to stay with their best friends' families during this time, so it was just my mom, my dad, and I, since I didn't really have any friends. Still don't, and this was 12 years ago. Anyways, my dad always made me and my mom sleep in the van and he and the dog would sleep in a little tent we had. And this was over the holidays, so it was freezing. My dog ended up getting depressed and she stopped eating, and then my dad ended up getting really depressed and started drinking heavily cause, like I said, this was during the holidays, and he felt really bad for not being able to give us gifts for Christmas, even though me and my 2 siblings didn't mind at all. So after the holidays we all ended up staying with my grandma, and you would think this is the part where things start to look up, but no, things actually got kinda worse. My dog was too sick and ended up passing away, and my dad couldn't stop drinking heavily. Little bit of a backstory: when my mom and dad met, he was a heavy drinker and the doctor told him if he kept drinking like he would only have a month before his liver would give up on him, so he quit, and him and my mom were together for 18 years. Back to what I was saying. So he continued to drink, and not long after living with my grandmother, I came home from school one day and my dad was curled up on my bed complaining about a toothache and stomach pain, but refusing to go to the hospital. But after about 2.5 days of it non-stop, my family finally forced him to go. I wanted to go with him, but they told me that he was fine and he would be back very soon. So I went to bed that night in the same spot he was curled up in, and I get woken up at 5 AM to my family panicking and telling me to get dressed, we need to go to the hospital. Apparently, as they were wheeling him out in a wheelchair, he went into cardiac arrest. When we got there, a doctor pulled us into a really small and cramped room and told us he only had a 2% of surviving. I was too numb to cry. I lost it when they took me to pretty much say goodbye, and he was hooked up to a breathing machine and a ton of wires. That morning he passed away. I was holding his hand and telling him I loved him when he did. And then noon the same day I had to sit at the main local park in my town and wait for my friends. They were never there for me when I needed them to show up, so I could let them know there wasn't going to be a birthday party that day. I didn't have a mobile phone. I don't like birthday parties anymore or Christmas. I miss my dad so much, but I'm glad he isn't suffering anymore. I have been homeless twice. The first was not by choice. My mom got evicted from a house she owned outright. Long story. I was 16. We were on a short road trip at the time and had left our 3 cats at the house, but taken the 2 dogs with us. We got back to the house late at night to discover we were locked out of the house and all of our stuff was in trash bags in the barn. The cats were gone. We were calling for them for ages, no idea how long exactly though. We found 2. I think they had just run out into the woods. The 3rd was missing. I just remember my little brother absolutely bawling over it. My mom called a pastor friend of hers, and we stayed in their house for a week. It was kind of cramped, and I had to get a ride with his wife every day to school. I remember just having to make awkward conversation with them, and the whole thing was strange. We went back to the house a few days later to look for the cat in daylight. We were there for hours, just combing the whole place, walking through the woods around it. We had bought a bunch of toys and cat food with us. After it got dark again, we heard him crying from the barn. He was somehow trapped inside the foundation. So we took it apart. It was stone and loose in places, and got him out of there. Happiest moment of my life. I never got my things back. You don't realize how little material things mean to you until you've lost something immaterial like a pet, even temporarily. The second time I was homeless was when I got kicked out of my mom's place a few years later. It was only for a week or so. The first night, I went to a park and slept. The ground is so much colder than you'd expect. I woke up once and there were men somewhere around me. I'm a woman, so I bolted out of the park and went to a 24-hour grocery store and just kind of wandered around until it got light. I kept sleeping in that park though. At one point, I got an ant stuck in my ear. I went to a bathroom and a library and pulled it out with a pair of tweezers. I'm lucky my hearing is okay. After that night, I spent my last cash on a motel room and made up with my mother so I could go back home. When I had to leave college at the age of 20, my abusive parents finally snapped, making all kinds of threats, outlining their plan for me once they'd come to collect me and bring me back to my hometown. Luckily I was still at college at the time. I knew if I went with them, I was looking at months, maybe years, of captivity, and they could enforce it too. They'd taken many measures to keep me helpless up until then. But I have some wonderful friends who helped me leave, and a few of whom let me couch surf. Ultimately I never had to hit the streets. The confounding factor of the abuse actually made it easier. The first night after leaving was the first without nightmares in a very long time. My first couple days were taken up with making sure my parents had no way to monitor or control me anymore, and even as I floundered trying to quickly learn all the element of adulting which they'd kept from me, I was just happy that it was this and not the alternative. All told, I was able to start saving money about 3 weeks after leaving and started renting rooms about 2 months after. Long before I found any financial stability, I began to find emotional stability. Unpacking what exactly had happened to me, what I'd already known was faked up, and what I was just figuring out, and those amazing friends of mine. When I started, I was rotating between a few friends' places so as not to be a burden to anyone for too long. But a couple of them sat me down and basically said you'll get on your feet faster if you don't have to move around, and you're a good roommate anyway, so there I stayed. Hell, we even had a family time of sorts. I was prepared to survive homelessness, to avoid a life as a prisoner, but my friends made it so much easier, and I somehow came out of it better than I went in. Point. If you're reading this, Jeremy, Avi, thank you so much. I love you both. Point. TLDR, voluntary homelessness is weird. Homeless can actually mean a few things. On high school I was kicked out of my family home and forced to live with friends. I was an asshole, and it didn't work, and when the last few months of high school bouncing around friends, loving on couches, cots, whatever. Basically a constant sleepover, but not a fun kind. Point. Fast forward to graduating, and I no longer had that option, or the desire to take charity. I scraped up all my money, and bought a bus ticket to California. Figured I'd get a job, and start a new life. Didn't work. First night on the street I didn't sleep. I tried going to a church, but there was a family on the steps scraping about a dead baby. Then the alarm at a store nearby went off, and police were everywhere. Point. I went to get something to eat at Fat Burger. Double bacon cheeseburger. Ended up sick, because I hadn't eaten in a couple days. Tried to find a bathroom. Every up on this Mexican dive bar. There was a guy basically string it in there. No door, and the toilet was flooded all over the floor. Guy was like, go on man, use it. I left. Lol. However, ended up crapping my pants quick change in an alley into basically my had clean clothes, no wash, and I walked around the rest of the night and day. By the next night I'm exhausted, in a new town, and have to sleep. I find an office building with a low roof, a nearby dumpster, and grab some cardboard. I climbed up and slept on the roof. This may have gone on for 3 days, but honestly I was so exhausted and starving I have no idea. I know I spent a couple nights up there. It was surprisingly not terrible, except the fear of getting caught. After a few days I called a friend to say I was doing fine. Payphone collect. This was 1993, and they knew I was lying. They convinced me to come back, and people got me a bus ticket and I returned home. I was very lucky. Still am. Got my crap together, and have taken care of myself ever since. And not ignored people who tried to help because they cared. I was about 7 to 8 at the time. We just came back up to Montana from Arizona, because we went there immediately after my parents split up. We stayed with 2 of my aunts there. My mom decided it was time for us to go back after probably 6 months there. We took a bus up to Sheridan, and my uncle picked us up there and took us to my grandma's house in the middle of nowhere. I don't remember how long we stayed there, but it was still winter when she essentially kicked us out. My mom and grandma got into a big fight and she locked us out and took off somewhere. We hiked to a nearby ranch in the dead of winter. My grandma's dogs followed us all the way there. The woman there was nice enough to feed us and let my mom use the phone. We waited until someone could come get us and take us into town. We went to the res police station where they questioned me and my sisters because apparently my grandma said my mom assaulted her, which was a huge lie. They were threatening to take us away from my mom and trying to contact my dad. They finally let us go and someone took us into the city where we stayed at a women and family shelter for a while. I was able to start school then. When we stayed there for as long as we were allowed, they said we could go to this other place where they could help us further. We stayed there for a few months. We could stay at the main place during the day and they'd take us to different churches where we slept every night. We were finally able to get an apartment that fall, I think. We stayed at that apartment for 10 years. The first week sucked. It's amazing how quickly you can adapt though. Luckily I had my car and job. Spent my first night with about 40 other people living in their cars in a Walmart parking lot near Denver, Colorado. Had a loaded handgun with me. I was totally out of my element and nervous. I remember a pimp walking his girl around the parking lot for the truckers. It seemed like he was eyeing me up, so I flashed my gun and never had an issue. I eventually bought some sun blinds for the car and used those to block out my windows for privacy. I also learned to park my car up against the bushes, if at all possible. Less area to keep an eye on, and less chance of someone sneaking up on you. Safety and security were my top concerns. I was always afraid someone was going to jack my stuff. I was one of the few regulars in that lot that had a job. Full-time, $15/HR. I'd spend my days off work hiking around RMNP. That's what made being homeless out there bearable. The sheer beauty and amazement of the Rocky Mountains. Oh, and the dispensaries helped too. For the most part my homeless neighbors were friendly, but there were a few mentally unstable people and a couple of rather unsavory characters. Then there were the scammers who would try to run their bamboozle on anyone. Everyone knew I worked and had money, so I had to keep my eyes open. I got a monthly membership to a cheap gym in Aurora, so I had a place to shower. I thought that was super genius, lol. But I wasn't the only one who did that. I had to put my dream of living in Colorado on hold. I currently live in a house in Cancer Valley, and I'm smack dab in the middle of ground zero for the opioid epidemic. I definitely miss Colorado, the mountains, the culture, and the friendly people. The homelessness, not so much. It was definitely an interesting and lonely experience. I spent about 6 months being homeless. When I was 18, I had moved to a different country, which was a Nordic country, so it was cold as fuck, and had no idea how the social security systems worked. My mother had kicked me out for refusing to support her drinking habit. The first night was rough. I had managed to find a place to sleep at a friend's band practice place, so I was feeling pretty safe. I don't remember much, but I do remember feeling like I had failed. There wasn't really a sense of panic or anything, but I do distinctly remember freaking out about my periods. No idea how I could have dealt with them with no money. Being homeless really makes you appreciate a lot of stuff. I had virtually no winter clothes, and my socks were always wet, which sucked so much. I couldn't really stay anywhere too long, so I got calf muscles from here to China from all the walking. A lot of the times you steal to get what you need. You feel pretty dirty, but there's not a lot of time for feeling sorry for yourself, or really having any kind of emotions. At least for me, it was just instant monotone. To make sure I was warm, had something in the way of food, was able to beg, or do something for money, so I could afford a bus pass cause that was warm. I was really lucky to not get involved with drinking or drugs, mostly because I was perpetually terrified. The country I was in really had great programs for homeless people, and homelessness doesn't really exist there. But I, not being native, not being old enough to really get it in my head, kind of fell through the cracks. After about 6 months I got attacked, a whole other story, and through the hospital, got into the crisis housing program. They gave me an apartment and an allowance. Counseling on a weekly basis. I cried the first time I bought toilet paper. Slept next to a radiator on full blast every night. I would spend a lot of time sobbing at everything, like the fact I had a place to shower. That was the best. I would spend hours scrubbing myself raw. Cried the first time I shaved again. It's those little things you forget you missed. I'm 23 now, moved to the Netherlands, in my own little apartment, and going to college. I still get a little tear in my eye buying toilet paper. I became homeless at 16. While I was put into a young person's hostel, I had a bad time with Valium and other shit. Then it got sorted, and wasn't taking anything anymore. Skip to 6 months later my dad kicked me out, and I ended up in a place with 44 rooms. I guarantee at least 40 of them had people who took drugs, so pretty soon I ended up back on the weed. Taking X and then back on the Valium, to get rid of the come downs. Pretty much lost 2 years of my life in that place. After that I ended up living with my nana for a while. but she died, so I ended up back on the streets and got into another hostel. One night there was a kid who was trying to victimize me and take my sheet, so I unleashed years of frustration on him and then ended up getting kicked out of there. Ended up sofa surfing and felt like the lowest of the low. TBH, I never want to forget the mindset I had back then because it reminds me how lucky I am now. In the last few years I learned how to plaster on sites, did a lot of laboring work, and grew a lot of weed. Now I'm still not living exactly how I should in regards to the weedy CT point, but compared to where I was I'm miles ahead of where I thought I would be. Everyone needs to realize how being homeless will fuck your mentality up though, and you really have nothing left to lose if you don't even have a roof over your head. Most people in your day-to-day life are literally 2 steps from being homeless. If they lose their job and fall out with family, where are they gonna be? More than likely homeless sooner rather than later. I was homeless for about 3 months at 25. I had been living in a halfway house after going to rehab and I relapsed. Someone called me out and I got drug tested and they kicked me out. I didn't have many belongings and had nowhere to go, so they allowed me to leave my stuff there until I found somewhere to stay. My family basically said you're on your own. I had a job but no savings because I had been paying rent at the halfway house. The first night, I went to a bar, and through talking to a stranger about my situation, he said I could crash at his place. So I slept on an inflatable mattress. He got me stoned, and it wasn't so bad. Because that worked so well, I began doing that every night. Telling my sob story at the bar, befriending/manipulating a stranger into letting me crash on their couch. I did that for about 3 weeks. Sometimes it wasn't so bad, and other times it was. I shot up heroin for the first time at one of these strangers' houses. Unfortunately I didn't have a car or I probably would have just slept in it. All I had was a moped. There were a couple of nights that I couldn't find somewhere to sleep, so I either just rode around all night or slept in one of my old friends' family's carport because I knew they were out of the country. I did this until 11 AM when I had to go to work. Thankfully I was still working full time, but the feeling of not knowing where you're going to sleep after working a 11 to 7 shift at a restaurant was so stressful, and I started not being able to keep it together at work and spiraling out of control. Thankfully on one of these nights at the bar trying to befriend someone, one of my old coworkers walked in, and she was in kind of a tough spot too. So she was very empathetic. She ended up letting me stay at her place, which was a mess. She had major depression issues going on, but I was so thankful for even a modicum of stability for the next few weeks. Eventually I saved up some money and moved out. Still struggling with addiction. Currently in the middle of a 2-month relapse after 8 months sober. Thought I had learned my lesson, but this shit is not easy. I wasn't hard homeless, out on the street, but for a minute there I was kinda living on a prayer. I left Los Angeles to try to go to college in Boise, Idaho, a place I'd previously lived. I was accepted and had federal financial aid sorted out. The thing I was waiting on was private loans to cover the remainder of out-of-state tuition. The time frame was short and urgent, but I figured it would probably work, so I took a leap of faith. Really, there are 2 first days I was homeless. First was leaving LA. To take that leap of faith, my roommates had bought a house, and I had keys there. It was home. They're my best friends, and they'd helped me a lot in getting on my feet as an adult. But as I was leaving, they asked for their keys back. I felt empty. There was no house key on my key ring anymore. I truly didn't belong anywhere. Of course, at the time, I had a direction and a destination, Idaho, so it wasn't that bad. I still ended up sobbing in a gas station parking lot, though, as the symbolism of having no house key really struck me and faked me up. The second time was when I found out I'd been denied for private loans. I actually found out on the way to Boise. I was going to visit my sister in Utah and learned about it. Ever hopeful, I continued to Boise to see if there was anything the school could do for me. There was not. So, there I was with maybe $1,500 in savings, needing to be out of the ebb by the evening, with no house key and nowhere to go really. But this time instead of despair, I felt almost free. I didn't have a good plan. I was gonna live out of my car and hobo it up on disability. I have Crohn's disease, but a friend out in Georgia offered to take me in instead. Figuring my instability would mean I wouldn't get the chance again soon, I decided to take the very scenic route to Georgia and visit all my family on the way. I went from Boise to Seattle to Salt Lake to Houston, and finally on to Savannah. It was reckless and I talked to myself constantly, and my living situation was tenuous at best. I slept on her floor because it was winter and she only had the one space heater, but that's behind me now. The whole damn thing was poorly planned, poorly executed, reckless, and probably a little dumb. There's decent odds I'd be dead somewhere, if not for my friends. My family was not going to help me either due to inability, my mom and sister, or apathy, my dad. But on the whole, it was certainly an interesting experience. All in all, I think I had it pretty easy. A boyfriend hit me, and I left with just the clothes on my back. It's common in abusive relationships to be manipulated into some form of isolation before the abuse ever starts, so I didn't have a job, or much in the way of friends I felt like I could trust. Luckily, I was in the deep south in the summertime, so nights weren't all that cold. My first night I didn't sleep. I was too scared of someone finding me to sleep. Not necessarily the boyfriend, but cops, or someone with worse intentions. I'd already been to jail once after a boy picked me up by my throat and threw me across our bedroom. Even with a me-sized hole in the wall and fingerprint bruises on my throat, they put me in cuffs because I was acting funny, because I was jacked up on adrenaline. Also, he called the police, so clearly I was the threat. Thanks to this and other previous experiences, I did not trust cops. Still don't. I was too terrified of cops or anyone with a business finding me to sleep, so I just kept wandering. I found places to sleep for a couple hours at a time during the day, but kept moving. It's kind of illegal to be homeless. Not overtly, but all the practices necessary to survive in that situation are illegal. I'd wash my hair in the sink at a Waffle House and use the hand dryer to dry my hair. Mostly I kept moving at night looking for places to hide and slept during the day when possible. Only spent a few days, maybe a week. It was a long time ago, on the street, till I swallowed my pride and fear and asked an acquaintance for a couch to sleep on for a couple of nights. Several had already turned me down, assuming I was just going to go back to him or never leave, or some other victim blaming logic. My experiences aren't unique, as I've heard similar stories from other women. One of the many reasons I love it when others say just leave if a boy hits you. I was in my 20s when that happened. It gets harder to escape from, especially once the injuries from those earlier experiences catch up to you in the form of arthritis in joints, neck/back problems, and other health concerns. Doctors would prefer you put car accident on your forms as the cause of your injuries, because most people prefer to pretend abuse doesn't happen to normal people. Just leave is $HT. Also, I've chosen homelessness over domestic violence shelters again and again. They're a sad, effed up joke. First night of homelessness, I cried all night. I felt like such a failure. My landlord sold the house we lived in and there was nowhere else available. I'd exhausted every option. I put everything I owned in storage. Sofa surfed and then camped for a while. My son was 5 at the time, and I told him it was an adventure, and I cried every night after he'd gone to sleep. I couldn't believe I'd let him down so much. This went on for 3-5 or so months. I was so stressed and sad at the time that my memories of it are really patchy. After camping for a few weeks, we stayed at a friend's for a couple of nights. My son ran in shouting back, "They have a bath and heating." It felt so awful that such small everyday things that he should be having seemed like a luxury. These memories still pain me. But I'm very proud that my son never missed a day of school and he always had clean clothes and a packed lunch. Eventually we found a house to rent. When we got there, it was a literal shithole. The last tenant had shat up the walls, smearing it everywhere. I felt like a failure again, but my son just hugged me and said this house would become amazing because we'd make it our home. And we did. We scrubbed and painted it and made it a really happy home. We lived there 3 years and have moved a lot because I don't earn enough for a mortgage. Renting sucks. Even with a job and savings, you're always at the whim of someone's finances or fancies. 15 years later, my son is in a great job and buying his first house. Although I never managed to provide him with security, I'm so glad he's managed to do that for himself. But the feeling of uncertainty of this experience has never left me. I always worry that I'm one bit of bad luck away from disaster. A story I can share. Was kicked out at 16. Don't blame him. I was a complete dick. Was homeless for around half a year. During that time I sometimes stayed at friends, but most of the time was in a multi-story parking lot. When I started out, I had a moped to get around, and the engine kept me warm. Ended up selling it later on for drugs. One street night was bad, like really bad. I thought about offing myself most nights in the first month or so. Ended up hanging around with the wrong people. Drugs, alcohol, you know the stereotypical associations with homelessness. After about 2 months I started camping next to the council office, asking to put me in housing. Every day, well, almost every day, I would go into the office and ask about the status of my housing. They told me it could take years. My response was, then you'll be seeing me every day for years. After some time, about 4 months or so, after asking for housing, they found some hostel for me. I swear if it wasn't for my persistence, I would have never ended up there. While I was staying in the hostel, I managed to get myself off the drugs and scored a scholarship at college, though it wouldn't start for another year or so. I was there for a couple of years. After some time, they moved me to the YMCA. This was literally worse than being on the streets. It was awful. Imagine a guy who has just turned 18, got himself into college, ex-drug addict in a shared housing system with delinquents that have just been released from juvenile prison. My neighbor, for lack of a better word, didn't move in until after a few weeks of me being there. He was just released from prison for assault ABH. 4 weeks. He would be banging at my door through the entire night, demanding I came out. I had never once made contact with him before. I knew full well what would happen if I did. He bumped into me on the street outside. He had 2 friends with him. You can guess what happened. I was hospitalized. After that event and I returned back to the building, the admins there saw my completely battered, unrecognizable face and asked me what happened. Of course, I said nothing. But they knew. They got me out of there about 2 weeks after that to a shared flat. My nightmare sort of stopped from that point. But of course other things came up which I won't go into here as it's not as impactful. But many years later, moved country, got married, got a great career, couldn't be better off. Massive learning experience, and while I can look back and think about those times, I wouldn't wish it on anyone. One thing that it did affect was my appreciation for the small things, not wanting anything big or extraordinary. I appreciate what I have now, and I try not to take it for granted. If you do find yourself in that position, you have to be persistent. Don't give up. I slept on a bench near a trail by my mom's house. I was 17 at the time, and I had just gotten home from rehab. My mom and I didn't get along. I had 10:30 p.m. curfews. All my paychecks went straight to her. I couldn't eat dinner if I paid her for it. I remember distinctly her yelling at me cause I asked her if I could use her nail clippers and she called me broke. The last straw was her husband trying to punch me for talking back, but I dodged it, and he ended up punch a hole through my door instead. They kicked me out. I walked to my grandma's house the next day. Took me 9 hours cause she lived a town over. She refused me because she said social security would take away her money if they found out someone else was living with her. Funny cause my 40-year-old dad lives with her already. But really I think she didn't like me cause I went to rehab. That night I went to one of the old houses I used to live in cause it was close. It had a big backyard, and I slept at the very edge cause I knew no one could see me from that distance, and I was covered by bushes. It was cold that night. I cried a lot. The next day I had work. I was a hostess at a chain restaurant. I got ready in the public library bathroom. I hadn't seen anyone from high school since coming back from rehab. I graduated online there, so there was no need to go back. But the guy I used to have a huge crush on walked in, and I sat him. He welcomed me back, said he missed me, exchanged numbers and started talking. That night I stayed with a coworker for a few weeks while continuing to see that guy. I eventually start dating him and moved in with him and his family after a month. I stayed with him for 3 years and it was the worst 3 years of my life. He said would yell at me, call me a dumb bitch, throw stuff at me, kick me out, held the fact that I was homeless over my head. He beat me with his car keys when I found him cheating on me. I tried to call someone to pick me up and he grabbed my phone and I tried to get it back from him. He started to hit me. I still have scars on my hands from protecting my face. I stayed with him because I truly had nowhere else to go. But I'm 21 now. After many jobs, I managed to find one that pays me well. I saved up money for 8 months and I moved away from him the second I had enough money. I live in my own home that I rent. I have a cat that I spoil. I go out drinking with my friends on the weekends. I can wear what I want and look cute and feel confident. I eat whatever I want when I want. I'm in college. I love what I'm learning and I met a guy at school too. He's in the IT program. He takes me on dates, listen to me when I feel crying, and we have dinner with my mom sometimes. I never thought it would get better. I never thought I'd be here. I would hope and pray and visualize in my head my life would be better. I never thought it would become real. But it did. And I really think keeping a positive outlook is what saved me. I was clean the whole time. Except for one time. I went back to meth one time. When a coworker had some at a restaurant I worked at. We both did a line J in a bathroom. And I got too high. Got fired and I learned my lesson then and there. I'm bipolar. I was basically homeless off and on from the age of 17 till 22. First night homeless was camping in front of Mendenhall Glacier in Juneau, Alaska. It was amazing. My parents had given me a one-way plane ticket to wherever I wanted to go. I signed a contract that I could not return home for at least 1 year. That first night was actually somewhat rough. I had read about camping and did some in Boy Scouts and family trips. But I was lazy and did not want to spend time building/securing my tent. I was lucky it was early summer. The weather was still nice. I was paying to stay in a campground. I only had $100 when that ran out. I camped in the rough. I gave that up when a black bear wandered into my camp, ate my food and left. I went into town, found a hostel, and worked day labor for a few months. Then I took the ferry to Bellingham, Washington, and hitchhiked down to Fresno, California. Some cities the cops would hook me up with a meal if we didn't mind letting them run our ID. Other times I just knocked on doors and asked to do work for a meal. After that I found work and stuck in one place for a bit. Ended up in Wichita, Kansas for a year. I was briefly homeless in Los Angeles. That was horrendous. I hitchhiked through Kentucky, Arkansas, and Alabama. Used gas station bathrooms to sponge bath myself. Easier to get rides if you didn't look and smell homeless. Sometimes people were cool and hooked me up with food and a ride. Other times it was dangerous. About a year ago, after my 21st birthday, I became homeless because my grandparents were moving and didn't tell me until 2 weeks before. At the time, I didn't have a job since I had just finished an internship. The first night I slept in my car was rough. It was the end of August in the South, so even at night it was still in the 80s. I barely slept, and when I did I was woken up by the heat or worried that people were watching me. It's really tough on the mind because you feel everyone knows and judges you. I'd spend all my time while I wasn't shopping for Instacart at Barnes & Noble. Luckily I had recently bought myself a laptop, so while at Barnes & Noble I applied for jobs day in and day out, while at the same time brushing up my skills and portfolio. I would shower each morning at the Planet Fitness, shop for people whenever I could, wash my clothes at a laundromat. I ate only canned beans for that few months. I got used to sleeping in my car and found out the areas that I wouldn't be messed with by police or others. It was November and the temperature outside was below 32 each night, so I had 6 blankets, 2 hoodies, gloves, sweatpants, and bananas. I would still wake up shaking each morning. Around mid-November, I finally landed a job and my first paycheck allowed me to move into a shitty apartment. My lease is ending next month. I've changed jobs, and overall I'm in a better place now. Things fell into a weird place. I had money from work study, but it was officially my last year of school. I was pretty burnt out. My parents were going through a divorce, and it was kind of a you're damned if you hang out with either one of them kind of situation. I wasn't close with my dad most of my life, but at the time, he wanted to make amends, but didn't have the ability, since he himself was looking for a place to stay. After my mom found out that I was hanging out with my dad, she kicked me out of the house. The odd timing was that right before any of this happened, I bought a car with what I had left. I learned to drive it and still had about $200 to my name. It was for about a month stretching that off dollar meals / not eating, but I did what I could. You'd be surprised living in a college town. I parked by open student apartments off campus at nights. With the amount of parties thrown, I kind of just hung out with people I vaguely knew, used the outdoor hoses to get water into empty jugs. But with that scenario, people wouldn't be questioning why I slept in my car overnight. Oh, he's drunk. There was a Walmart down the road, so bathroom stops worked, along with stretching the most out of my money for food. But I'm not gonna make it sound like I had it set. When there were no parties, roughly monwed, there was no one to talk to, no internet phones that were affordable at the time. You just find yourself walking to kill time, drawing nothings on the last pages of your school notebooks, and the occasional crying to sleep at the thought of no one that could care or love you. It was a very long month, and I was glad that I went to a lot of those parties and made connections, ran into some second year college friends, and they let me crash at their place. Sleeping on the most beds or creating futon, I finally slept laying down in over a month. Depression is a hell of a motivator that stares you in a fuck it attitude or a fuck this life moment. My problems were far from over, but it's weird how there was at least a shred of light moving forward. 2 times in my life, being kicked out of my home as a legal adult teenager. First time I stopped by a bunch of family until I found somewhere to stay, until I could get back with my family. The only shock of that was having the door slammed on me by blood relatives and having only as much as I could carry with me. Second time I ended up finding my way into my dad's old apartment, which was abandoned for months. All the carpet was removed. The air smelled of stale cat piss and humid unconditioned. There was no water, no electricity. The inside of a toilet with nothing in the tank is so weird. There's something inherently wrong with it. I'd spent over 10 years of my life at this apartment. The wallpaper was ripped out in most rooms. What remained was nicotine coated. I had a job this time. It was actually how I got back home the first time. But there was no electricity, no bed. I had no belongings this time. I rolled up my coat and used it as a pillow. Had my Nokia 220 sitting at my side, alarm set for 6 AM to get me to the office in North London by 7 AM. I had about £260 to my name, enough to survive. Eventually I'd get to formally rent the apartment myself, repaint it, fill it with furniture. My dad's relationship with the woman who had me kicked out ended a few years later, and he moved in with me. He still lives there to this day. But that first night, I'm lying on hard exposed wood floor in a room, which was once the living room, where the sofa and TV were, where I'd curl in the corner and listen to Rush vinyls. Now it's empty. There's nothing but a window and an electric fireplace which will not ignite. I'm not cold, but I'm deeply uncomfortable. I remember the stiffness of the boards and the feel of it on the back of my head. I kept rolling, curling, tossing, and turning, trying to get comfortable. There was no light and no entertainment. Spare the phone, which was my lifeline. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't cry either. I was paralyzed by my position. I do not know if I slept. If I did, the dreams mixed with my reality so closely that it may as well have been awake. I remember thinking 2 things. Can get this up and running. I can get back up. This will not be the end of me. And if my battery dies and I do not get to work on time, then I will die. This will be how I die. Abandoned and alone. And loved. Unwanted. That hit me like a train. The realization that I was unwanted. My father and his partner expelled me. My brother moved away after letting me live with him for a few weeks last time. My mum had told me I was responsible for myself, and I'd not spoken to her for a couple years. No one wanted me. No one wanted me. No one wanted me. I may as well just die. That night was rock bottom for me. Worst night of my life bar none. That room has a lot of memories which contend for the worst spot, but at least there was a connection, there was an argument, there was an emotional resonance between two or more human souls. Relationships ended in that room, suicides were attempted in there, strokes happened there. It's a room painted in trauma. But my worst memory will always be the image of a lonely 17-year-old who was now alone and responsible for themselves, clinging to an indestructible phone, begging the time to pass so they could earn enough money to get a foothold and not let the world take anything more. A person coming to terms with the fact that they were completely and utterly unloved and better off dead. That I managed to endure is a miracle which my 34-year-old self cannot even conceive of. How did that kid have such strength in them? I'm one of the lucky ones. I had a job, and I had a place to squat where I could leverage my situation to legally rent. My heart hurts so much for those who hadn't have less. Spent a few months in my car last year in Portland. The first night I didn't sleep a wink. Too much stress. The second night was a million times easier. Third night, I had zero worries. I was parked on the skirt of downtown, near the hospital, around a number of others staying in their vehicles. Couple months of that and everything was fine. Got back into a place. Now I'm further down the Oregon coast, back to staying in my van, until I move back to Portland. This time it's by choice. Bopping campgrounds, parking in town in 24-hour lots as far as people messing with me. One night I had someone try to open my car door. Doors were locked. A minute or two later I heard someone shout something, shot up, and saw a guy in a van a few cars back jumping out and chasing a guy down the street. The next night I parked right behind that guy. Made me feel 10x better knowing there was someone else around that was ready to stand up and throw hands. He ended up being a cool guy too. As far as adapting, my dad worked for a large company in the late 80s into the early 90s as a higher up manager type. Company closed. Caused a lot of commotion. My dad got stiffed on a couple paychecks and decided it was time to move somewhere else. He didn't think this would happen again. He took us to a small coastal city, set up camp. I was only a baby, maybe 2 or so. He spent maybe 6 months saving up to get us into a place. One day, running into town, the transmission in his van detonated, shrapnel everywhere. A passerby happened to stop to offer help. So my dad told him he was taking my mom and a few of us kids into town to the shelter until he got the van dealt with. We spent another month or so in the shelter and then got into the house I spent my first 10 years or so. After that, we had a couple times when we were moving between cities here that we camped while my parents put $sign together. At first it was horrible. I hated it. Grew to not necessarily enjoy it, but didn't seem to be bothered by it. Since then I've taken myself on numerous month-long camp trips, while I did the same as my parents. TLDR, used to be by circumstance, now by choice. Not as bad as you would think once you figured out what you personally need for comfort. For some it happens suddenly and others is a slow manifesting reality. Some people brought it on themselves, others had it thrust upon them. There is how do I avoid it? If it was entirely avoidable it wouldn't happen. No matter your life situation, a few, or even a single event could start a change reaction, and you end up there. Without the proper assistance, family, friends, churches, etc., it will be a damn hard fight to get out of it. Hell, even with help it will be a fight. It doesn't look the same to everyone, and no two situations are exactly the same. The experience is devastating vulnerability. The realization that the entire life I'd built was destroyed crushes you. You find that there isn't time to dwell on that, because you need to focus on getting the very basic needs met. Getting those met comes with a great deal of shame. People will pass you, and you are invisible. You have nothing, or at best not very much, and people, not all, won't even give you their acknowledgement. You can see it on their face. They do not want to catch what happened to you. The belief that any money given will just be spent on drugs or alcohol, or the thought, just get a job, stops people from offering much. You become accustomed to the look of disgust. The ideas that you formed over your life of what disgusting is changes quickly. Hunger and thirst are incredibly powerful motivators. The concepts of hygiene fall away. When your focus is survival, many things are not important enough, and whatever resources you do have are not going to trivial things that impact your ability to survive. It's faking terrifying point all of this, and now pile on some mental illness that you're most likely not going to get treatment for, and damn sure not going to continue treatment for. I've been homeless and came back and find myself in a different state of homeless currently. The first time I was alone. I have siblings but no one was in a place to offer anything. I'm currently homeless with a spouse and 2 children. We made 6 figures last year. We lived in a nice house in the suburbs with 2 cars. We hired a nanny, took trips. Everything I believed was the safe, comfortable life I worked hard to build. In December I was hospitalized for mental health issues and set in motion a chain reaction that would unravel that life. Suddenly we couldn't pay some bills and began to juggle. Eventually too many things were up in the air. I wasn't getting any better and was unable to go to work. I had insurance and was seeking any and all treatment to get myself right, but that doesn't cover everything. We ate through our emergency fund and then our savings. We sold a car, furniture, clothes, anything and everything we could. We reached out to family and friends taking what help they could offer. We lived in a different state so all of our support was from a distance. We applied for what state benefits we could. We were on the phone every day speaking with whoever we owed money to, making what arrangements we could. We went to several churches and chased any less. I say we, but this was my partner, and fought hoping we'd just make it another month. By August it was done. Our utilities were shut off and we lost the house. We spent 3 days selling as much as we could, donated everything that didn't fit into a small trailer and headed to be around Family Point since we'd been on the hunt for somewhere to live. Our credit took massive blows and we are behind on everything. So places don't want to rent to us. We bounce between family members. My parents have passed, but never for too long, as many places don't have much room and the 4 of us is a lot to take on. So I'm homeless but not hopeless. We are indoors, we eat, not well, but we are not hungry. My boys, 1 year and 3 year, are loved and taken care of. We don't have stressful conversations around them. It's actually nice to be with them and just let myself forget and play. It will work itself out and I'll come back. I've done it before. It's just a hell of a lot of work. If you bothered to read this far, don't feel bad for me. Volunteer, donate, take care of those who have less than you. Mostly treat people in the situation like they're a faking human, because they are. A single moment of kindness and love can have more of an impact than you know. Remember, it only takes a single event and that person could be you. The first time was during a national disaster. The entire region flooded and we had to evacuate. I was 17 and slept at friends' houses closer to my school, which was an hour away. I remember being really tired, but making the most of it. This lasted for 8 weeks of my senior year. I barely saw my family and most of our belongings on the ground floor were destroyed. We were a military family living abroad, so every step of the recovery process was slower due to language barriers, but I definitely increased my disaster-related vocabulary. The second time was partially by choice and partially due to circumstances. The first night, the tarp over our heads flapped loudly in the wind and I hardly slept, which was a common theme those 10 months. To this day, I loathe the sound of tarps flapping in the wind. Out a seemingly professional teacher and a new roommates of a house we leased together asked to be the only people on the lease of a house my partner and I found for everyone, because they were going to have a baby and wanted peace of mind. Being nice people, supportive of new parents, to the point we were willing to live with an infant in the household, cook them meals, and threw them a baby shower. We never should have agreed to that. Turned out the woman had a bunch of mental health issues she wasn't dealing with and was likely having postpartum psychosis. It was later suspected by several people she was also harming the baby, who had to be flown to a hospital for treatment at one point. After making our lives a living hell for 2 months with some seriously crazy stuff, they literally evicted us so they could bring in a roommate that they thought would pay full rent and provide childcare for them. Needless to say, that didn't last long. We lived in a place with a huge housing shortage and ended up leasing land to build tiny houses on. But we didn't have savings or a lot of money, so the project was slow going. That's how I found myself living under a pergola with a tarp for a roof for 10 months. We both worked normal jobs, but the cost of living is so high in this area it just barely got us by. Every week I drove an hour to a laundromat to keep our clothes clean, washed the car to keep up appearances. We had an outdoor shower and pumped in a bucket in a hole in the ground, then composted that. Then the landlord of that property, where we had a 10-year land lease, turned out to be a huge creep that physically assaulted and allegedly raped several women. He began harassing me and my partner, who had an accident one day after a poor night's sleep due to the stress. He fell off a ladder and had to have major reconstructive knee surgery, was bedridden for a month, and on crutches for 3 more. I ended up getting a restraining order against the landlord, but we were stuck on his property with a 10-year lease and a half-finished tiny house that we had put literally all our money into. Point, I was so stressed out my cycle was off, and I got pregnant during all of this. That's how I found myself living under a tarp until I was 4 months pregnant. The day we finished the flooring in the tiny house was Easter morning, and even though we still had to install the final layers of the roof shingles, I moved right on in there and slept for a week.